Somebody to Love by Kristan Higgins. Narrated by Justine Eyre. Copyright 2012 by Kristan Higgins. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kristan Higgins, care of Maria Carvenis Agency, and was produced in the year 2012 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Dear listener, I never wanted to write about a millionaire heroine, and I haven't, but there are some characters who really stuck with me, characters who feel like they have more to say, more to do. Parker Wells was one such character. You might remember her from The Next Best Thing, Lucy's blunt and good-natured best friend. For some reason, I just wasn't able to forget Parker, who seemed so content to be on her own, raising her son, writing those sappy children's books. I also couldn't seem to get over Gideon's Cove, Maine, the setting for Catch of the Day. So many of you wrote to me, wondering what happens to Maggie and Malone, and I'm very flattered that you love them enough to want to see them again. I wondered, what if I took away Parker's money and career and sent her up to the coast of Maine, to a little town where she doesn't know a soul? What would she do? How would she handle things? Could she spend the summer reinventing herself and create a happy life for her son? And what if the man sent to help her out is the last guy whose help she'd want, James Cahill, her father's attorney? James has watched the princess, as he calls her, from afar for some time now. Perfect Parker has never needed anything from him, until now, and James is determined to make her see him in a new light. Somebody to Love is a story about discovering your true worth and finding out what you can do when your back is against the wall. And it's also about who we truly are, despite outward appearances, and what we really want. Home, love, a future. What more could there be? I hope you'll love Parker and James, and if you are familiar with Catch of the Day, I hope you'll have fun seeing Gideon's Cove again. Enjoy the book. Kristan. Chapter 1. And with that, the 6 holy rollers, Golly, Polly, and Molly, Ike, Mike, and Spike, took off their magical roller skates for the last time. Their job on Earth was done. They'd earned their beautiful, sparkly angel wings and could stay in heaven forever, and ever, and ever. The end. Parker Harrington Wells suppressed a dry heave, closed the book, and tried not to envision smothering the fictional angels, no matter how much she would have enjoyed it.
"Don't kill us, Parker,"
squeaked the imaginary voices in her head, their voices helium shrill. I can't kill you. You're immortal, unfortunately. One of the huge downsides of writing the series, the little pains in the butt talked to her. Another downside, Parker talked back. 7 or 8 little hands shot up in the air. "Please write more Holy Rollers books, Miss Wells." I'd rather bathe in my own blood, kid, thought Parker. No, sweetie, the Holy Rollers are in heaven now, she answered. This is the last book in the series, but you can see them in a movie this summer, don't forget. Today, at her son's preschool, the Holy Rollers, a book series so sickeningly precious it made The Velveteen Rabbit look like a chapter out of Sin City, was officially done. Though they had made Parker moderately famous in the world of kitty lit, had been translated into 16 languages, and had print runs in the gazillions, there was no getting around the fact that their author hated them.
"Hate is such an angry word,"
chorused the child angels.
"We love you, Parker."
Honestly, they were a Cartoon Network version of a Greek chorus, always popping into her head with unwanted advice.
"Did you write Harry Potter?"
was the next question, this one from Nikki's friend, Caitlin. No, afraid not, honey. But I love those books, don't you?
"Sometimes I get the worm fuzzles, just like the Holy Rollers,"
Mariah said, and Parker nearly threw up in her mouth. Had she really invented that term? Had she been drinking at the time? "Are you rich?" Henry Sloane asked. "Well," Parker answered, If you were asking if I make a lot as an author, the answer is no. All the money I get for the Holy Rollers goes to a charity called Save the Children.
That's for kids who don't have enough food,
Nikki said proudly, and Parker smiled at her son. It was the one good thing about the book series. Parker didn't need the money, so right from the get-go, she donated all proceeds to the charity, which took away some of the nausea.
But you live in a mansion,
Will Mikowski stated with authority.
I've been there. You have 29 bathrooms.
True enough, she said, a twinge of discomfort flashing through her.
It's a mansion. It's a castle. I want to live there when I grow up. Are you going to write another book?
Asked Amelia. Excellent question. Parker might not love the Holy Rollers, but new ideas hadn't exactly been pouring out of her. I hope so.
What's it about?
I'm not quite sure yet, but I'll let you know, okay? Any other questions? Yes, Ben. After another half hour, as the questions dwindled into what color wings Golly should have, the teacher finally stepped in.
Miss Wells has to get going, I'm sure, she said. Kids, can you say thank you to Nikki's mom? Thank you, Nikki's mom,
the kids chorused, then rushed her, hugging her legs, the payoff for reading The Holy Rollers Earned Their Halos out loud.
Am I staying with Daddy this weekend?
Nikki asked as they walked to the car.
You sure are,
Parker answered. She stroked her son's dark hair. Ethan's weekend had come awfully fast, it seemed. She gave her son a kiss, then bent to buckle him into his booster.
I can do it myself,
Nikki said. Right. Sorry, honey. She got into the driver's seat and started the car. A weekend alone. Parker tried not to sigh. She really needed to find another idea for a series. The Holy Rollers had been born as a spoof, sure, but they'd been her job for the past 6 years. Aside from staring at a blank computer screen and possibly watching a Gerard Butler movie or 3, she had no plans.
You should sleep over too,
Nikki suggested, practically reading her mind.
We could have popcorn. Lucy said she's making me a cake.
The woman can bake, that's for sure, Parker said. What kind?
My favorite kind, with the frosting and the coconut. I can eat 7 pieces, she said.
Did she, Nikki? Parker cocked an eyebrow. Truth wasn't a strong point for her little guy these days.
I think so. She maybe said 5, but it was a lot.
Nikki continued to chatter about the joys that lay ahead of him for the weekend. Eating cake, a sail on Ethan's boat, more cake, sleeping with Fat Mikey, Lucy and Ethan's cat, possibly taking a bath with Fat Mikey, having cake at midnight, and finding the pirate's cave that Mackerly, Rhode Island, supposedly possessed. Like his grandmother's, Nikki had been born with the gift of chat. As she pulled onto Ocean View Drive, Parker frowned a little. The preschooler's comment about living in a mansion had struck a nerve. Lately, she'd been thinking of moving, concerned over the idea that Nikki would be thought of as the rich kid. It hadn't helped her. Trust funds were hard to get past for a lot of people. But Greyhurst had been in her family for 4 generations, built by her great-great-grandfather at the turn of the century. And though she'd grown up in New York City, Parker had moved to Mackerly permanently after she'd gotten pregnant. She had a lot of happy memories of childhood summers, tea parties with her 3 cousins, learning to sail with her father. Ethan lived in town, and she'd wanted Nikki to grow up knowing both his parents, even if they'd never been married. But 2 people living in a mansion in which they really only used a few rooms, it didn't feel right. The place was gorgeous, though, she thought, as they pulled into the driveway. Silhouetted against the aching blue of a June sky and bathed in the golden sun of late afternoon, the gray stone building looked like a stately grande dame, gazing out contentedly over the acres of manicured lawns, flower beds, and mature trees. Frickin' huge, but beautiful. Ethan and Lucy, Parker's closest friends, were already here, holding hands as they sat on wide front steps that led from the driveway to the enormous entryway. Ethan jumped up to open her door as she pulled in. "Daddy!" Nicky yelled, scrambling out of the car. "How's my guy?" Ethan asked, scooping him up.
"So," Lucy said, "are congratulations in order?"
"I am officially done with the holy rollers. Let the good times roll." "Good for you, Parks," Ethan said, kissing Nicky's cheek. "You proud of Mommy, Nick?"
"Yup. What's for snack? Is cake for snack?" "No cake till after supper," Lucy said, "unless your dad decides otherwise." "Decide otherwise, Dad," Nicky commanded, cantering ahead.
"Parker, do you have plans tonight?" Lucy asked. "I figured the boys could have some time alone and we could hang out." Saved. "I would love that. We can break open some of my father's wine and gossip about Ethan's flaws all night." Lucy reached for his hand. "He's driving me crazy. I'm thinking marriage was a huge mistake." "My God, it's like you're reading my mind," Ethan said. "Shall I call an attorney?" They grinned at each other. "Guys, I just ate, okay?" Parker said, cocking an eyebrow. The tiniest swirl of envy threaded through her. Lucy and Ethan were crazy in love, and yep, Ethan was the father of Parker's child. It wasn't as freaky as it sounded. Or maybe it was, and Parker was in denial. "We brought the itinerary for our trip," Ethan said, standing back to let the ladies go in first. "Figured you'd want a copy." "Great," Parker said firmly. "I'm dying to see it." Her friends had gotten married in February, but they hadn't had a honeymoon yet. Instead, they were taking Nicky to California as soon as preschool finished. San Francisco, Muir Woods, Yosemite. After that, Ethan would be occupied with the reopening of his restaurant, so the timing seemed perfect. It was just that it was for 3 weeks. 3 weeks without her boy.
"Daddy!"
Nicky galloped back and grabbed his father's hand.
"Come see my room. I cleaned it yesterday. Mommy made me. She said it was a sty, where pigs live. I found Darth Vader's head."
He tugged his father up the curving staircase. Parker and Lucy went through the house to the kitchen, Parker's favorite place in the house. "I brought us sustenance," Lucy said, holding out a bag. "White chocolate macadamia cookies." "Satan, get thee behind me." She took out a cookie. Heck yeah, still warm, and took a bite. Bliss. "Do you know I've gained 11 pounds since last year? You hit 35 and bam, all those things you ate in your 20s launched themselves onto your ass." Parker raised an eyebrow as Lucy laughed. "You'll see." "I already see," her friend said. "So what? You're a size 8 now? The horror, the horror." "Oh, I hit double digits some time ago. Let's never speak of it again." "You bet," Lucy said. Marriage agreed with her, Parker thought. Lucy'd had it rough, widowed before her first anniversary years ago. Jimmy, her husband, had been Ethan's older brother. Ethan and Lucy had been college friends. The shared loss brought them closer together. About 6 years after Jimmy died, Ethan and Lucy had finally hooked up. And somewhere in there, long before Ethan and Lucy had anything romantic together, he'd dated Parker for about 2 months. The guy had been great on paper, save for one minor detail. He'd been in love with Lucy. Parker always thought it funny that more people hadn't seen it. She broke up with him. It wasn't terribly hard. They'd already seemed more like old pals than anything. Then found out 6 weeks later that she was pregnant. They'd shared Nicky from the beginning. She took another cookie out of the bag and ate it. "Holy halos, these are good. Shoot me if I eat another. Where's the itinerary? It's color-coded, right? Tell me it's color-coded." "Of course it is," Lucy said, unfolding a 3-page spreadsheet. "So you'll be in San Fran for 3 days?" "4, Lucy pointed. "See? San Francisco's in pink." "Of course." Parker bent over the paper, grateful for Lucy's organizational skills. She'd know where her son was every minute. Ethan came into the kitchen and helped himself to a cookie. "Parker, what are your plans while we are away?" he asked. "Got anything lined up?" "Oh, I might bop out to Nantucket and see some old pals out there. Go into the city, maybe visit my mom. You know." She reached for another cookie. The truth was, she hadn't made any solid plans. The idea of having her son 4,000 miles away made her want to sleep at the airport in case something went wrong.
"Which it won't," the Holy Rollers assured her. "Lucy and Ethan are the best. Plus, it'll be good for Nikki to see what a healthy adult relationship looks like."
Take a bite, Parker thought. So she hadn't been in a relationship since Ethan. So she'd yet to go on a second date with anyone in 5 years. So what? She tended to attract emotionally unavailable men anyway. Married men, engaged men, sociopaths, that sort of thing. Better not to date at all. The fact that she'd spent a lot of time watching gritty TNT dramas and eating Ben & Jerry's should not be construed as jealousy. It was more like a filling of the gap. A gap that would now be uninterrupted for 3 weeks. When Ethan broached the vacation idea back in March, it had seemed like a fabulous idea. Parker on her own, free to do whatever she wanted. Sleep past 5 a.m., for example, as Nikki was like a rooster about mornings. Find that elusive new idea for a book series. Just because Parker had been born with a trust fund didn't mean she wanted to build a life around shopping for handbags. But as the spring progressed, she did nothing. What if something happened with Ethan's restaurant and the trip had to be canceled? What if a new book series came to her and she was on fire to write it, the way she'd heard other authors describe? She should probably stay home in case something came up. It didn't. And now, with 10 days to go, the time alone seemed to loom like a mineshaft. She didn't even have the Holy Rollers to keep her busy, and the fact that this even caused a twinge was deeply disturbing.
"I was hiding. No one found me. I beat you all."
Nikki charged into the kitchen with Elephant, his favorite stuffed animal. "Nikki, you can't hide without telling us, remember?" Parker said. "It's not a game that way."
"But I always win,"
her son pointed out. "He has a point," Lucy said. Parker grinned and knelt down. "Kiss me, mister. I love you."
"I love you too. Bye, Mom. Bye, Lucy."
He bolted out of the kitchen. "That's my cue. See you, girls. Have fun tonight." Ethan kissed Parker on the cheek, then went out to the foyer with Lucy, where Parker presumed he would kiss her goodbye, a little more intensely. For a second, she wondered if Lucy was here out of, well, sympathy. Once, she, Ethan, and Lucy had been 3 single friends. Now, instead of 3, it was 2 and 1.
"So, get a boyfriend,"
Golly advised. Since the release of the final book, it seemed to Parker that the Holy Rollers were aging in her imagination. They were depicted in the books as being about 8, but here Golly was already trying on mascara. "Right, a boyfriend," Parker answered. "I need that like a stick in the eye." She headed down to her father's beloved wine cellar, complete with a stone tasting room, fireplace and all. Thousands and thousands of bottles, including the bottle of Chateau Lafite, supposedly owned by Thomas Jefferson. Or not. Harry was quite a liar. She hadn't seen her father for a while now. The last time was when he'd held a wine-tasting dinner down here with a few sycophants from Wall Street, his omnipresent personal attorney, and one of the Kennedy clan, who was up for re-election. Her orders were to bring Nikki down to be introduced, then bring him back upstairs. And stay upstairs with him. Not that she'd have stayed, even if asked. Which she wasn't. Well, here was that nice 1994 Domaine de la Romanie Conti Harry had bragged about. $8,000 a bottle, far less than the 1996 vintage. Surely Harry wouldn't mind if his only child and her best friend drank that, right? He had a whole case, after all. She wouldn't tell Lucy how much it cost. Lucy was a little scared of Harry. Most people were. Parker went back upstairs, uncorked the wine, and let it breathe a little. Got out some goat cheese and grapes, some of those crumbly crackers. It was so great that Lucy had decided to hang out. Maybe too great.
"You've got to fill these empty hours somehow," Spike said.
"Hush," Parker said. "You were dead to me. Go, fly off to heaven." She poured 2 glasses of the wine and set the cheese plate on a tray. "Who are you talking to?" Lucy asked, coming back to the kitchen. "Spike." "Oh, dear. Well, listen, the books were very, entertaining, and they did a lot of good for a lot of kids. To the holy rollers." Lucy clinked her glass against Parker's. "May they rest in peace," Parker said, taking a healthy sip of wine. 6 years ago, Parker had been sitting in the office of a Harvard classmate, hearing for the 57th time that Mickey the Fire Engine, the children's story she'd written, wasn't good enough. "I'm sorry, Parker," George had said. "It's a little familiar." Familiar? Mickey was wonderful. And really, what the heck? She had a double degree from Harvard in literature and ethics. Half of her graduating class seemed to be writing romance novels. Parker had 56 rejections to her name. Make that 57. Mickey was full of sincerity and good messages, having a purpose, commitment, courage, second chances. With all the schlock that was out there, it was hard not to feel bitter. "Got anything else?" George asked, already glancing at his watch. "Yeah, I do," Parker said. "How's this? A band of child angels are sent to Earth to teach kids about God, right? They haven't earned their wings, though, so they roller skate everywhere. They're the holy rollers. Do you love it? All they eat is angel food cake, and they live in a tree fort called Eden, and whenever a regular kid is up against a tough moral decision, in come the holy rollers, and the preaching begins." She rolled her eyes. "It's the crippled lamb meets the little rascals meets the exorcist." She sighed and stood up. "Well, thanks for your time, George. Good to see you." "Hang on," he said. The next week she'd had an offer and a contract, and she and Suze, her old roomie from Miss Porter's school, had come to Greyhurst to celebrate, eat whatever Harry's chef felt like cooking them, swim in the indoor pool, and laugh at life's ironies. The second night they'd gone to Lenny's, the local bar, and there was Ethan Mirabelli, who'd flirted with them equally, despite Suze being gay and built like a professional wrestler. When Ethan had asked for Parker's phone number, Suze had given her a heavy elbow to the ribs, her way of indicating approval. And the rest, as they say, was history. Parker and Lucy took their goodies into the front room and were laughing over Lucy's in-laws' propensity for dropping by during certain intimate moments. "It's like they know," Lucy said. "Honestly, some days I think they have the apartment bugged." "They might," Parker agreed. Her phone rang, and Parker glanced at the screen. "Oh, speaking of difficult parents, it's my mother. I bet she has a husband for me." "Goody! Put her on speaker so I can hear too." Lucy clapped like a little kid. Parker clicked on. "Hi, Mom." "Darling, I have someone for you." Althea Harrington Wells, etc., sang out. Parker pulled a face for Lucy. "Hooray! Don't even worry about us meeting. Just start planning the wedding." Sarcasm is the lowest form of humor, haven't you heard? Anyway, his name is... well, I don't remember. But his last name is Gorman, as in Senator Gorman from Virginia. His father. Those charges were dropped, by the way. Isn't it exciting, sweetheart? I'm thinking the caucus room for your engagement announcement party, the National Cathedral for your wedding, reception at the senator's home on the Chesapeake. It's stunning. I looked it up on Google Earth. Just tell me when to show up in the big white dress. "Can I be matron of honor?" Lucy whispered. "Definitely. Mom, Lucy's here." "Lucy? My best friend?" "I'm aware, dear." Hello, sweetheart. Hi, Mrs. Althea, Lucy said. Lucy, maybe you can make her take this seriously. She's so obsessed with that child, she hasn't noticed she's getting old. Honestly, my only daughter, never married. It's awful, Lucy concurred, grinning. I tried to fix her up with my mute assistant at the bakery, but she said no to him, too. I'd rather date Jorge than a senator's kid, Parker said. His tattoos are amazing. That one of the crucifixion? So lifelike. Fine, make fun of me, girls. Oh, did you see my Facebook? I'm auditioning for Real Housewives out here. Maury thinks it's a great idea. Parker mimicked a scream, then said, That's great, Mom. So you think you might come visit next month? I'm not sure yet. Maury has this thing. How's Nicky? He misses you, Parker said, playing the guilt card. Well, you kiss that beautiful boy for me, all right? And seriously, sweetheart, think about the Gorman heir. I hate to think of you in that hideous old house, all alone except for your toddler. He's 5.5, Mom. Oh, well, when does one stop being a toddler? Anyway, it's not my point. My point is, oops, Maury's ringing in. Kisses to my grandson. Nice to hear your voice, Lisa. Bye, Parker. Talk soon. Bye, Mom. Parker sighed. More wine, Lisa? Lucy laughed. I like your mom. I'd like to see her more, that's for sure, Parker grumbled. Just as they'd finished their first glass of wine and were debating on whether to Google the Old Spice Man or Ryan Gosling, they heard the crunch of tires on the long gravel driveway. Think Nicky forgot something? Lucy asked, going to the window and pushing back the silk drapes. Eesh, it's your father and his entourage. Oh, bugger and damn. Do we have time to hide? I think I'm allowed to hide, Lucy said. You probably have to say hi. Don't you dare go anywhere, Parker ordered. A flare of nervousness, her trademark reaction to Daddy Dearest, flashed through her stomach. Almost automatically, she smoothed her hair and glanced down at her attire. Since she'd been at Nicky's school as Parker Wells, author, rather than Nicky's mom, she'd dressed up a little. Beige silk shirt, ivory pencil skirt, the fantabulous leopard print shoes. Good. A little armor. She joined Lucy at the window and looked out. The driver of the limo opened the back door, and Harry Wells emerged into the sunlight, followed closely by Thing 1 and Thing 2, his minions. Technically, Greyhurst was Harry Wells's home, though he lived in a sleek and sterile duplex on Manhattan's East Side. He only came to Rhode Island to impress clients, or when he couldn't avoid a family event. He was the third generation to run Wells Financial, once a conservative financial services firm, which Harry transformed into the kind of Wall Street playa that was often picketed by students and teachers' unions. He never traveled alone. Flunkies like Thing 1 and Thing 2 were part of Harry's makeup. The three men came up the walkway and into the house, Thing 1 and Thing 2 trailing at a respectful distance behind him, like castrati guards in a harem. Her father scanned her, unsmiling. Hi, Harry, she said, keeping her tone pleasant. How are you?
Parker, I'm glad you're here.
Her father glanced at her friend.
Lucy?
Hello, Mr. Wells. Nice to see you again. Harry took a deep, disapproving breath. Well, it seemed disapproving.
I have something to discuss with you, Parker. Is Nicky here?
He's with his father this weekend, but I can run over and get him. There was that pesky, hopeful note in her voice. If you don't like me, at least like my kid, Dad.
No, that's just as well. We need to discuss a few family matters.
He looked pointedly at Lucy, who smiled sweetly and, bless her heart, didn't move a muscle. Harry's eyes shifted back to Parker.
How's Apollo?
Still alive?
Good.
Pleasantries finished, he strode down the hallway.
"Join me in the study, please,"
he added, without looking back.
"Miss Wells, your father would like you to join him in the study," said Thing 2 somberly.
The man held a long and meaningless title at Wells Financial, but so far as Parker could tell, his job was to echo her father and occasionally slap him on the back in admiration. He fell into step behind Harry, keeping 6 or 7 paces behind.
"Parker, always lovely to see you."
And then there was Thing 1. It was his customary line, usually delivered with a raised eyebrow and a smirk, and she hated it. Yes, Thing 1 was attractive. Harry would never hire an ugly person. The whole cheekbones and perfect haircut and bored affect. Okay, he was hot. But he knew it, which detracted significantly, and that line, "Parker, always lovely to see you," blick. Add to the fact that he was a Harry in the making, and his appeal went down to nil. Thing 1 didn't work for Wells Financial. He was Harry's personal attorney, having replaced the original Thing 1 a few years ago. Why change a perfectly good nickname? He lived somewhere here in Rhode Island and did things like, well, Parker really didn't know. Occasionally she'd have to sign a paper he brought by. Otherwise he seemed fairly useless, glib, smug, and so far up her father's butt she wondered how he could see daylight. "Thing 1, she murmured with a regal nod. Miss Porter's hadn't been for nothing.
"It's James, since you can't seem to remember. I also answer to Mr. Cahill."
"Thing 1 suits you so much more." He gave her a sardonic look, then turned to her friend.
"Hello, Lucy," he said.
He'd met her at a number of Nicky-related events. God forbid Harry come alone.
"Congratulations on your wedding."
"Oh, thank you," Lucy said, looking a little surprised that he knew. Parker wasn't. Harry was hardly a doting grandfather, but he did keep tabs on Nicky's life. Or had his people keep tabs, as the case might be.
"After you, ladies," he said.
He looked somber. Parker was more accustomed to seeing him in full-blown slickster mode, kissing up to her dad, glad-handing whoever was around him. A small quiver of anxiety ran through her gut. Something was off. As they walked down the hall, Parker rubbed the tip of her ear. It was itchy. Stress eczema, probably, brought on by dear old Dad. Harry never did any real work in the study. So far as Parker could tell, he used it to impress and intimidate his colleagues. The room was beautiful, though, filled with first-edition books, Tiffany windows, a state-of-the-art humidor, and a desk the size of a pool table. Harry sat in his leather chair now, his thick gray hair perfectly cut, his suit Armani, his eyes cool. Around his arm was twined Apollo, her father's pet ball python. Yeah, you are your pet, right? Apollo was maybe 4 feet in length. Parker didn't spend a lot of time looking at him, as he gave her a hearty case of the heebie-jeebies. Nicky, though, in case living in a mansion wasn't cool enough, he loved to impress his friends with Apollo, whose glass cage, it must be noted, was always locked. Didn't want to have a python slithering around the house. No, indeed. The gardener was charged with feeding him and cleaning his cage. "It's so Dr. Evil," Lucy whispered, giving Parker's hand a squeeze. She went to a window seat and curled up there, nearby, but at a distance. "So, Harry," Parker said, that nervousness flaring again. She sat in one of the 3 leather chairs in front of the desk. Things 1 and 2 stood to one side, like soldiers at a funeral. "How are things? Are you here for the weekend?"
"No, and things have been better. Is my grandson almost finished with school?"
"Yes. Then he's going to California with his dad and Lucy." Harry glanced at Lucy.
"Glad to hear it."
"Glad to hear it," echoed Thing 2, scratching his stomach. Parker waited for Thing 1 to chime in, too, but he remained silent, his arms folded. Harry gazed at his pet, then kissed the snake's head. Parker tried not to flinch. That snake would make some very attractive shoes. Otherwise, he was her rival for Harry's attention. Well, hardly her rival. Apollo was ahead by miles. Her father looked at his minions.
"Gentlemen, have a seat."
Thing 1 and Thing 2 obeyed, taking the seats on either side of her. She glanced at Lucy, who gave her a nervous smile of solidarity. There was definitely something in the air, and for the life of her, Parker felt a little bit as if she was about to be sentenced. She wasn't far off.
"Well, there's no easy way to say this,"
her father said, stroking his snake. "No easy way," Thing 2 murmured. Harry didn't look up from the snake.
"We're broke. You have to move."
Chapter 2. James Cahill, also known as Thing 1, closed his eyes. Granted, Parker Wells was not his favorite person, but even so, hearing it put so baldly, uncool. Her friend gave a little squeak. Otherwise, there was silence. He glanced at the princess. She didn't move for a second, then tucked her hair behind one ear, the tip of which was growing red. Otherwise, she sat there, her profile to him. She crossed her legs. Said legs were flawless, long, smooth, perfect. Not that he was allowed to look at them. She'd put him in his place quite a while ago. And yes, she was being informed of her financial ruin. But man, those legs were incredible. "Broke," she said, then cleared her throat.
"That's right,"
Harry answered, petting the snake.
"You've heard of broke, I assume."
Now, James knew that Apollo was some kind of security blanket for Harry. Easier to break the news to his only child if he had something else to look at. Their whole vibe was always wicked uncomfortable. James hated having to go to Wells family events, but if Harry invited him, he'd come along. It was the least he could do, given what Harry had done for him. Didn't make things fun, though. Parker took a deep breath, her breasts rising under her silky shirt. Nice. Focus, idiot. The perils of being a straight guy in the room with a beautiful woman, even one who loved putting him down. "What happened, Dad?" she asked, her voice more gentle than James had ever heard it. And Dad. He couldn't say he'd ever heard her call him anything but Harry in the 6 years he'd been working for the guy. Harry shifted Apollo to his other arm.
"Just a bump in the road. For now, there's no more money."
"No more."
"James, fill her in."
"James, why don't you fill her in?" Vernon echoed, parrot-like. Right, time to earn that salary.
"Okay, well, it's a little complicated," he began.
She gave him a razor blade of a look. "Try me. I'm a Harvard grad." So much for her soft edges. And God forbid he forget that her blood ran crimson. James himself had gone to Boston University. Once he'd flirted with a Harvard girl and told her he went to BU. "Where's that?" she'd asked. Because if you went to Harvard, other schools didn't exist. She had, however, gone home with him. "Magna cum laude," Parker added.
"Should I kneel?"
he asked. Harry snorted, and Parker's mouth tightened. Not cool. James hadn't meant to make it seem as if it was boys versus girls here, even if it kind of was. Parker's friend cleared her throat. Parks, you want me to, get started on dinner?" "I'd rather you stayed," Parker said. Her tone was locked into rich girl drawl. "Please continue, Thing 1. "Yes, Majesty."
"It seems that Harry got mixed up in an insider trading deal."
She looked back at her father, who was stroking his snake. "Oh, Harry."
"Let him finish,"
Harry said, not looking away from Apollo. James shifted in his seat.
"Harry made a sizable investment in a company on which he'd had inside information."
"I know what insider trading is," she said.
And that was obviously unethical. But more to the point, the results weren't what the information promised.
Okay, here came the hard part.
To cover the losses to investors, your father needed to liquidate certain assets.
She blinked, and James felt a pang of sympathy for her as realization dawned in her eyes. "Which assets, Harry?" she asked, her voice calm. Harry looked at the python.
Your trust fund.
She looked at her hands, her mouth tight. "Granddad set that up for me."
Well, I've been managing it most of your life,
Harry snapped. There was a pause, and the grandfather clock in the corner ticked ominously.
Nicky's, too,
Harry added in a softer voice. James couldn't help but wince. It had to hurt, hearing your father had sold you down the river. Your kid, too. "You stole your grandson's trust fund, Harry?" Her voice was harsher now. Harry's lips pressed together.
I'm the administrator of the Wells Family Trust, Parker, as you are well aware. I liquidated it temporarily.
"Liquidated it temporarily," Vernon echoed, smiling like an idiot. James had almost forgotten he was here. "How temporarily?" "Yo!" came a voice. A shaggy-haired guy wearing overalls stood in the doorway. "Hey there, gang. Sorry, is this the Wells place?"
It is,
Harry said.
It's awesome, man. Really nice. So, like, we're the movers? Gonna start in the game room, okay? Billiard room, Harry muttered.
The mover laughed.
Totally! Colonel Mustard in the billiard room with a candlestick.
Dude, is that a snake?
Nice. Okay, better get going. This place is frickin' huge. See you later.
Parker's mouth was open. They are taking stuff already? Wow, Harry. You don't mess around. Her face was pale now, and James wished he could, well, make this easier for her somehow.
Parker, anything that you bought for you or Nicky or the house is yours. Everything else, I'm afraid, falls under Harry's assets, which the feds have seized. The investigator is aware that you're living here, and you have a little time to, pack.
My God. She squeezed her little finger and glanced at her pal, who was frozen. It'll be okay, Lucy murmured automatically. Harry cleared his throat.
Obviously, Parker, having these vultures pick over our belongings is not my choice. I'll get everything back.
Really? She said faintly.
Eventually. I'm a little constrained for the immediate future.
A little constrained, indeed, Vernon said. That was one word for it. James rubbed his forehead. Wicked headache coming on. So, Parker shook her head. About my trust fund and Nicky's, don't you need my signature to just empty it? There must be something left. Nope, there was nothing, and Harry had only needed James himself to file the paperwork. Poor planning on her part, that was for sure. At any time since her 18th birthday, she could have taken full control of that money. When her son was born, same deal. She never had.
Your signature wasn't required, Harry said, nor was your consent.
Your consent was not required, Vern said, nodding cheerfully. There was a crash and a curse from somewhere in the house. Parker took a deep breath. Wow, Harry. So it's gone? That was a lot of money.
Yes, Parker, Harry barked. I'm sorry to say you'll have to make do for a while, until I can recover some losses.
How long will that take, do you think? Again, Harry's eyes sought out James. Shit again.
That's undetermined right now, James said. Your father's being sentenced Monday morning.
Parker's hand went to her mouth. Oh, Dad. Twice in one day. Can I do anything?
Like what, Parker? He asked.
I don't know.
I'll be fine. I have a great team.
A great team, Vernon agreed.
Lucy got up from the window seat and went to Parker's side, took her hand. Good girl, James thought. Parker would be needing her friends, and so far as he could tell, Lucy here and the paragon of perfection, otherwise known as Ethan Mirabelli, were her closest. Or so it seemed from those dreaded family events he'd attended.
It's really nothing, Harry said. I'm not even sure I'll have to serve any real time.
James was sure. Oh, yeah. Harry was looking at somewhere around 5 years. His case wasn't the clusterfuck that some Wall Streeters had been involved in of late, but it was a clear-cut case. And after Bernie Madoff and the Occupy movement, there wasn't a judge in the country foolish enough to go easy on a case like this.
As I said, you'll have to move, Harry added. I'm hoping you'll take Apollo.
You know, James had to wonder sometimes what the hell was wrong with Harry. He loved the guy, yeah, but he was a pretty big idiot around his daughter. And yep, here it came. Parker's voice hardened.
Take Apollo? You were worried about your snake, Harry? How about your grandson? The one you robbed? Where should I take your grandson, Harry?
I'm sure his father would take him.
I'm not living away from my son, she exclaimed.
Her ears were burning red now. You can both live with us, Parker, Lucy said. We'll figure something out.
No. Lucy, thank you, but no. Harry, Ethan, and Lucy just got married. I'm not moving in with them. What about your apartment? You could sell that and...
Parker,
James said, as gently as he could.
The SEC has seized all your father's assets. The apartment, this house, the place in Vermont, everything.
She glanced out the window.
There goes the Steinway. Holy crap.
She swallowed, then looked at James, her expression bleak.
When do I have to be out?
They'll leave your rooms for last, he said. You have till the end of the month.
This month?
This month, Vernon confirmed.
She squeezed her pinky again.
Okay, she said, biting her lip. Well, I was actually thinking it might not be a bad idea to move to a smaller place.
Smaller place. Not a bad idea, Vernon echoed.
And James resisted the urge to duct tape his mouth shut. Let me go call Ethan, okay, Parker? Lucy said.
Okay,
Parker said distantly.
Look, Lucy said more firmly. You are not alone in this, okay? I have some money put aside, and you do the same for me. We're family.
Harry made a rude, snorting noise.
Shut up, Harry, Lucy snapped. You should be grateful she has friends when her own father does this to her.
Score 1 for Team Lucy.
Thanks, Luce, Parker said. But it's fine. I'll be fine. But sure, go call Ethan. Fill him in.
Whereupon the paragon would no doubt charge up the driveway on his white horse and rescue the mother of his child. Which, no doubt, Parker would love. James sighed. Harry was staring at the python, and James thought, not for the first time, that if he gave his daughter as much attention as he gave the snake, things would be a lot less chilly in the Wells family.
So, my trust fund's gone, she said. The stock market's not too bad these days. How's my portfolio doing?
Harry still didn't look at her.
Anything you had through Wells Financial is now unavailable.
Unavailable?
I'll get it back, Parker, Harry snapped. You have what's in your checking account at the moment. Do you have anything in savings?
No, you told me the stock market was better then. Well, what am I saying? You were a felon. I took advice from a felon. Good God, I guess I should have stuffed some cash into the mattress.
Parker gave a shaky laugh. Clearly, the news was catching up with her. She ran a hand through her long hair,
the strands falling back into place. Smooth, silky hair that...
Been there, worshipped that, his conscience chided.
"I can believe you took my money," she said. "But I can't believe you stole Nicky's. That's really low, Harry, even for you."
"It was necessary," he barked.
"For what? For covering your ass?" James held up his hands.
Okay. Let's try to calm down. This is a lot to take in. Your father made a mistake."
"How much did you lose, Thing One?" she asked abruptly. James hesitated. "Oh, I get it," she said. And if looks could kill, James would be lying in a bottomless puddle of blood right about now. "So you know. Well, do go on."
"You have $6,000 in your checking account, and since that's in your name only, it's free and clear." "I have to make a phone call," Harry said, unwinding his pet and putting him back in the case. "Vernon, come with me, please. I need the information on the drug company stock. Parker, James can fill you in on the rest."
"There's more? Are you going to beat me with a rubber hose, Thing One? I can't wait." James waited till the study door closed, leaving him alone with Parker and Apollo. Nope, not alone. The mover was back.
"Okay if we start in the dining room? Packing up that china is going to take a while. It's really nice. Expensive, I bet."
"Go for it," Parker said. When he was gone again, she looked at James. "Is Harry really going to jail?" she asked. And James had to say it wasn't the question he imagined she'd ask.
"Yes. He went to the DA and confessed this morning, so that's why it hasn't been in the news yet. Monday morning, though."
She gave him an odd look. "He confessed? That doesn't seem like him." James looked at his hands.
"Yeah."
There was that ticking noise again. Parker sighed. "So all this other stuff, Granddad's boat and the paintings and Grandma's china, it doesn't belong to us anymore?" He turned to face her.
"Anything in this house that you personally bought stays with you. Your clothes, artwork, your car, anything you bought for your son. But the rest will go to refund what Harry's clients lost."
"So I have no savings, no portfolio, no trust fund, and we have to move. Is that it, in a nutshell?"
"Harry was able to secure another $5,000 in cash for you."
James reached into his briefcase, a gift from Harry, and handed her an envelope, which she took automatically.
"You have some jewelry that's yours, right?"
"I guess so," she said. James knew exactly what she had, as it was listed on the insurance forms. Nothing spectacular. Some aging pearl necklaces, a few antique stick pins from her grandmother. All in all, maybe worth another couple grand. Parker wasn't the type to drape herself in diamonds, or redecorate, or buy a sports car. She drove a Volvo cross-country that was a good 5 or 6 years old. She didn't even travel that much. She was like the Wells family of yore. Quieter, old money, New England wealth. Harry was the new breed. Make sure the world knew how much you had by spending every cent. And even though she'd handed him his nuts on a platter a few years ago, he couldn't help feeling really shitty about the whole situation.
"I know this is a lot to take in,"
he said gently, and she cut her eyes over to him. Yikes. "I suppose there was no way you could have given me a heads up, Thing One."
"No. I'm sorry. Attorney-client privilege."
"Hope that lets you sleep at night."
"Moving on," James continued. "You do own the house in Maine."
"Which house in Maine?" Rich people, honestly.
"Your great-aunt, Julia Harrington, left you a house when she died 6 years ago. Ring a bell?"
She frowned. "Oh my gosh, right. I was just about to have Nicky when she died. Where is it? I never did make it up there." James kept his expression neutral. How do you forget about inheriting a house?
The house is in Gideon's Cove,
he said, handing Parker the folder.
north of Bar Harbor.
He knew the town, or he did once. His bachelor uncle owned a bar up there, and James had spent a couple of summers with him as a teenager. "So I could sell that, right?" Parker asked, her expression brightening a little. "Sell the house and have a nest egg?"
You could,
James said. He didn't know which house was hers, though he had a copy of the deed. If he remembered, Shoreline Drive had some nice places on it. "Fine." She was quiet for a minute. "I'll go up there when Ethan and Lucy take Nicky on vacation. Slap on some paint and get it listed with a real estate agent."
Sounds like a plan, he said.
His own experience was that life was rarely that easy, but for her sake, he hoped it was.
You reminded her about the house?
Harry asked, striding back into the room.
Yes, sir, he answered. Good. Parker, James knows the area. He'll go with you and check out the property.
Right. She'd love that. God save him.
He'll go with you, Vernon agreed.
No, he won't, Parker said. But thanks all the same, Thing One.
Don't be foolish, Harry said sharply. You'll need help.
Parker turned to James, her eyes about as warm as Apollo's. Thing One, my father is so very kind to offer your services, but no thank you.
Fine, Harry said. Do whatever you want. You always do. We'll be in touch.
Harry, she began, standing up. There was the pinky squeeze again. Are you sure I can't do anything for you?
I'll be fine.
He flashed her a toothy smile that was so far from sincere it made James wince. Then Harry strode back out, looking every bit the master of Wall Street he used to be, Vernon murmuring on his heels. And James, he well knew, was expected to follow. He stood up, then turned to Parker, who was staring at the snake.
I'm really sorry about all this, Parker, he said. I'll do whatever I can to help.
She gave him a look they must have taught her at her fancy prep school. I'm sorry, and you are? Save the ass-kissing for my father, Thing One. Sigh. Some people never changed.
I mean it.
So do I. Okay, enough with the princess act.
I am good for some things, he said. As you might remember. Carpentry is one of them.
Really? How fascinating. Bye-bye, Thing One. And tell my father I'm not taking that snake. James stood there another minute, torn between guilt, his favorite pastime, the desire to help her in some way, and the fact that he could see down her shirt a little bit from here. Fantastic view.
You don't take anything seriously, do you? His father's voice demanded in his head.
Hard to deny.
I loved the last Holy Rollers book, by the way, he added.
Then your IQ is even lower than I thought. He couldn't help a smile. Parker looked away. Call me and let me know what happens on Monday, she said.
Will do.
He picked up his briefcase and turned back to her.
See you in Maine.
She shot him an icy look. Not if I see you first. The gun laws are pretty clear about intruders on private property. He said nothing. Go, Thing One. Your master awaits. James obeyed. There was nothing else he could do. For now, anyway. Chapter 3. In the 2 weeks since her father's bombshell, Parker thought she'd done a pretty good job of holding it together. She was a mother. You don't get to walk around cursing like Job or crying. And Lucy had been amazing that first weekend, helping her through the initial shock, going through the house, determining what could reasonably be called Parker's as the movers tagged and wrapped her family's belongings. Not a lot was Parker's outright. Her Mac, of course, a few pieces of furniture, a couple of paintings, a few little things for the house, a vase, some throw pillows, nothing tremendously valuable.
You know I'll help with money, Lucy'd said at least 15 times. I have Jimmy's life insurance and...
I appreciate that, Parker said. But you know what? It's okay. It's shocking, sure, but Ethan's got a nice bit tucked away for Nikki's college, and I can flip the house in Maine and have a little money and write some more books, or get a job doing something else. She smiled firmly, trying to forget that she'd A, ignored her father's advice to major in economics, and had instead double majored in 2 such ridiculously unemployable fields that she actually woke up covered in a cold sweat one night. English was bad enough, but ethics? Ethics? And B, she hadn't had a new idea for a book series since the hideous Holy Rollers had been conceived. It was such bad timing that she'd given the little suckers their wings and halos. She could have milked them forever. But honestly, after the initial shock, it was a little hard to feel as if a great injustice had befallen her. For 35 years, she'd had more privilege and wealth than 98% of the world. When she'd watched the footage of the Occupy Wall Street gang, back before she was broke, she couldn't help thinking they had a point. And now the point had been made. Now she was normal. Better than normal, according to Lucy. She had a little over 11 grand in her bank account, no debt, and a house on the coast of Maine. By Paris Hilton standards, she was destitute. By normal people standards, sitting kind of pretty. "I'm going to miss coming over here," Lucy said as she folded a sweater. "Guess I'll need to find another friend with a mansion." Parker smiled, appreciating Lucy's attempt to keep things light, not to mention her help at packing. Lucy was very organized. "Good luck with that." "How does Nicky seem to be doing?" "Well, you know how he is. One minute he thinks it's great that we're moving. The next he forgets why we are packing. I don't think he's really wrapped his brain around the idea that we won't be coming back to live here. But I was thinking of moving anyway. It's easier than explaining why my father's in jail." "He told Ethan that Grandpa Harry was in a timeout." "Yeah, that's how I put it. He had to go away and think about playing by the rules and being greedy." She winced. Nicky still took it pretty hard. But Harry'll probably be out on good behavior and all that in a couple years. Years? Crikey. "And how are you doing with that, Parker? I know you and your father aren't really close, but still." "Yeah, but still." She gave Lucy a quick look. "I don't know. I feel bad for him on the one hand. On the other, he deserved it. Then again, I've lived off family money all my life, and I never really looked at where it came from. So anyway, it all belongs to the feds now." "It must be hard, though." Parker swallowed. It was hard. The people from the SEC had been here last week, and they'd let her keep a few sentimental things. A model of a duck that her grandfather had carved, the little white vase her grandmother had let her fill with flowers from the garden. "Well, I did snag a few bottles of wine from the cellar." "Priorities." "Exactly. And it was nothing really expensive." "So tell me about your cottage in Maine. Am I wrong to think bush compound? Sort of like this place, but with gray shingles?" Parker snorted. "I don't know. I only met my great-aunt a couple of times. You know my mother, always dragging me off to a new stepfather. When we did see family, someone was always having a nervous breakdown. There were no picnics, no bonfires, no uncles who dressed up as Santa. One of my few memories of Aunt Julia is that she told me to start smoking or I'd get fat. I was probably about 13 at the time." She gave Lucy a rueful smile. "Geez, Parks, how come you are so normal?" "I'm probably not," she admitted, tossing some socks into her suitcase. "So you barely see your relatives, but you inherit their summer homes?" "Yes, it's our own form of guilt and family obligation, and to make up for decades of bitterness, alcoholism, and neglect." "Weren't you curious about the house?"
Parker shrugged. Well, I was 9 months pregnant when Julia died. Then that colic, remember? I could barely say my own name for 6 months. The truth is, I kind of forgot about it. Parker zipped up his suitcase. I did a Google search of the address, but all I got was a spot on a map. No satellite pictures available. Apparently, I have a second or third cousin up there, according to my mom. I left a message on what I think is her machine. Well, it's great that you'll have someone close by. I know. I did see pictures of the town, and it's really pretty loose, like a postcard, lobster boats and pine trees. And I do know the house has a water view, so how bad can it be? Right! I bet it's beautiful. So I'll zip up there, spend a little money, flip it, zip back down here, find a place for us to live, and we should be all set before Nikki starts kindergarten. She folded a cashmere hoodie. It'll be fun. It'll be good for me. And what about a new book series? Think you'll get some writing done up there? The $1,000,000 question. I hope so. I figured my father's crimes would hurt sales, right? But no, the opposite. And now my publisher's all over me for another idea before the notoriety fades. Can you believe that? Well, that's good, I guess, that you're wanted. Yeah, it was good. It was just a little disheartening to picture writing another sappy series, rather than that elusive, noble, touching Charlotte's Web kind of masterpiece she'd been hoping to pull off. Attitude is everything, the Holy Rollers chided. I'm really excited to get started. That's better, the HRs cheered. They'd aged to about 12 and giggled a lot these days. So I was thinking, Lucy said, shooting her a little smile. No kid for 3 weeks? You should have a fling. Parker snorted. No, it'd be great. A summertime romance with some hot sailing dude or fisherman. I'm thinking George Clooney in The Perfect Storm. His character dies. You can do a little swimming, eat some lobster, do whatever else they do in Maine. But live a little, Parker. Find a summer hottie and get it on, girl. What do you say? I cannot believe I'm hearing this from you, of all people. Princess Purity turned pimp. Listen, you're the one who admitted to watching Neil Patrick Harris's Emmy speech 8 times. I'm up to 11, actually, and I'm convinced I could turn him straight. Yeah, okay, we all have that dream. But a fling would be great, Parks. Come on. Who was the last guy you slept with, Parker? No comment. Oh, crikey. Was it Ethan? Parker winced. Nope. No, it wasn't. It was. Oh, my gosh. Ethan, who is now married to your best friend. Lucy grabbed another sweater and folded it. That's both sick and sad. Please stop pimping me. It's so unlike you. Right. Remember that singles thing you made me go to last year? Who was pimping whom? What's pimping? Nikki burst into the room. Yes, ladies, what is it? Ethan asked, raising an eyebrow. It's a grown-up thing, Parker said. It involves, baby making. Gross, Nikki said. Exactly, Parker agreed, looking at Lucy with a smile. Fling, Lucy mouthed. Daddy couldn't find me, Nikki said, jumping on the bed and rolling amid Parker's clothes like a puppy. I was in the pantry, and he couldn't find me. I didn't know we were playing, Nick, Ethan said. You were supposed to answer when I call. Okay, sorry. Her son began trampolining on the bed. Guess what, Mom? Bounce. Daddy says, bounce. Our plane leaves. Bounce. In 4, bounce. More, bounce. Hours. He jumped off the bed with a thud. And I might get some peanuts from the waitress. Parker's throat tightened. She ran a hand through Nikki's hair, which was still baby soft. Don't change too much while you are gone. You'll have so much fun, sweetheart.
I know it. You should come too.
Well, I'll be up in Maine, so I'll have a vacation too. And Daddy will bring you up there when you get back. It's really pretty. We can eat lobster. Maybe go sailing.
Okay. Kiss Elephant.
He held up his stuffed animal for a smooch. Parker obeyed and gathered her son in her arms, breathing in his salty little boy smell. I love you, Nicky, she whispered.
I love you too, Mommy,
he said. Then he wriggled out of her arms, seeming to see her suitcases for the first time.
We won't live here ever again,
he said, his voice quavering. No, honey, I'm sorry.
Then I want a house just like it.
We'll have a smaller place, like Daddy and Lucy's.
I want this house. I'm gonna come back here and live.
Nicky, pal, Ethan said. This house is really big. It's meant for lots and lots of people. But the new house will be yours and Mommy's. And you can help pick it out, right, Parker?
Definitely. She gave Ethan a grateful look.
I want it to be purple.
Nick folded his arms across his chest. I love purple, Parker said. Ethan glanced at his watch and gave her an apologetic look.
We really should get going.
This was it. 3 weeks. 23 days if one was counting, and Parker definitely was, without her son. She picked him up again and held him tight, relishing his strong little arms around her neck. I love you, Nick. I'll call you every night, and we can use Skype.
I'll call you every night, Nicky said. And every morning, and in the daytime, too.
Any time you want, Ethan said. Lucy, can you take Nicky down to the car?
You bet. Lucy hugged Parker. Love you. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Fling. Sure, Parker said. You guys have fun, okay? It's the trip of a lifetime.
Bye, Mom. Elephant says bye, too.
Bye, Elephant. Bye, Nicky. I love you. Then Lucy took Nicky by the hand and led him down the long hall.
Don't worry, Parker, chimed the Holy Rollers. No one can replace you. You are the mom.
Parker.
Ethan took the shirt she was folding, apparently, and put it on the bed.
I know this hasn't been easy, and you've been a rock, but I know it's been a lot.
His eyes were so kind and nice that Parker could feel her own filling. Dang it. It's a little overwhelming, she whispered.
I know, but you're not alone in this. I love you. Lucy loves you. You gave my parents their only grandchild, and they think you walk on water. You have all of us.
He kissed her forehead.
Especially me.
Not for the first time, Parker wished things had been different with her and Ethan. The guy was damn near perfect. I do know that, Ethan, and I appreciate it. Things aren't that bad, really. It's just been fast. But I'll flip the house up there and we'll be fine. He looked at her another minute.
Okay.
He squeezed her shoulders and let her go.
I'll call you when we land.
Thanks.
Have fun in Maine.
I will. I really will. It'll build character.
You have plenty of character.
With that, he hugged her again and left. A minute later, she heard the echoing thud of the front door closing. Alone in an 8,000-square-foot house. Once, when she was 7, she'd roller-skated down the big hallways and into the vast kitchen, where Bess, the cook, had given her a slice of rhubarb pie. Most of the year, the Wells family, Althea, Harry, and Parker, had lived in New York, in an apartment on the Upper East Side, but Greyhurst had always felt more like home. When she was very small, her grandfather had still been alive, and she had some cherished memories of a man with a deep voice who smelled like wintergreen lifesavers. For a few magical weeks each summer, They'd come here and be together, Harry around for dinner, Althea making sand castles on the beach. Her 3 cousins, all girls, would come over to play, and they'd spy on the grown-ups and make forts in the endless rooms of Greyhurst. Her dad had taught her to sail, and she and Althea played tennis after dinner. But when she was 10, her parents divorced, and summer was never the same. Harry became a stranger, and Althea married Clay, the first of Parker's stepfathers, less than a year afterward. Per court order, she'd visit Rhode Island for a week or 2 in the summer, sometimes foisted off on her aunts, then spending a torturous few days alone with Harry, who'd work most of the time. Then it would be off to whatever summer program was the in thing that year. A summer at sea, another at the Sorbonne, one in Scotland with other daughters of rich people. And don't get her wrong, she'd had some great times, seen some beautiful places. But those summers here at Greyhurst, before she realized what kind of man her father was, before her mother had become a serial trophy wife, those summers had been the best. Her 5th birthday party had been here, and there'd been a white pony. When she was 9 or so, she'd had a sleepover, and the gardener had rigged up a screen in front of the indoor pool, and Parker and 5 friends had bobbed around on inner tubes and watched Jaws. And this was where she'd brought Nicky home after he was born. She'd rocked him in her grandmother's Morlock chair and looked out at the sea. How could she not love the place where she learned how to be a mother? Now, Nicky's beautiful room would be someone else's. The dining room, where they'd once tied a rope and played Tarzan. The topiary in the back, where they'd had so many lunches. The back parlor, where she and Lucy had spent many a girls' night, laughing until they cried. All someone else's. Well, self-pity wasn't going to get her car packed up. The moving truck was coming to take her clothes and most of the stuff to storage. Nicky's bunk bed, the big white sofa she had in her office, the collection of Holy Rollers books in their many translations, the photo albums and framed pictures of Nicky's artwork. All her life, Parker knew, she'd had the cushion of not just a trust fund, but the security of being a Wells of the Rhode Island Wellses. John Kennedy had once sailed his boat here and stayed for dinner, as he and her grandmother were childhood friends. Evie White had played tennis on Greyhurst's courts with her grandfather. Now, for the first time, Parker was truly on her own. It was oddly thrilling. She'd use what she needed to spiff up the house in Maine and turn a cushy profit. What, maybe a couple $100,000? Not bad for a woman who was broke. And you know what else? Maybe Lucy was right. Lady Land had been long ignored. Maybe a little summer romance would be a good thing. Heck yeah, she had 23 days on her own. Might as well live a little. But now she'd go downstairs, uncork a bottle of her father's cheapest. She'd take it out onto the back terrace and enjoy Greyhurst's view for the last time. And maybe, since no one else was around, she'd have a good cry and skate down the halls one more time. Chapter 4. After 8 hours in the car, Parker finally saw what she was looking for. A white sign surrounded by pansies and the words, "Welcome to Gideon's Cove, population 1,411. Finally, she muttered, slowing the car. Maine was flipping enormous, and one didn't really understand how enormous until one had to drive the entire length of the thing. But she was here at last. Hopefully, in a few moments, she'd be opening the door of her inheritance, pouring a glass of wine and running a hot bath. "You deserve it," cheeped the female Holy Rollers, who were much more in tune with this kind of thing than the boys. "You said it, sisters," Parker muttered. She'd been talking to them the entire drive. Just one more reason to be grateful she was here. The downtown of Gideon's Cove consisted of a tiny library, 2 churches, a town hall, and about 4 storefronts. A bar with a neon bud sign in the window. There was a cheerful little diner. It seemed to be the only restaurant in town. Parker grimaced. It was cute, but not exactly a tourist mecca. No t-shirt stores, no ice cream shop, no fried clam shack. How robust could the real estate market be in a town with 1,400 people? The road ended at the harbor parking lot. Parker pulled into a space and looked out at the view. Okay, yes, it was beautiful here. The cove was edged with a ragged line of gray rock and pine trees, the water a deep cobalt accented by choppy waves. A small fleet of lobster boats, 6 or 8 of them, bobbed in the darkening blue of the evening. Beyond the cove was the Atlantic, and clouds tinged with pink and lavender rested on the horizon. Gorgeous. And somewhere close by was her house. The Harringtons had been wealthy, too. Not like the Wells family, but sedately comfortable. Althea had gone to Bryn Mawr and grew up in Westchester. Aunt Julia had been from the Boston side of the family and had lived in a musty but respectable townhouse. Parker had only visited a few times, so her memory was dim. A house on the coast of Maine. Surely it had potential. Unfortunately, her GPS didn't acknowledge the existence of Shoreline Drive. Wouldn't hurt to find someone to ask. Parker got out of the car, her lower back creaking a little, stretched and inhaled deeply. Then gagged. Bugger! What was that smell? Sure, Gideon's Cove was a fishing village, but there was fish, and then there was this. Briny, fishy, and rotten, thick enough to practically taste. It must have had something to do with the corrugated metal building past the harbor master's building. A few more breaths, and the smell wasn't quite so repulsive. The wind was stiff and salty, so at least there was that. And though it was a beautiful evening, no one seemed to be around. Seagulls hovered on the breeze, and waves slapped against the white hulls of the boats. The wind shushed through the pines. Farther away, Parker heard some music, a baby crying. Mostly, though, it was quiet. Aha! There was someone, a man motoring in from one of the lobster boats. He pulled up to the dock, jumped neatly out and tied off the boat, then came up the ramp toward her. Perfect. A local who could give her directions. "Hi," Parker called, waving in case he missed her. He stopped in front of her, then nodded. "Oh, Mommy." The word fling jumped rather forcefully to mind. She glanced at his left hand. No ring. Perfect. Lucy had urged her to have a fling, and the gods of fling had sent the sky. How was that for convenience? Black hair, light blue eyes, laugh lines. Welcome to Gideon's Cove, indeed. He didn't say a word, just looked at her. Perhaps he was mute. "Hi there," she said again, sticking out her hand. "I'm Parker. I'm visiting for a few weeks." He nodded again and shook her hand briefly, his hand strong and calloused.
Malone.
Dead sexy, just the one name. "Nice to meet you." He didn't answer, which was fine. He didn't have to speak. He could simply stand there, looking hot. Okay, but yes, it was going on a little long. So, how to proceed? Truth was, Parker was a little, very out of practice on the boy-girl front. Too bad fling material didn't say, "Hey there, Blondie, welcome to town. Let me buy you a drink and show you around. Maybe we could have a fling, because I find you very attractive." Yeah, no. He didn't seem to be the talking type, but he hadn't left either. "So," she said. "Right. Well, I'm looking for my aunt's house, Julia Harrington. She lived on Shoreline Drive." He didn't say anything. "Do you happen to know where that is?" He said nothing more for a second, then, realizing perhaps more was required, cleared his throat.
About a mile out of town, that side of the cove."
Malone pointed.
"Take a left out of the lot, then a quick right, and there you are."
His voice was rough, and he dropped his R's even more than they did in Rhode Island. It worked. "Thanks," Parker said. her voice perhaps a little breathy.
"Go ahead, ask him out," Spike advised. "He's a guy. He'll say yes."
Her ears were itchy. "Well, I'm sure I'll see you around. Small town and all."
That was not asking him out.
"And thank you, Malone, was it? Malone."
Still not asking him out.
"So, I'll see you around." Jeez, so out of practice. But no, looky here. He was smiling a little. Heck yeah, maybe she wasn't so bad at this after all.
"Good night," he said.
Nope, she did suck. She would have said good night, but he was already walking away.
"That was terrible,"
the Holy Rollers said in disappointment. They were right. She was very bad at asking men out. This hadn't always been the case, but it was sure true now, wasn't it? Tall, dark, and silent, had simply appeared, all tousled and manly, with those rough and calloused hands that, come on, probably knew their way around the female anatomy, because, really, how many gay lobster men were there? All right, settle down, she told herself, getting back into her car. Talking aloud, the writer's affliction. Let's get home before we start jumping the locals. Home. That had a nice sound to it. Yes, indeed. Julia's house was at 97 Shoreline Drive, and Parker drove slowly, checking the numbers on mailboxes and doors. The road wasn't much wider than a driveway. There were a few very nice houses, 2 Victorians, a Greek revival, but they grew smaller and more sparse as the road curved with a rocky shoreline, leaving behind the snug little town, surprisingly fast. The last house was 66 Shoreline Drive. Otherwise, there was nothing, other than a decrepit little shed that appeared to be about to fall into the ocean. Hang on a sec. The road led to a small peninsula that jutted out into the cove, and Parker glimpsed a clearing in the pine trees. Heart rate kicking up a few levels, she wound down the road, then slowed to a stop. This had to be it. It was the end of Shoreline Drive. An iron gate barred the driveway, flanked by stone posts and a small, tasteful sign. Welcome to the Pines at Douglas Point. Number 66 was a ways back. This had to be 97. Heck yeah. She turned off the engine and got out of the car. Lucy had joked about the Bush compound, but Parker wasn't sure the Bushes could afford this place. The house was gorgeous. Smaller, much smaller than Greyhurst, but absolutely stunning. The driveway led up through the pines to what had to be a 15 or 20-room stone house. Slate-shingled roof, iron lamp posts. Though the light was fading from the sky, Parker could see mullioned windows galore, huge beds of white and red impatiens, hydrangeas, mountain laurel, and ivy. The place was like a park. Good Lord, in 10 minutes she could be inside, wine and bath a reality. Thank you, Aunt Julia, Parker breathed. She couldn't wait to see what it looked like. Was it furnished? She had an air mattress just in case, but given how well kept the outside was, she'd bet it was full of solid old furniture. Maybe there was a caretaker. It sure looked that way. Weird that she owned the place and had never been sent a bill or anything. Then again, maybe her accountant had taken care of it. Still, she should have known if someone was on the payroll. Whatever, she wasn't complaining. You know what? She'd have a party before she sold it. Nicky could wear his little tux, and she'd wear that ice blue Vera Wang, and they'd send out invitations. Parker Harrington Wells and Nicholas Giacomo Mirabelli warmly request the honor of your company for the weekend at the Pines at Douglas Point, Gideon's Cove, Maine. Okay, let's get inside, Parker muttered. There was a code box. She flipped it open. State of the art. Getting back into the car, she reached into the glove compartment and pulled out the envelope Thing One had given her the day he told her she was broke. There was the deed, there was his business card, there was a key, but no code. Dang it. She pulled out her phone and found Thing 1 on her contacts list. It went right to voicemail. The one time she actually needed something from him, and he was unavailable. "Hi, Thing 1, it's Parker. I'm here in Gideon's Cove, and I have the key, but I don't have a code for the gate. Would you please call me as soon as you get this? Thanks." Her irritation with her father's minion faded as she looked back at the house. It was so pretty, and far less imposing than Greyhurst. Good Lord, she could get at least $500,000 for this place, probably much more. And hey, maybe she could even hang on to it and rent it out.
"Problem,"
came a voice, and Parker jumped and whirled around. It was fling material, Malone, sitting in a somewhat battered pickup truck, and 10 minutes apart hadn't diminished his appeal. Unless he was stalking her, which, though a flattering thought, was somewhat terrifying. "Oh, hi again." She held her phone up to her ear. "Just talking to my lawyer," she lied, in case he was a serial killer. "But I found it fine, thanks. See you around. Have a good night."
"You're at the wrong place."
Parker blinked. "Excuse me?"
"Julia Harrington's is back there."
Malone nodded behind him. "Where back there?" Parker asked.
"That little place you just passed."
Parker looked back down the road. There was nothing except the shed. She glanced at Malone. He nodded. No, that couldn't possibly. Oh, no. Her stomach twisted abruptly. That wasn't a house. It was a shack, a falling into the ocean hut. "That?" she squeaked.
Yeah?
No. That house had boards over the windows. It was crooked somehow. It couldn't have been more than 5 feet from tumbling down to the rocky beach below. Square footage-wise, it wasn't really a house at all. It was the size of her bedroom back home. Odd little noises were coming from her throat. She swallowed and turned to the lobster guy. "You sure?"
"Julia Harrington's?"
"Yes."
"I'm sure, then."
Bugger and damn. Parker took a deep breath, then another.
"You need anything?"
Malone asked. A different house?" He didn't respond. "No, I'm fine. It's okay. Thanks for checking, though." He nodded and put his truck in gear. "Wait, Malone, is there a hotel in town?" He shook his head.
"Used to be a bed and breakfast, but it burned over the winter."
"Well, tie her to an anchor and throw her in an ocean full of hungry sharks."
"Good night, then,"
Malone said, then was gone, his taillights disappearing around the corner. Good news was he hadn't murdered her. Bad news was, oh crap, this beautiful house wasn't hers, and that tenement appeared to be. Parker got back in the car and sat for a minute. "It's a fixer-upper," chirped the Holy Rollers. "Easy for you to say," she snapped. "You're imaginary. You won't be picking up a hammer and helping, will you?" She threw the car in reverse and backed out the driveway. "I really wanted you," she called back to the pines. Yes, she wanted a house with a name. Call her shallow, but bugger, she did not want to live in a shack, even for a few weeks. 97 Shoreline Drive was on the ocean side of the road. The hill was steep as it rose from the harbor, and it was clear why there weren't many other houses around. Most of them had probably fallen victim to storms over the years. The shack sat on cement pilings, a 2-foot gap between the earth and the house. No basement, clearly. She walked around the house slowly, the grass up to her knees. Were there mice in there? Probably. She shuddered. She hated mice. Her father liked to dangle them over Apollo's cage before dropping them to their doom. Upon further inspection, she saw that the shack was, or had once been, an actual house, like something Nicky would draw, a square box with a triangle on top. The gray shingles had warped, pulling away from the side of the house like eyelashes, and great shards of paint peeled from the once white trim. The roof was patchy and battered, complete with crumbling chimney, but at least there was some form of heating, she guessed. All the windows were boarded, and the aluminum screen door was off its hinges, leaning against a rusting front door. Clearly, people had tried to break in over the years. There were dents all around the door handle, and the small window pane was broken. A cluster of lilac trees was in full bloom. "Good sign, right?" Parker asked, her voice a bit unfamiliar. The HRs agreed that, yes, it was indeed a positive indicator. There was a wooden stairway down to a small dock, but it was nearly full dark now, and Parker was not about to break her neck figuring out whether or not the stairs were sound. "Bite the bullet," she said aloud. "Time to go inside and view your inheritance." The key Thing One had supplied fit fine. Had he known this was her house? Had Harry? Think they might have given her a hint at what lay ahead? Parker turned the lock, which slid open after some wiggling. The door was warped, however, and stuck fast, so she shoved harder, using her shoulder. Once, twice, 3 times, and bam, it opened. Pitch dark inside. She groped on the wall for a light switch and got lucky. Someone had turned on the electricity, or it had never been turned off, and a harsh yellow light momentarily blinded her. Permanently blinded might have been better. Parker closed her mouth, then opened it to swear, then realized that she didn't know a word bad enough. Aunt Julia had been a hoarder. Faded boxes and stacks of crumbling newspapers lined the hallway, so there was only a tiny path leading into the house. The smell was so thick and dry, Parker choked. There was so much crap everywhere, it was hard to take in. Pots, pans, candlesticks, yellowing plastic containers, paper plates, old fabric, swollen paperbacks, a set of encyclopedia, plastic dolls. Cripes, and this was just the hallway. Parker lifted her gaze to the cracked plaster walls, visible above the hoard, to the cracked plaster ceiling. God, the place was a wreck. She tried to take a calming breath, choked, and pulled up her shirt to cover her mouth. Or muffle her scream, she thought darkly.
"It's only stuff," Spike said. "Check it out a little. See what you got."
Good advice, good advice. To her left was a bathroom, the door open. Pepto-Bismol pink tub spilling over with stuff. But there was a sink visible and a toilet, thank the Lord. First things first.
"You're not really going to pee in there, are you?" asked the female Holy Rollers. "When was that last cleaned?"
"Where else should I go?" Parker answered. "Outside?" A girl had to do what a girl had to do, especially after 2 coffees on the way up. Still, the horror of the situation was not lost on her. An eyeless doll lay in the bathtub, just in case the place wasn't creepy enough. The toilet flushed, but when Parker turned on the faucet to wash her hands, nothing came out. Fine, she had Purell in the car. Across from the loo was a bedroom, she guessed. Too much junk to open the door all the way. Praying no bats were currently living inside, Parker poked her head in. There may have been a bed, but it was hard to tell with all the boxes. Clothes, some still on their hangers, lay abandoned and forgotten. Shoes, hats, a box full of ceramic kittens, bags of yarn, books, macrame plant holders. A second bedroom held more of the same. She sidled down the hall, trying not to touch anything, toward what proved to be one big room, the kitchen on one side, what had once been a living room on the other. Another single light bulb hung from a wire in here. Still worked, showing piles of plastic bins filled with old clothing, more newspapers, sewing bric-a-brac. There was a fishing pole on the counter, couch cushions in front of the refrigerator, which looked to be from 1950, rounded and hulking. The oven was green, its door hanging open as if in a scream. Parker could totally relate. More boarded windows that probably overlooked the sea.
"Sometimes it's darkest before dawn,"
the Holy Rollers chirped, patting her shoulder, and Parker envisioned herself backing over them with a Volvo. Platitudes were not going to help. A fire, a big one, might. How was she going to have Nicky come up here? How was she going to sell this place? Until this moment, Parker hadn't realized how much she'd been counting on a real house. This was all she had to her name, other than the $11,202.57. Oh, crap. She was hyperventilating. And who knew what she was breathing in? "It's okay," she said aloud. "We can do this. It's bad, yes, sure, but that's okay. This will be really fun. We can do this." She could. She was a strong person, right? She could lift heavy things, and she'd cleaned bathrooms and stuff before. Not that she really had to. There was always the housekeeper or cleaning service, but she'd done it. Zillions of people cleaned out garages and stuff, and she would too. It would be deeply satisfying. Yes, maybe she'd write a book about that, sure. Learning life skills really, really fast. Good. There. She was calmer now. Suddenly there was a fluttering of wings, and Parker screamed and ducked. A bird! In the house! A mourning dove, a glorified pigeon. "Get out!" she yelled, causing the bird to panic. It flew back and forth, hitting the walls, thudding sickeningly. "Stop!" she yelled. Bugger, it was coming at her. Parker covered her head and twisted and turned down the little path, bumped into a dressmaker's dummy, the bird fluttering right over her head, that horrible, panicked trilling. Gah! It hit her in the head, its feathers hideous, its little talons. Then Parker was outside. Hunched over, she dashed to her car, got in, and slammed the door, panting wildly. "Bugger!" she yelled. Little Pigeon loved the lady's hair. It was so cozy there. With a smile, he dug his little claws into her scalp and hunkered down. She was still shuddering. Good thing she'd just gone to the bathroom, or she would have wet herself. As her breathing calmed and the shaking of her limbs quieted, Parker made a mental list. Her eyes burned with tears, but that was stupid. Crying wasn't going to help. Tomorrow she'd see about, well, hell, getting a dumpster to start, and some giant rubber gloves, and maybe a hazmat suit. Tonight, however, she'd be sleeping in the car. She had her comforter packed in the back, along with a few bags of groceries and her suitcase. She'd eat some wheat thins and sleep here. She cracked the windows. It had turned chilly. Of course, they were 50 miles from Canada? But the air felt clean and pure, and Parker sucked in great lungfuls, that faint tang of fish, nothing compared to the closed-up stuffiness of the house. And the stars were brilliant, blazing overhead in a clarity Parker had never seen before. The waves sloshed against the shore, and across the cove, the lights of the town glowed and winked, as if welcoming her. She'd make this work. She had 23 days to make this work. But even though she tried hard to keep such thoughts at bay, she couldn't help remembering that a month ago she'd stayed in a suite at the Peninsula Hotel in New York City with her son. Her publisher had taken them to dinner to Nobu to celebrate the release of the last Holy Rollers book, and after that, she and Nicky had gone up to the top of the rock, just the two of them, so he could see the view. Tonight, she was sleeping in her car. It was almost funny. Chapter 5. Though he visited the great state of Maine at least 6 times a year, crossing the Kittery Bridge never failed to make James feel as if someone had hammered a nail in his eye. Ever since he was 12 years old, Maine had been a place to escape from, not vacation land, as the license plates proclaimed. Dresner, his hometown, was not on the agenda. Rarely was, even though, or because, his parents still lived there. The town had grown up around a paper mill that had long moved operations to some third-world country, but the bitter tang of chemicals still hung over Cahill family events. Last night, James had stayed at his sister's, set his phone to go off at 5:30, since Gideon's Cove was another 2 hours away. Whether or not Parker wanted his help, and she didn't, she was getting it. Gideon's Cove had been a cute town back then. There had been a diner, he remembered, and a pretty girl about his own age who waited tables. He'd hung around, hoping she'd notice him, but she'd had a boyfriend, it turned out. Still, he'd managed to lose his virginity with a very, generous woman about a decade older than he was. Chantal. Very nice woman. Just the thought of her had James grinning. Yep, all guys should get started out that way. Speaking of women he'd slept with, it occurred to James that he hadn't called Leah. Not that they had an actual relationship, a hookup now and then, but still. James pulled over on the side of the road and took out his phone. One missed call, Parker Wells, the screen said. Cell phone service was spotty up here, so no surprise there. The surprise was that she called him at all. He listened to the message, frowning. He didn't know anything about a security system or code. When he'd called his uncle to tell him about his plans, James asked him if he knew the Harrington place.
Hey, Dewey had said. Needs a little work. I'll make sure the electric's on.
Nothing about a security system. Well, he'd be there in an hour. He could figure it out then. Besides, making Parker wait had its own appeal. And he did owe Leah a call.
Hey, Leah, it's James.
Hi there, stranger. How are you doing? She said, her cheerleader-style exuberance making him hold the phone a little farther away from his ear.
She was cute, but best in small doses, which explained why they only saw each other about once a month.
How are you? He said.
I'm awesome. What's up? You want to get together this weekend?
Well, actually, I'm in Maine right now, and I'll be here for a while. 6 or 8 weeks. Figured I'd let you know.
There was a pause.
Oh,
she finally said. It was impressive how much could be packed into a 2-letter word. They must teach it at woman's school.
Yeah, so just wanted to say bye and have a nice summer and all.
James pressed his thumb against his eye socket, bracing for the relationship talk.
What about, us?
Moose shit. Was there an us? Because he'd seen Leah, a very pretty redhead who liked to play pool and flirt, maybe 6 or 7 times since they'd met at a wedding on New Year's Eve. And if there was an us, it was pretty anemic. There was him, and there was her, and the two of them intersected at a bar once in a while, which generally led to more intersecting in bed, which had always seemed like enough. Until this moment.
Well, I have to be in Maine this summer, James repeated.
For Harry?
Yep. So I figured I'd call, tell you I wouldn't be around. And after the summer, I really don't know where I'll be, job-wise.
There, mission accomplished.
You want some company up there? I love Maine.
Mission not accomplished. James sighed and closed his eyes.
Well, I'll be busy, Leah. And it's far, way up the coast. But it's been fun hanging out. Good luck with everything.
He winced. He didn't mean to sound like a dick. They just taught it in guy school. There was a lengthy pause, then a sigh.
Fine.
Another pause.
Where are you staying?
A town called Gideon's Cove. Harry's daughter has some property up there.
Harry's in jail, right?
Yeah, but his daughter needs a little help. Real estate stuff.
James never liked talking about what he did, just in case what he didn't do came out. Well, I sit in my office a lot. Shot 39 Nerf baskets in a row one day. I was really stoked. Another pause.
Well, try to have fun, she said, her voice a little brighter. And thanks for calling, James. That was so thoughtful.
Atta girl. Leah was sweet, not tremendously bright, but good-natured and fun. It had been really easy hanging out with her, and easy was good, so far as he was concerned.
You take care, Leah.
You too, James. Give me a call when you're back, if you feel like it.
You bet. Take care,
he repeated. There. His condo was sublet for the summer. Leah had been informed. Stella, his secretary, had told James not to worry. She'd been about to quit anyway and become a jiu-jitsu instructor. The guys he played basketball with on Saturday mornings had taken him out for a beer as a farewell. No point in telling Mary Elizabeth about work. She pretty much only cared if he brought her a present. His parents could wait. So, on to Gideon's Cove to see Parker. Maybe she'd be glad to see him. Right, and the ice skating in hell was fabulous this time of year. But she was Harry's daughter, and James owed him more than he could say. 6 years ago, James had been stuck on the tarmac in L.A., where he'd interviewed for a job, one of 204 prospects, apparently. He'd been out of law school for a year, and had yet to get a job offer, and panic was setting in. His father was 62, and business was slow. His brothers were just getting by. The law was supposed to have been a sure bet for James, a guaranteed decent salary, and making money had always been the goal. At any rate, James had been upgraded to first class. The girl at the desk had liked his smize, whatever those were. James was enjoying the extra 4 inches of legroom when a man sat in the seat next to him, growling about the inconvenience of having to fly commercial. Harry Wells, Legend of Wall Street, in the flesh. A guy who probably had a whopping-size legal department. James introduced himself, made wry comments about the joys of air travel, spent his last $100 on a bottle of champagne, which Harry had declared cheap swill, got the guy to laugh, and a few hours later found himself with a job offer. Not a corporate position, though. Harry's longtime personal attorney had announced his retirement. Would James like the job? On retainer for personal and family business, no other clients in case Harry needed him. It would be mostly real estate dealings, as Harry owned a couple dozen corporate buildings, maybe some trust and estate planning. When Harry had named a salary, it was all James could do not to hump his leg. For that salary, he would have done anything. He needed money, a lot of it, and fast. So James had become a glorified clerk, turning his attention to getting through loopholes so Harry could build a bigger boathouse, changing the terms of the lease on a commercial building. He set up a trust fund for Harry's unborn grandchild, paid off Harry's occasional mistress, and became, it seemed, Harry's closest friend. It was odd. Harry had colleagues and clients and employees. He had connections, but he didn't seem to have friends. And though James knew Harry had a daughter, he never talked about her. But from that first day on the airplane onward, Harry seemed to anoint James as the chosen one. He'd summon James to the city, take him out for dinner, tell tales of his early career, took him to ball games, slapped him on the back and told him he was doing a great job, even though the work was mindless and dull. One night, when Harry'd had too much to drink, and James was seeing him back to his huge apartment in the city, Harry had said,
"If I had a son, I hope he would have been like you, kid."
Strange, given that Harry had only known him a few months. And stranger still, that for all the time he'd spent with Harry, he'd never heard him talk about Parker. James knew she existed, of course, but she was never discussed. And then, on the 8th day of the 6th month as Harry's attorney, when James had sunk 18 Nerf baskets in a row and was in a heated mental debate between roast beef or turkey avocado, his cell phone rang. It was Harry.
"James, my daughter had her baby. Can you swing by the hospital with the paperwork?"
"Hey, congratulations, Harry. Boy or a girl?"
"A boy."
"What's his name?" Hang on. Mona, did my daughter tell you the baby's name?
There was a pause.
Don't know. Can you get over there? Sure, absolutely. Great. Tell my daughter I'll get up there when I've got some free time. And I'll see you here in the city next week. Next game, don't forget.
With that, Harry hung up. James stared at the phone. Granted, his own parents weren't perfect, but they wouldn't miss out on seeing a new grandchild. Parker was Harry's only child, and this was her first baby, as James knew from the trust fund paperwork. $10 million at birth, another 10 at age 30. So much money it felt fake to a kid from a blue-collar mill town in Maine. And so James, then 25 years old, had taken the papers to the hospital for Parker's signature. Uncomfortable about Harry's apparent lack of interest, he stopped at a toy store and bought a stuffed animal, a large gray rabbit with floppy ears. That's what people did for babies, after all. He was an uncle, and even though he wasn't close to his brother's kids, he knew enough to send a toy on birthdays and Christmas. He got to the hospital, found the maternity floor, went down the hall to room 433, and there was Parker Harrington Wells. She was all alone, holding what looked like a large burrito with a blue cap, and her face was so soft with wonder that James literally stopped in his tracks. Kind of fell in love right then and there. Then she looked up, and there was no kinda about it. "Hi," she said quietly, a question in her eyes. Right, because he was a stranger and she'd just given birth.
Hi."
His mouth was suddenly dry.
I'm James. James Cahill. I'm your father's attorney. And you sound like the village idiot.
She blinked, and her face went completely blank. She looked back down at her baby, who made a little squeak. "So, you're the new thing one."
Excuse me?
"You replaced Saul?"
Yes, I replaced Saul. I have some papers for you to sign for the baby's trust fund."
He closed his eyes briefly.
Congratulations, by the way. Cute baby.
Not that he could see anything from the doorway, but that was what you said to women who just popped a kid. She adjusted the baby's cap, then looked at James. "I take it my father is not coming." Ouch.
Well, he wanted to, but he's stuck in the city.
Her face didn't change, but for 1 second, something flashed across her eyes. Her beautiful eyes. Crap, he was like a 12-year-old with his first crush. But man, her eyes were beautiful. Blue or green, he couldn't tell from here. Didn't matter. She was gorgeous. Long, straight blonde hair, perfect mouth. Even in a Johnny coat, she was frickin' glorious. Then a guy brushed past him, going instantly to Parker's side, and reached down to touch the bottom half of the burrito. "How's he doing?" he asked, and Parker smiled up at him. The father of the baby, clearly. "Still sleeping," Parker said. "Your parents were great, by the way."
You won't be saying that when they show up 4 times a day, he answered.
Well, I think they're sweet.
And they think you walk on water. Thanks for the middle name. That was really...
The guy's voice choked up, and it was only then that he seemed to notice James, standing there like a lump. Parker nodded at him. "My father's attorney." James stepped forward and offered his hand, which the guy shook.
James Cahill. Congratulations. Hi, Ethan Mirabelli. New dad.
He grinned broadly, clearly delighted with his title.
Mr. Wells sends his best and says he'll be up as soon as he can. He's, very sorry he couldn't make it.
James swallowed. Lying for the boss. Yikes. Really? He said that? Parker asked coolly.
Yes.
She wasn't fooled. Gave him a knowing look, then touched her baby's cheek. James suddenly remembered the bag in his hand.
Oh, here, for the little one.
He passed it over to the dad, who pulled the rabbit from it and smiled.
"It's bigger than he is," he said.
"Hey, Nicky, look, it's a bunny."
The baby slept on, unimpressed. "What can I do for you, Thing One?" Parker asked.
"Right."
He approached the throne. There was definitely a regal sense about her, and held out the papers. She passed the baby to the guy, Ethan, who immediately kissed the tiny head. James cleared his throat.
"Sign here and then initial here."
Her hair smelled so good, all clean and flowery.
"Don't go there, idiot," his conscience advised. Right, he agreed.
Her skin was perfect, beautiful hands. She signed with brisk efficiency and didn't look at him when she gave the papers back.
"Lucy was wondering if she could come by," Ethan said.
"Absolutely," Parker answered. "I already told her that."
"You're not too tired?"
"Are you kidding? I feel like a superhero." She grinned up at the baby's father.
"You are a superhero,"
he answered, smiling back. A nurse came in. "How's it going, Mom?" she barked. "Great," Parker answered. "Good. I need to check those stitches, then I'll leave you in peace." The dad went over to the chair, murmuring to the burrito. James, idiotically, didn't move. He was having trouble thinking. Those eyes were the whole face, so... "Thing One, I'd rather not have you see my episiotomy," Parker said. "If you don't mind, of course." Shit.
"Right, no. Sorry. Congratulations, you two," he said.
And with that, got out of there. Went home and did a Google search, saw her books, ordered a bunch, sent them to Mare. Got a pleasant thank you note from her about a month later. "Thank you for the rabbit you gave Nicky. It was very thoughtful. Best, Parker Wells." Harry didn't visit his grandson until the baby was 3 months old. He asked James to come with him, stayed at Greyhurst for 45 minutes, then informed Parker that he and James had a business dinner.
"You sure you don't want to stay a little longer?"
James had murmured in the great front hall as they put on their coats. Harry had held the baby for approximately 30 seconds.
"My daughter's a little intense," Harry had said tightly. "Baby's a good-looking boy, though, don't you think?"
"Oh, definitely," James answered. Thus ended the conversation, and while James was curious, he knew better than to bite the hand that fed not just him, but Mary Elizabeth as well. From that point on, Harry began sending James to family events. Even when Harry did show up, he'd call James and ask him to come as well. No matter how much James tried to subtly protest, to hint that family was family, Harry was insistent, and so James ended up at quite a few Nicky-related events, christening, birthdays, always on the edges, always uncomfortable. Parker would greet him and say goodbye. That was about it. She was civil, though she continued to call him Thing One, and after a while, James adopted a somewhat wry attitude at those dreaded family gatherings. He worked for Harry, the end. But he'd watch Parker, see that she made her kid's birthday cake herself, clearly adored him, made sure he thanked James for whatever gift he'd brought. She treated Ethan's family warmly, even though she never did marry the guy. And she worked for a living, writing those books, giving all that money away. Not your typical trust fund baby. And then there was that one time...
"Watch it, idiot," he said,
as a driver with Massachusetts plates blazed by at an easy 90 miles an hour.
"And you, idiot," he added to himself, "should really think about something else. You're here to help Harry's daughter flip a house. No more."
Chapter 6. Once upon a time, there was a family of chipmunks who found a lovely, clean place to live for the winter. They climbed inside and got all snuggly and fell asleep. Then, alas, someone started their home, which was actually the engine of a car, and they were pulverized in their sleep. But they went to animal heaven, so it wasn't a total wash. The Holy Rollers sighed with a deep satisfaction. "Save it," Parker muttered, putting aside the red notebook she always carried in case inspiration struck. Chipmunk Puree would probably not sell, no matter how much her publisher wanted a new series. As for herself, she would not be recommending an overnight in a car anytime soon. Not comfy, no sir. She'd woken at the horrible crack of morning and had been, quite honestly, avoiding going inside the house again. But it was now 7:14 a.m. Couldn't pretend she was working on a story. Couldn't avoid the day ahead of her. She checked her phone. Too early in California for Nikki to call her, of course. It was still practically the middle of the night there. Thing one hadn't bothered calling her back, she noted with irritation. Of course, he'd probably found another job by now, since Harry was in jail. The thought that Harry was actually in prison gave her pause. She'd called him twice so far. Both times the conversation had lasted less than 3 minutes. Harry was as busy in prison as he'd been on Wall Street, it seemed. No time for that pesky daughter of his. He had, she admitted, asked after Nikki. At least there was that. At that very minute, her phone chimed, startling her so badly that she dropped it. Harrington L., the screen said. "Hello?"
"Yeah, hi," said a horrible voice. "Is this Parker?"
For a second, Parker thought it was the guy from last night, Malone, but of course he wouldn't have her number. "Excuse me?" Parker said, running a hand over the back of her head. Her hair was matted.
"Are you Parker?"
"Oh, yes, I'm Parker." Man, that was some accent.
"This is Lavinia Harrington."
Lavinia... Aha! The caller was her distant cousin, Lavinia Harrington. "Hi," Parker said. "Right. How are you?"
"Word has it you're here in town," Lavinia said.
"I am. I got in last night."
"Where'd you sleep?"
In the car." Lavinia laughed, a dark, horrible sound that ended in a hacking cough.
"Is that right? Quite a shit nest you got there, isn't it?"
Parker tried to smile. "That's a pretty accurate description." There was a sucking sound. Lavinia had to be smoking, and with a voice like that, had been smoking 3 packs of Camel cigarettes a day since the age of 4 months.
"Welp," she said, exhaling. "You want to meet sometime this week? Seems like we should lay eyes on each other."
"That'd be great," Parker said. Honestly, she had no idea where to start with this house, and Lavinia could probably give her some names and places.
"Want to come to the diner for breakfast tomorrow?" Lavinia suggested.
"Sure," Parker said. A real breakfast with eggs and bacon. Beat the 2 Nutrigrain bars she'd had an hour ago.
"Know where it is? Joe's."
"I passed it yesterday."
"Good. See you tomorrow."
Parker got out of the car carefully. If she'd been stiff yesterday, she was practically crippled today. Eyeballing the house in front of her, Parker decided it looked even worse than last night, if possible. It had a water view, yes. The cove spread out before her, Douglas Point to the north, the harbor to the south. So that was a plus, the view. The house... Eesh. Well, nothing to do but face the music. She got her toiletries bag from her suitcase and, pushing through the long grass, went inside. Her bird friend from last night seemed to be gone, thank God. She left the door open, just in case. Clearly, she'd need to rent a dumpster and buy some seriously sturdy trash bags. Almost everything in here would need to be thrown away. She winced, picturing trash stuffed in her beloved Volvo. But cleaning the house out would show her what she had to work with, at least. Maybe it could be a jewel. She really needed it to be a jewel. She went into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. Right, no water. Sighing, she brushed her teeth dry and combed her hair, trying not to touch anything in the bathroom. This would be the first on her list of things to scour. She turned to leave, figuring she'd put on a clean shirt in the car rather than inside, when she felt something at her ankle, a tickle. She looked down. Nothing there. Just an itch, she decided, from being in this house of crap. Nope. There it was again, right under her ankle bone. A mosquito? She shook her foot. Nothing. Then, horribly, the tickle moved up. "What the hell?" she hissed, shaking the leg of her jeans. If that was a cockroach, she'd die. The tickle moved up again, faster this time, toward her knee. "Shit," Parker said, flapping her pants. "Get out!" The tickle was now past her knee, and it had a lump. It was a lumpy, warm tickle. "No!" Parker shrieked, jumping up and down. The lumpy tickle zipped around to the back of her leg, then across her ass and around to the other side, and with that, Parker ripped open her pants, and there it was, a mouse in her pants. Its eyes were huge and terrified, and Parker heard a scream rip through the air, her scream, and the tiny rodent, leaped, practically flying through the air, and landed in the pile in the tub. Parker ripped off the jeans, dimly hearing herself shrieking, and ran out of the house, through the grass and right up onto the hood of her car. "Bugger, jeez!" she yelped. Her jeans were clutched in her hand. What if there were more in there? What if a whole family of rodents was in her jeans right now? Once there was a family of mice who loved to snuggle up against the warm flesh of an unwitting human. She whipped the pants against the car, cracking them against the hood again and again and again, shrieking at the remembered feeling of tiny claws. On her leg, her skin, on her ass. "Hey, Parker," came a voice. She kept cracking. "Parker?" She looked up, her breath stuttering in and out of her chest. Thing one was here. "Hi," he said, as if she wasn't murdering her jeans against the hood. "How's it going?" "There was a mouse in my pants." He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Lucky mouse." Her breath caught. Wrong thing to say. Wrong. "It's pretty traumatic to have a rodent in your pants, thing one," she snapped. "Unless you like that sort of thing." "Oh, hey, sorry, princess," he said, approaching her car. "Didn't mean to make light of your tragedy." "There was a mouse in my pants," she blurted. "It's bad enough, okay? I mean, do you see that house? That's mine. I own it. And I was doing fine. I wasn't panicking or anything, even when that fricking bird flew into my hair last night. But a mouse! I can't have Nicky here. That place is infested." Okay, he said. "Settle down. You are aware that you are not wearing pants, right?" Another quirked eyebrow. "Not that I'm complaining." She looked down at him, her throat working. She could murder him and throw his body in the water. Or she could put on her pants. She took a shaky breath. "I'm not eager to put them back on, in case the mouse had cousins." "Well, here, let me check." Thing one took the jeans from her and turned them inside out, then shook them vigorously. Checked the pockets, too. "Nothing." "I saw it. It was there. It ran all the way up this leg, then across my butt, and God knows where it was headed." His mouth twitched. Did he think this was funny? This was not funny. "It's not funny, thing one." "Well, it's gone now." He looked down. She suspected he was smiling. Idiot. "It's in the tub," she said, giving the jeans a last shake before pulling them on. "You can go find it. Maybe it'll crawl up your pants and we can compare notes." "How was your trip up?" he asked. And really, what kind of a question was that when they were sitting in front of a hovel? "It was lovely, thing one. This house, however, is a sty." He looked at the house for a long moment, then back at her.
Well, good thing I'm here then.
Right. It suddenly dawned on her that he was here. A familiar face, at least. Something moved in Parker's chest. She looked away, but no, there was the mouse-infested house. The harbor. Better. Nice view.
All right, let's see what we're up against.
Thing one went into the house, and Parker heard a few clunks and thunks. She sat on the hood of the Volvo, her panic fading gradually into the occasional shudder. A rodent running up her leg. There was a sensation a person wouldn't forget, right up there with an episiotomy. Her father's attorney emerged a minute later. Now that she wasn't screaming, she noticed he looked different. It took a minute to figure out why. He wasn't wearing a suit. First time ever she'd seen him out of... Well, this was the first time ever she'd seen him in jeans and a t-shirt, that was for sure. Parker looked away and cleared her throat. So what are you doing here, Thing One? He sat on the hood next to her.
Since I'm devoting the next few weeks to overhauling this dump, Parker, you think you could call me by my real name?
I seem to have forgotten it. There, she was getting her old vibe back. Good. He smiled slowly, his dark eyes crinkling. Dangerous, those eyes.
Again?
Is it John? Jason?
It's James. James Francis Xavier Cahill.
Goosebumps broke out along her arms. It was chilly, or something. So what are you doing here, James?
Your father asked me to come up.
Right. James was an obedient pet. She'd give him that. She didn't say anything for a minute, just pulled her knees to her chin and wrapped her arms around her legs. How's he doing?
He's okay.
She'd bet her left arm James got more than 3 minutes on the phone with her father. She sighed. So, this place. Did you know how bad it was? He shook his head.
I called my uncle this morning to ask about a security code, and he told me it was kind of a dump. I didn't think it'd be this bad, but I can help you out.
She really needed the Army Corps of Engineers from the look of it. So, law school trained you to overhaul a house, Thing One? I know you were good at emptying trust funds, but carpentry? There. Hopefully that would erase the edge he'd gained from having seen her hysterical and in her panties. He gave her a look of his own.
Nothing I did was illegal, Parker. Your father had the right to do what he wanted with those trust funds, because you gave him that right. You signed papers letting him have full authority over every penny. And even if I'd wanted to say something, which I did, attorney-client privilege prevented me.
Wow, you are a great guy. Maybe my dad will give you a sticker. He ignored that.
At any rate, my father was a builder. I worked on a construction crew, summers when I was in college. Do you really want to kick me out because you don't like me?
She felt her jaw locking. She'd be an idiot to send him away. He took her silence as protest.
Look, aside from hauling all this crap to the dump, you'll need to reshingle the entire exterior. The roof needs to be replaced, the gutters hanging off the front, the chimney is crumbling. I'm guessing there's dry rot under the linoleum in the kitchen. The cupboards are pulling away from the walls, and the stairs down to the dock are a death trap. The back door frame is warped. You probably need some significant rewiring, not to mention a new paint job inside.
He paused.
I happen to find myself free this summer.
Where would you stay? She asked.
Here.
Here? Where here? In the harbor suite?
Actually, we can get a lot of this stuff cleared out pretty fast. I already have a dumpster being delivered today.
He did? How'd you do that? She asked.
My uncle lined one up.
This summer was supposed to be about doing things on her own, a fresh start. The plan had been to take sheets off aging but lovely furniture and paint the sunroom. The plan was to meet George Clooney before his boat went down in a 100-foot wave, have a fling, then welcome Nicky for a few weeks of blueberry picking and sailing. It was not to have her father's minion living with her, but she hadn't realized what she was up against. Well, you can't stay here. What about your uncle's place?
He lives in a 1-bedroom apartment over the bar. I can get more work done if I'm here.
She didn't comment.
Oh, come on, Parker, he said, his voice low and scraping. It's not like we're strangers.
She felt the tips of her ears practically burst into flame. Took a calming breath. Fine, stay. Thank you. You can report to Harry and ease your conscience over helping my father rob my son. I can't say no because I'm desperate and broke, but I don't like it.
Well, how's this? He said, his voice amiable.
We'll acknowledge that if the situation were different, you'd kick me out. You'll barely tolerate me, and only because your back is against the wall and you had a mouse in your pants. Deal?
He gave her a smug smile. Parker unclenched her jaw and glanced at her watch as she got off the hood of the car. James followed suit. I'm going to the hardware store.
You can have the bigger bedroom.
You were too kind.
I get that a lot.
There was that smile again. Parker ignored it and started the engine.
You know where the hardware store is? He asked.
I'll find it, she ground out, throwing the car into reverse. Not going as planned. No, sir. Chapter 7. Well, she wasn't happy. He hadn't expected her to be. But man, oh man alive, this place was a mess. 3 hours in, and James had thrown away a good ton of crap. He paused outside to wipe the sweat from his forehead and breathe in some fresh air. The dumpster had been delivered right after she left, thanks to Dewey, who knew everyone. James had put quite a dent in the piles of crap in the house, starting with the bigger bedroom. The princess had slept in her car last night, he guessed, based on the comforter in the front seat. Probably wouldn't want to do it again. A car pulled into the driveway, and a very luscious red-headed woman unfolded herself from the driver's seat. Jamie Cahill, how you've grown.
Holy shit. Chantal? Couldn't be anyone else.
Your uncle told me you were back. Don't you dare say you've forgotten me.
Are you kidding? I think of you every night.
She laughed, and James smiled. Time hadn't simply been kind to Chantal. It was in love with her. She'd been beautiful at age 25. At 40-ish, she was unbelievable.
It's great to see you, he said. Please, God, you were single.
Sorry, baby boy. I'm married to a much younger man, I might add, and I'm a mommy even. A little boy named Luke, 6 months old. I'm nursing. She raised an eyebrow, inviting James to look. And what was a guy to do but obey? He dropped his eyes to Chantal's generous endowments, showcased in a very tight and low-cut blouse.
Lucky kid, he murmured.
I won't bore you with pictures, but he's the love of my life. Okay, just one, since you begged. She held out her phone and showed James a shot of a drooling, fat-cheeked baby. And here's another one. Isn't he beautiful? Looks like his daddy.
Cute, James said.
All babies tended to look the same to him, but then again, he didn't spend a lot of time staring into cribs or strollers or whatever. Oh, you look good enough to eat, Chantal exclaimed. Give us a hug. She wrapped him in a soft embrace. And hey, she patted his ass, too, making him laugh. Still had quite the effect, Chantal. So, she said, releasing him, you called Harbor Realty, and guess what I do on the side? Real estate. It's your lucky day.
In so many ways, he murmured.
Show me what you got. In the house, not in your pants, she said. Which isn't to say I don't remember you fondly.
Okay. Harry Wells. You heard of him, right?
Another Wall Street scumbag, from what I hear.
Yeah. Well, he bankrupted the family, and all his daughter has left is this house. From her mother's side of the family. Julia Harrington was her great-aunt.
Wow, millionaire to shack owner, she murmured as they walked toward the front door.
Yeah, so she needs to flip it as soon as she can.
He opened the door for Chantal, who recoiled. I'll pass on the inside for now, she said. I'm guessing crappy insulation, maybe 4 entire electrical outlets, and plenty of wildlife.
You were psychic.
So how much money can your client spend on it? If we put on an addition, a master suite with sliders and a deck, a big bathroom with a jacuzzi, gourmet kitchen, build a big patio into the hillside here, outdoor fireplace, we can get a gay couple in here faster than you can say Bar Harbor is unaffordable. Chantal licked her red-painted lips in anticipation.
She has about 10 grand, James said.
Wow, shit, then, she sighed. There are back taxes on this place, did you know?
No, James said.
Crap. If he'd known that, he could have paid them off. Why Parker didn't, he had no idea. Then again, she didn't even remember that she owned the house. Chantal nudged a piece of trash with her foot. Julia was broke, and no one in town hall ever had the heart to go after them while she was alive. Sorry to say, Harry's daughter will have to pay about 15 years' worth of taxes. Guess it slipped through the cracks until now.
What if we did a teardown? James asked.
Chantal shrugged, pursing her full red lips. Nah, waterfront property up here isn't worth a ton, because who the hell wants to live in Washington County, right? It's too far from everything.
Right, James acknowledged.
And this is what we call a postage stamp lot. You can get 2 acres of waterfront over in Mutton Chop Bay for next to nothing. Judy Phillips has been trying to sell a parcel for 3 years now. Not one offer. Chantal tipped her head and folded her arms under her chest, making her breasts swell, then glanced at James to make sure he noticed. How could he not? She winked.
So what's your advice, Chantal?
Well, her best bet for a quick sale is to make it pretty. Strip it down, slap on some new flooring, new roof, new shingles, paint the inside. Market it as a tiny jewel of a hideaway. Maybe we can get enough to cover the back taxes and give her a little nest egg besides. Little being the operative word here. The place isn't even winterized. But curb appeal, you hear? Make it adorable. You might get a family or a retired couple looking for a cheap summer home.
Okay, we'll shoot for that. Thanks, Chantal.
You're welcome. She gave him a sunny smile. How's your family? Dewey says everyone's doing about as well as can be expected.
Yep, everyone's fine.
She shaded her eyes and looked him up and down. You turned out awfully nice, James Cahill.
And you were just as beautiful as I remember.
Aw, give me a kiss. On the cheek now. I'm extremely faithful to my young stud of a husband.
How'd he get so lucky? James asked.
He knocked me up. Let me know if I can help, okay? I'll probably see you at Dewey's, and you have my number.
You bet. Thanks for coming out, Chantal.
Nice to see you again, honey, she said. She got back in her car and backed out of the overgrown driveway. No sign of Parker, who'd been at the hardware store for a couple hours now. Or she'd fled. In the truck he'd borrowed from Chuck, one of his basketball buddies, who'd been more than happy to take the Lexus off his hands for the summer, was James's own stuff. Some tools, left over from his summertime work as a construction worker, not from his father, God knew. Frank Cahill wouldn't give James a staple, and James wasn't dumb enough to ask. A few boxes that he'd found in Grayhurst's attic. He wasn't sure if Parker had meant to leave them or not, but the feds hadn't wanted them. And his laptop. The old resume would need brushing up. Unfortunately, there seemed to be more unemployed lawyers in the world than Chinese, and getting a job that paid him what Harry had, not gonna happen. Speaking of Harry, James reached into the cab of the truck and pulled out his cell phone. A few minutes later, he had Harry on the line.
"How you doing, boss?" he asked. "Not bad, James, my boy," Harry said.
His jocular tone told James that someone else was nearby, so Harry would be keeping up appearances.
"Where are you?"
"Up in Maine, about 4 hours away from you, give or take."
"I appreciate you going up there."
"No problem, Harry." Playing along with Harry's mood, because it was one of his few talents, James added,
"You've paid me enough to go to the Black Hole of Calcutta for the summer, let alone the coast of Maine."
Harry burst out laughing.
True enough.
He paused.
"I'm trying to get in touch with some of my former associates about a job for you, kid."
Whatever James had done to earn Harry's affection, he didn't know.
"I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about me." "Well, I'll let you know if something turns up. How's my daughter?"
"She's okay." James paused.
"The house isn't worth much."
"No?"
"No. And it's a mess."
Another lengthy pause.
"So what's the plan?"
Harry asked. There was some noise over the PA about visiting hours.
"Well, we'll fix it up as best we can, try to sell it."
He paused.
"You doing okay, boss?"
There was a long silence from the other end.
"It's not bad,"
Harry said in a low voice.
"I have a lot of time on my hands. Not much to do. Plenty of time to consider my sins, right?"
He gave a half-hearted chuckle.
"I guess so,"
James said.
"Did you get the books?" "I did. Shogun and Moby Dick, huh? Trying to educate me. Afraid I'll join a gang while I'm in here."
"Yep. I also figured you could use them as weapons if a riot broke out."
"Good thinking. All right, I should go. I have a meeting. Take care of yourself, son. Talk soon."
With that, he hung up, sounding much like the corporate wheeler and dealer he'd been. A meeting. That was good. One good thing about prison, Harry would have to sober up. Well, back to work. Parker's room was almost clear. He had to admit it was more satisfying than Nerf basketball.
"Okay, for mold killing, this here's what you want, little lady," said Ben,
one of the 3 senior citizen gentlemen who'd pounced the second she'd walked into the tiny hardware store. "Mold killer. Got it. Thank you so much, really."
"Oh, my lord, it's a pleasure," Rowley said. "Pretty ladies who don't know nothing about home repair. It's what we live for."
"You guys are angels."
"I resent that," said Spike. "A totally overused word."
"You were sweet, darling," said Stuart. "It's our pleasure. You ever painted a room before?"
"I haven't," she admitted, and the men charged the paint chip wall. Almost 3 hours after she entered the hardware store, Parker left, the 3 guys carrying her packages to the Volvo.
"Oh, Rhode Island,"
said Ben, glancing at her plates.
"I went to Providence College."
"A wonderful school," Parker said, making him blush.
"You need any more advice, we'll be happy to help," Stuart said.
"I absolutely will, and thanks a million, boys. Really." She realized she was smiling as she started the car. The guys had advised on mousetraps. The thought made her cringe, regardless of this morning's little incident, which she'd relayed to her new pals to their howling delight. They'd shown her what she'd need: sponges, brooms, mops, bleach, and lots of it, Murphy's wood oil, razor blade scrapers, gallons of Windex, 6 pairs of thick rubber gloves, 2 pairs of work gloves, mega-sized trash bags. Not only that, but the boys had a box of donuts from Joe's Diner. No Starbucks up here, that was for sure. And they'd made her eat too, bless their hearts. Parker had never been in a hardware store before. Nope. It was her new favorite place, though. All those mysterious thingies, the pleasant smell of metal and wood smoke from the stove in the middle of the store. All those solutions for her troubles. Glancing at her watch, she saw that, at last, it was late enough to call Nicky. She pulled over to the side of the road. Cell service, thank heavens.
Mommy, guess what? I love sourdough bread. I hated it yesterday, and now I love it. You have to smear it with jelly. That's when it gets good. Guess what else? We're going to the Golden Bridge today, and some gardens. Lucy's making me go, but I want to see the jail. It's on an island, and me and Daddy...
Daddy and I?
Daddy and I are going to go to jail like Grandpa, but I'm going to break out. And I'm going to bring Elephant, and he's going to break out too. And guess what? I'm going to jump in the water and swim all the way to Maine, Mommy. We'll take you out for lunch.
Man, her boy was the best kid ever. Parker felt a bit as if she'd swallowed the sun, so warm and bright his chirpy little voice made her feel. Well, don't swim yet. The house isn't quite ready, and you have to go see the giant trees and rocks, remember?
I know, but I miss you.
The vice that had gripped her heart since Nicky left tightened a notch. I miss you too, sweetheart. I miss you so much I cried in the car last night. I can't wait for you to get here. It's so pretty. I can see lobster boats from the house. Well, she could if the windows weren't boarded up. And there's a really cute diner where we can go out to eat.
Do they have sourdough bread?
I don't know. I'm going there tomorrow.
Did you know there are earthquakes in San Francisco?
Nicky said. Parker smiled again. I did, actually.
I'm gonna lay on the floor.
Lie on the floor.
And see if I can hear one. Here's Lucy. Bye. I love you. I got you a present. It's a necklace, and it's a rainbow.
Bye, baby. I love you. I'll call you later, Parker said. There was a smile in Lucy's voice. He's on the floor. Every time a bus goes past the hotel, he tells us to get in a doorway. Go brush your teeth, okay, pal? She said to Nicky. So how are you, Parker? What's it like up there? Oh, it's pretty. It's very pretty, Parker said. And what's the house like? Well, it's right on the water. It's pretty small, very cute. It needs some work, but it'll be great. No need to worry her two best pals on their vacation. She'd save the stories for later, when the horror wasn't so fresh. How's the real estate market up there? Lucy asked. I haven't checked yet. It's on my list. Right after I kill Snuggles the mouse, of course. And how about that summer romance? Lucy asked. You up for that? Parker paused. Well, I happened to meet a very attractive lobster man yesterday. No, sir, that's great. Do I smell a fling? They chatted a few minutes more. Lucy said Ethan was in the shower, so he'd call her later. And even though Parker knew she'd be talking to her son again that day, she couldn't help feeling a little lonely as she hung up. The three of them in San Francisco, her alone in Maine. Such were the perils of joint custody. Well, she wasn't completely alone. She had thing one, heaven help her. That was going to be difficult. It wasn't so much that he worked for her father, or even that he hadn't warned her about the trust fund issues, because, yes, Parker could see that legally he was stuck. It was that,
Go ahead, this is good,
advised Spike. Even after all these years of her father's neglect and vague disapproval, she would have given a lot to have 1/10 of the affection Harry Wells offered so freely to James. Maybe James was the son he'd always wanted. Maybe James reminded Harry of his younger self. But just once, it would have been nice if her father had called her up and asked her to come for dinner, or play a game of squash, or go to one of his single malt nights. Stupid that even after all these years, she still wanted her dad. Not the man Harry had become, but the man he'd once been, who'd pushed her on a swing and let her sit in his chair at Wells Financial and answer his phone. Well, That guy had taken a bullet to the heart when she was 10 years old. "Old news, my friends," Parker said. She started the car and glanced across the street. Gideon's Cove Animal Shelter, the sign said. And, quite unexpectedly, she found herself turning into the driveway. There was a gray shingled house and a small outbuilding from which the sound of barking could be heard. "Hello there," called a young woman as Parker got out of the car. She came over, wiping her hands on her jeans. "Can I help you?" She glanced at Parker's Rhode Island plates. "You must be Julia Harrington's niece. Hi, I'm Beth Seymour. Sorry, small towns. We know everyone's business." "Parker Wells. Nice to meet you." "You looking for a pet?" Beth asked. "No, I just stopped. I've never had a pet before. Except Apollo, if you could count that thing." She wondered briefly what had happened to it. Harry probably gave it to a minion, or ate it. "Come on in, since you're here," Beth said. Crafty woman. Parker followed. She was not going to get a dog, or a cat. Lucy had a cat, and it was always leaping onto Parker's lap and sniffing her lips, which Parker found quite repulsive. Why she was even standing here was a mystery. "Pets take a lot of work, I won't lie," Beth said, opening the door of the outbuilding. "But the love they give you, it's worth any price." Nice sale line. "So, what have you got here? Not that I'm really looking." "You could be," sang the Holy Rollers. "Pets can fill those giant voids in people's lives." "Well, we try to be a no-kill shelter," Beth said. "But times are kind of hard, and donations have been down. We have a lot of animals, sad to say, and we're running out of room. The vet's coming to put a couple to sleep today, actually." Shit. Parker could picture a chunk of resolve crumbling like sand. That's really sad. At the sight of their caregiver, several dogs leaped to their feet, barking joyfully. Or savagely. Parker couldn't tell. "This girl's going on to her great reward today." Beth stopped in front of the first enclosure and pointed to an orange tabby cat. To Parker's eyes, it already looked dead, its filmy eyes half open, fur dull and uneven. "She's 21. Can you believe it? Her owner died 2 weeks ago. At least they'll be in heaven together." "It's true," the Holy Rollers confirmed. "This girl is the other one we have to let go." Beth knelt down in front of the next kennel. "I'm so sorry, honey," she crooned. "Don't be scared." Parker looked in. A brown and white dog sat in the corner, as far away from the door of her cage as she could get, trembling. Parker couldn't see her face, but her fur was long and feathery. "You think she knows?" Parker asked, shoving her hands in her pockets. "She looks scared." "No, she's always like this. Bob Castellano. Have you met him yet? No? Well, he was behind someone out in Route 119, and they pushed the dog right out the window. Didn't even stop. Can you believe that? She had a broken leg and 2 broken ribs, not to mention a bunch of cuts and bruises. She's all mended now, but no one wants her. She's too shy." "Guess you can't blame her." "Yeah, she's been with us 4 months now." "Think she'd bite? Since she's so scared?" "I've never even heard her growl. She's too afraid." Beth stood up and sighed. "So, she'll be put down later on, too, poor thing. But down here we have kittens. Christy and Will Jones are taking 2 of them, but there are 2 left. And we have this very cute little pit bull, Mutt. He's an absolute sweetheart." Parker didn't move. Thrown out of a moving car, huh? Unbelievable. Well, it was one of 1,000 horror stories, she was sure. She couldn't afford a pet, no matter how sad its life had been thus far. And she didn't know anything about dogs. She liked them, often stopped to admire one here and there, but she didn't know how to train one or take care of it. Even if she wanted to have a dog, she had nowhere to put the thing. Parker wasn't sure where she herself would be sleeping tonight. Most likely the car once again. "I'll take her," she said. $50 later. Really, not so much, with another 50 in dog supplies. Collar, leash, shampoo, food, heartworm pills, brush. Parker went slowly into the dog's cage. The poor thing bowed her head and looked away as if certain Parker was about to kick her. "Hi," Parker said, squatting down. "Want to come home with me?" The dog didn't move, but she didn't flinch either when Parker reached out and petted her neck, working her way up to the dog's cheeks, which were as soft and plush as velvet. The dog didn't resist, but didn't look at her. "I won't hurt you, sweetie," Parker murmured. Slowly, as if picking up Nicky while he was asleep, she lifted the dog into her arms. No resistance. "Looks like she found her forever family," Beth said. The Holy Rollers sighed in deep satisfaction. Spike even wiped away a tear. "What will you name her?" Beth asked. Parker looked down at her new best friend. Not the most attractive dog, with her drooping ears and sorrowful face. She had a bald spot behind one ear, and one of her eyes didn't open quite as much as the other. Her head seemed too big for her body. Parker looked at Beth and smiled. "Beauty." Chapter 8. James was filthy and exhausted by the time Parker finally found her way back to the house. He watched as she got out of the car, then turned and lifted something out. It was a dog, some kind of spaniel mutt, maybe 20 pounds, curled into her arms. She set the animal on the ground and clipped on a leash.
"Oh, we have a dog now," James said.
"I have a dog now," Parker said. "Thing one, meet Beauty. Beauty, thing one."
"Hi, Beauty," James said.
The dog tucked her head behind Parker's knee and peed, not even bothering to crouch, trembling, unable to even look at him. Parker tilted her head and gave James a smile. "You have that effect on women, I guess." He returned her smile.
"Not all women."
Her ears started doing that sunrise thing, getting all pink, then red. Then she popped the trunk and lifted out a bag. "I bought out the hardware store. Think you could grab a few things so we could get to work?"
"Sure."
"We, huh?" She walked past him, her dog scuttling along, half-crouched, as if James was about to karate chop her on the head. Parker, on the other hand, looked pretty damn good in those jeans, all long legs and perfect ass. And how was it that she smelled good? Well, okay, sure, she smelled like dog, but also a little bit like whatever it was she smelled like. Lemons or something. Flowers. Who knew? She smelled good, dog or no dog. Just before she got in, her cell phone rang. "Hey, Ethan," she said, her face lighting up. "No, I talked to them a little while ago. How are you?" "You did? Cool. Hang on a sec. The cell phone service out here is horrible. Let me go down to the dock." "Yes, there's a dock. And no, it's not what you're picturing." She set her bag down and went around to the front of the house, the dog slinking beside her through the long grass. And here was the thing. It irritated him. First of all, he'd spent the past few hours shoveling garbage on her behalf, and like some little kid who'd gotten an A on his paper, he wanted to show her.
"Think you could grow a pair, guy?" his conscience asked.
Secondly, message received. The Paragon calls, the minion can wait. Not that Ethan Mirabelli was a bad guy, based on James's interactions with him over the years. Friendly, successful, great father. That was the problem. And third, she was down on the dock, and he hadn't checked that out yet, and who knew if it was sturdy? What if she fell in? She was standing on it, and it hadn't sunk, but he'd been too busy getting the water turned back on and clearing out her room to get to it. She was laughing now. She sat on the dock cross-legged, looking every bit the upper-crust, beautiful, graceful woman she was. Oh, a little hair toss. Too bad the Paragon wasn't able to see it.
"You're an idiot,"
James told himself. He went back inside, plenty more crap to shovel, and got to work. But he checked on her every 30 seconds or so, just to make sure she hadn't fallen in. When she hung up with Ethan, Parker felt considerably cheered. The fact that he'd called made her feel less out of the loop. One thing to check in with your kid a couple times a day, another to have Ethan call her just to say hi. Maybe Lucy had told him she'd sounded lonely, and she tried not to, honest. Or maybe, and more likely, Eth was a prince. For about 5 minutes last summer, when Lucy had decided that she should marry some guy who wasn't related to her dead husband, Ethan and Parker had thought about trying to be more than friends and parents of the same kid. After all, they laughed at the same jokes. They were both attractive. Once upon a time, they'd gotten it on with satisfactory physical results and a beautiful child. They were both single. Why not, right? But whatever chemistry had once been between them had faded, and one kiss was enough to make them each rub their mouths with the backs of their hands. "You gave me cooties," Ethan had said, and they'd ended up baking brownies and playing Scrabble. It was too bad, in a way, because Ethan was pretty damn perfect. If he could clone himself and excise the part that had loved Lucy since he was 19 years old, she was pretty sure he could be the one. "What do you think, Beauty?" Parker asked. The dog had followed her without protest, James being the more obvious threat, but she wouldn't make eye contact. Slowly, Parker put her hand out and stroked the dog's cheek with one finger. So soft. "Good girl," Parker said. "Good girl, Beauty." The dog sidled closer to her, and a strange, sweet feeling filled Parker's chest. She'd like to find the person who'd thrown her dog out of a moving vehicle and kick him in the nuts, wearing her sharpest Jimmy Choo heels. Parker looked up at the house and sighed. Time to get to work. There was Thing One, looking at her from the window. Hey, he'd taken the boards off the windows. Fantastic. "Come on, girl," she said to Beauty, standing up and heading up the short flight of stairs. The back of the house was barricaded by more junk. A table, boxes, a couple of plastic chairs, a tire. So she went around the front, the dog walking so close to her legs that Parker almost tripped. She went inside and lurched to a halt. "Holy halos, Thing One," she breathed. The hallway that yesterday she'd had to sidle down was completely empty. Wood floor, grimy walls, a hole near the ceiling, but the entire hallway was cleared. She went down to the kitchen. "My God, you did all this?"
"Yeah," he answered.
Wow, this is amazing." The kitchen was much improved. There were still plastic boxes of who knew what, but the trash and cardboard and newspapers were gone. And it smelled much better, thanks to the salt air blowing through the windows. She glanced out the window at the dumpster that now graced the side of the house. It was already about a quarter full. "That's a lot of crap," she murmured.
"I kept some things I thought you might want. Over there, on the table."
She glanced over, then did a double take at the glass case on the floor by the wall. "Is that Apollo?" James shrugged.
"Think of him as mouse control. I already gave him one."
"Really?"
"That's what he eats."
"Well, we can't keep him in the kitchen. He gives me the willies."
"Yes, Majesty. He can stay in my room."
Whoops. She did sound a little imperial there. "That would be great. Thank you."
"Here's the deal," James said. "The fridge works, but it needs to be scoured. It's not the most efficient thing in the world, but it'll keep things cold. The oven is shot, and I think your mouse and all his friends live in there, so we should ditch it. My uncle knows a used one you can buy pretty cheap. The cupboards are bolted on, so if we tear them off, it'll rip out chunks of the walls. The best bet is probably to clean and paint them. You'll need a new subfloor and linoleum or tile in here, but the floors in the rest of the house are wood. Clean them up, slap on some polyurethane, and you have character. New roof, new shingles, cut down some of the scrub around the house, fix the stairs to the dock, and the real estate agent says you might be able to pay off the back taxes and get a little besides.
Back taxes? And how much is a little?
Depends on the offer you get.
Crikey. She didn't really want to hear the actual figure. Think I'll have enough left over to buy a house in Rhode Island?
Not even close.
A strand of panic laced through her. Parker took a deep breath. And another. Looked at Apollo, who stared back impassively.
You can only do what you can do,
the Holy Rollers chimed. True enough. She looked around the kitchen, which still had yards and yards of crap in it, then back at Thing One, who was looking at her, arms folded, face unreadable. "Thank you, James," she said. His expression softened.
You're welcome.
His eyes were dark, dark brown. Best not to look for too long. She cleared her throat. "I guess I'll get to work on my room."
You do that.
She went down the hall, opened the door, and got another shock. The room was completely empty. All that stuff, the clothes and boxes and lamps and macrame and Christmas ornaments, was gone. The room was bigger than it had appeared when crammed with junk. The windows were open, and somewhat battered screens were in the windows. It smelled clean. It was clean.
Your bed is being delivered later on.
His voice made her jump. He'd followed her down the hall. "What bed?" He shrugged.
I figured you were too much of a princess to sleep on the floor, so I ordered you a bed. Nothing special. Just a frame and a box spring and mattress.
"James." Her cheeks burned, and she swallowed. He smiled. Oh, that was dangerous. Parker did not find Thing One particularly appealing, though she could recognize that he was attractive. He just didn't do anything for her. No, those sulky good looks and arrogant bone structure. Yawn. He looked like a Gucci model or bored playboy. Not her type, not at all. Until he smiled. He had a wide, generous smile, almost too wide, if there was such a thing, and his eyes crinkled, far more than a young man's should. And heck yeah, she felt it in Ladyland. Uh-huh. And given that they were apparently stuck together for the summer, and as James Cahill was the last guy she'd slept with, this was a very dangerous thing indeed. Chapter 9. 2 years ago, the thought of sleeping with Thing One had never crossed Parker's mind. Really? Since the day she'd met him, Thing One had bugged her. Intellectually, she knew that it wasn't his fault that Harry had sent him to the hospital the day Nicky was born. Just doing what the boss said, following orders, covering for Harry's complete and utter lack of interest. Whatever the case, roughly 5 hours after she'd given birth, a stranger had been standing in her hospital room. Not her father. She knew that Harry had viewed her decision to A. have Nicky and B. not marry Ethan as a personal slap in the face, but Parker had honestly thought that once he saw his first, possibly only grandchild, he'd thaw. He'd never viewed her books as much of an accomplishment. Well, she couldn't fault him on that. But a baby, come on. Surely he'd be thrilled to meet his grandchild. But no, he'd sent a stranger. The fact that the lawyer had thought to buy a stuffed animal only reinforced the fact that Harry had sent nothing but legal documents. No flowers. Apparently one didn't reward one's wayward daughter for having a bastard child, and nothing for her beautiful, perfect, miraculous baby, other than Nicky's cut of the family trust. Thing One's presence announced, shouted the fact that her child wasn't important enough for Harry to leave work. Harry, who once stopped a meeting with the head of Goldman Sachs because his 9-year-old daughter had come to his office to tell him she won the school spelling bee. And then Thing 1 had kept on showing up, sent by Harry or accompanying Harry, and while Parker knew that it was at her father's behest, it still drove her crazy. Obviously, Harry couldn't bear to be around her, even with Nicky there. Thing 1 was at Nicky's baptism, his first birthday, his second birthday. If Harry summoned the rest of the family to a party, which he did once a year, the better to rub their noses in his superior wealth, Thing 1 would be there, too. That first day in the hospital, she'd almost felt sorry for him. He was so awkward and uncomfortable. But then he tried to cover for Harry, lying about how her father was so sorry he couldn't come, as if Harry had ever apologized for anything. It made it worse, knowing that a stranger knew how low she was on her father's list of priorities. And then Thing 1 turned rather glib, a Harry Jr. almost, and that line, "Parker, always lovely to see you," was so sarcastic. She knew she was nothing but another duty given to him by Harry. Before long, Harry was calling Thing 1 son, and inviting him to those pretentious wine-tasting dinners with his cronies, or taking him out on Granddad's wooden sailboat. Mostly, though, Parker was more irritated with herself than with Harry. He hadn't sought out her company for years. Why would he now? Her father had missed her graduation from Miss Porter's, though he did make it to a graduation from Harvard and spent the time schmoozing senators and Kennedys. He never came to her book signings. Even when she signed at Barnes & Noble in New York City, and there was a line out the door, he didn't show up. On the occasions that Harry did interact with her son, Parker had to admit he wasn't bad. He'd ask Nicky questions about what he wanted to be when he grew up, standard awkward adult fare, as compared with Gianni Mirabelli, who'd get down on his arthritic knees and pretend to be a horse, or teach her son how to make the perfect meatball. But once, Parker came upon Harry and Nicky in the study, coloring, and a warm, hopeful feeling had rushed through her, so fast, though what exactly she hoped for wasn't clear. A month later, she invited her father to come to Nicky's graduation from swimming class. Her boy had won the Eel Award for fastest swimmer. Wonder of wonders, Harry's assistant called back to say yes, Mr. Wells would come, and Parker really thought maybe a new era was about to start, now that Nicky was old enough to warrant her father's interest. Harry didn't show, but there was Thing 1, expensive suit, calfskin briefcase, as if Nicky wouldn't notice the difference. Sleeping with Thing 1? Please, it never even crossed her mind. Until her cousin Esme's wedding. Harry had 2 older sisters, Louise and Vivian. They, in turn, had 3 daughters, Esme, Juliet, and Regan. When Parker was young, the 4 cousins would play together during the summers at Greyhurst, unaware of the tension between the adults. But then her parents divorced, and Althea took Parker to Colorado, only to send her back east for boarding school in Connecticut. During term breaks, Parker would sometimes stay with one of her aunts, who lived on the same street in giant homes that weren't big enough for them, and listen to them complain about her father. Harry was a legend on Wall Street. The Wells fortune, founded first on shipping, then on mills, had dwindled significantly in the 1960s as manufacturing went overseas. By the time Harry was a teenager, there was a little money, but they were hardly the Kennedys or the Hiltons. Enough for membership in the country club and college for Harry and his sisters, a very modest trust fund to get each one started as adults. Then Harry decided to swing for the bleachers. He took his trust fund, asked his sisters if they wanted in. They declined. Harry was just out of Wharton, and what did he know? Harry sold his car, schmoozed every client his father had, hit up every friend for a loan, and stepped up to bat. He took every cent he'd managed to get his hands on and bought up stock from a little company that dealt with a technology no one had ever heard of. Turned out Apple Computer did okay. Harry was featured on the cover of Forbes magazine, a baseball bat over one shoulder, a cocky grin on his handsome face, and the headline, "Play Big or Go Home." Wells Financial, founded by Parker's great-grandfather, went from a stodgy, trustworthy investment firm to an enormous force on Wall Street, and Harry became filthy rich. His sisters had their modest inheritances. Beyond that, if they wanted more, and they did, they had to come to Harry and present their request, be it jobs for their husbands or the money for an addition to keep up with the Joneses. Harry might or might not grant said request. His sisters hadn't trusted him back in the beginning, and he made them pay, and they hated him for it. Didn't stop them from asking, though. And so Parker was an outsider, too, by association. Her cousins became an impenetrable clique. Her aunts joined forces to disapprove of her, and Parker found herself thinking of them as the coven. When she had come to stay, Juliet, Regan, and Esme made sure she was left out of the conversation, took potshots at Althea and her marriages, mocked Parker's hair, clothes, shoes. Her aunts weren't much better. Once, she overheard them discussing Althea's latest divorce from Parker's second stepfather, who was a lovely man. Parker had been devastated when he'd left. "Who'd want Althea and a sulky teenager?" Louise asked, laughing. "Sulky's the least of her problems," Vivian said. "Juliet thinks she might be doing drugs." "I wouldn't be surprised," Louise answered. "She'll probably end up overdosing in a nightclub bathroom somewhere." There was a pause and the clink of ice as Louise took a sip of her Long Island iced tea. Parker became even more of a freak by getting pregnant out of wedlock, and staying pregnant, and choosing to be a single mom. The books put her over the edge. Family gatherings, eesh. Parker once described them to Ethan as flowers in the attic meets Jaws. Generally, she avoided them like a robust case of Ebola, but once a year or so she had to make an appearance, and Esme's wedding was one such affair. Parker was a bridesmaid, pretty much because Harry was paying for the wedding, an obscene affair at the Rosecliff Mansion in Newport. Esme and Aunt Vivian had wheedled and whined to Harry for weeks before he finally played Santa and said, of course he'd pay for his niece's wedding. Apparently, Esme had been yearning to get married at Rosecliff since her conception, and she'd gleefully spent Harry's money hand over fist, flowers and hairstylists, a $20,000 dress, yada, yada, yada. None of that made Parker welcome. She'd spent the rehearsal dinner largely being ignored and pretending not to mind. She hadn't been invited to help Esme get ready the morning of the wedding either. Nicky was with Ethan, so Parker had gone to Rosecliff alone. She figured she'd do her bridesmaid duties, endure the reception, then leave as soon as she could. "Thanks, Chuck," she said to the driver of the car service her father kept on retainer. "I'll be maybe 3 hours, okay? I'll text you when I'm ready to go."
"You bet, Miss Wells," he said.
"Sure you don't want to be my date," she said, tipping him a 20.
"Very. No offense."
She laughed. "I hear you, pal. See you later." Heart sinking a little, she got out of the car. "I am a wonderful mother," she said as she approached the mansion. "I am a very successful author."
"Preach it, sister,"
the Holy Rollers chorused. "And no one can make you feel inferior if you've had enough to drink. Or something."
"Without your consent,"
the angels corrected in their tiny, scolding voices. Inside was the coven, Esme the bride and Juliet and Regan as co-maids of honor, huddled together in a pre-ceremony clump. Her aunts made disapproving noises about Parker's timing, though she'd arrived 10 minutes before they'd told her to. "You look exhausted," Aunt Vivian said, frowning. "Are you sick?" "No, I'm fine, thanks," Parker said. "Esme, you look beautiful."
"Thanks,
so do you," the bride said, staring at Parker as if she had a third arm. Parker smiled determinedly, took her bouquet and walked down the aisle, her eyes searching for her father. One thing they had in common, they hated family events. She didn't see him, But then again, there were 400 wedding guests. In the receiving line, Juliet took her shots.
Parker, did you bring your husband? Wait, are you married? I always forget.
As if they hadn't seen each other the night before. Nope, not married.
And how old is your son again? It is a boy, right?
Nikki's 3.
Are you seeing anyone these days? It must be hard, because who wants a single mom?
Finally, the reception began in earnest. Parker glanced around for a safe haven, hoping to see a friendly face somewhere. One of her uncles, Louise's husband, had always been nice, but the last time she'd seen him, he'd hugged her a little too long, his hand a little too low on her back. Still, no Harry. He wouldn't miss a family wedding, or the chance to remind people who paid for it, and last she knew, he was coming. For a second, she indulged in the fantasy that she and her father were close. That they'd sit together today, that he'd dance with her and tell her she was the prettiest girl in the room. He'd come to Greyhurst after the wedding and play Candyland with Nikki, read him books until her son fell asleep. Then she and her dad would watch something manly on TV, because Harry loved war movies. Saving Private Ryan. She'd make popcorn. Right. She should have brought a date. Ethan would have come, and Lucy would have loved to have babysat. She could have hired an escort, like in that movie she'd fallen asleep on a few weeks ago. But needing armor and actually admitting you needed armor were different things. A drink, however, was definitely in order. "Hello," she said to the bartender, smiling. "I would like a very strong martini with 3 olives and a smidge of brine."
"Belvedere okay?" he asked.
"How about Stoli Elite? Got any of that?" she said. It was her father's favorite.
"You have good taste," he said.
"Got that right, buddy," she answered, grinning. She gave him a 50 as a tip, knowing half her relatives would fail to tip him at all. Rich people, sucky tippers. The martini went down as it should, icy cold and so smooth she barely noticed.
Parker, what are you doing just standing there?
It was dear Cousin Regan, dragging her fiancé behind her.
"I'm taking it all in," Parker said. "You haven't met Rob, my fiancé, have you?" Regan asked.
"We met last night," Parker said, nodding at him, the poor guy. "Hello again."
"So, like our wedding?" Regan said. "I'm thinking Manhattan, like the Pierre. Right, Rob?"
Parker nodded, feigning interest. This would be Regan's 3rd engagement, and if it followed suit, it should be over in, about an hour. Regan enjoyed upstaging other people's weddings.
"And how are your little books doing?" her cousin asked,
nudging Rob with her elbow. "They are doing great. The last one came out at number 5 on the Times list," Parker said.
"Rob, Parker writes those strange little books about the angels," Regan said in mock explanation. "They are very, precious."
"So glad you like them," Parker said. "Excuse me for 1 second." No point in hanging around Regan, who'd recently posted a vicious review of the Holy Rollers and the Blind Little Bunny on Amazon. She'd forgotten to use a screen name, however. Or maybe she hadn't. Regan's whisper, loud enough to ensure she was heard, followed Parker.
"Those books, they, make you want to hurl. And her mother? On her 4th rich old man. Seriously."
The thing was, Regan couldn't say anything about her books that Parker didn't already think herself. The books were a joke, it was true. That they were bringing Save the Children some serious money didn't matter to the coven. As for Althea, well, it was also true. "How about another one of these?" she said to the nice bartender. She sidled through the crowd, saying hello here and there, making her way out of the throng. She had to stay. If she left, it would be an admission of defeat. But hey, she could have a quiet moment. The thing about having a 3-year-old, The only time he didn't talk was when he was asleep, and the questions these days. Why, Mommy? Why? Why not? Why? She smiled. Maybe she'd give Ethan a call, see how their Wunderkind was doing. So much for not wanting to talk to anyone. A friendly, nice person. She would love to talk to a friendly, nice person. But these mean people? They sucked. Seemed as if the martinis were having the desired effect. That bartender knew what he was doing. Yes, sir. She wandered into the foyer. Well, a foyer, because this place was huge. It was less crowded here, and, oh, perfect. A small, secret staircase leading up to the second floor. Parker went up, not spilling a drop of martini because, hey, she was a Miss Porter's grad, thank you very much. Stellar education and social graces. Also, the drink was nearly gone. At the top of the staircase was a long hallway blocked by a velvet rope. Parker sat down a few steps from the top. From here, she could see not only the foyer, but the guests going in and out of the ballroom. Esme, despite being bridezilla, was beautiful in her crystal-beaded dress, and certainly, as settings went, it didn't get better than Rosecliff, if you liked ostentatious excess, which the Wells family certainly did. Everyone was dressed to kill, and laughter and squeals floated up. Oh, bugger. A dark-haired man had spied her staircase and was heading up. Parker looked into her purse, planning to make that phone call and avoid conversation. But the man stopped.
Parker, always lovely to see you.
She winced and looked up. Thing One, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
Is my father here? She asked, hating that he would know, and she didn't.
I'm afraid he can't make it.
For God's sake, her father was blowing off his own niece's wedding. The coven would have a fit. Parker was used to it. Thing One, emissary. But Harry usually put in an appearance with the extended family, the better to lord his power.
Anything you need, Parker?
No, thank you.
Not even this?
He handed her an icy glass and sat next to her.
I asked the bartender what you were drinking.
And to think I never liked you, she said with a small smile. He raised an eyebrow. Thanks, Thing One. He had a drink as well and sat down next to her. Like every man there, he was wearing a tux, which was good. Not many men looked worse in a tuxedo, and Thing One was no exception. He was quite attractive. Not to her, of course, but he looked good. Wicked good. She took a sip of her drink.
Having a nice time? He asked,
giving her a sidelong glance. Oh, absolutely. You?
You bet.
This was their first one-on-one conversation since Nicky was born, come to think of it.
So, how have you been, Parker? He asked.
She smiled as she sipped the martini. Do you care, Thing One?
Of course. I'm paid to care.
He grinned at her, and Parker had to laugh. At least you were honest. If there is such a thing as an honest lawyer, that is. He had a nice smile. How?
I get the idea that you were somehow persona non grata around here, he said. Why is that?
No clue.
Probably because you're prettier than anyone else.
Parker rolled her eyes. Save the ass-kissing for my father, dear boy. He shook his head and looked into his drink, the smile playing around his mouth.
Beautiful women, so cruel.
Smarmy men, so common.
Now you're just reinforcing my point.
He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a long, slender box, tied with a silky black ribbon.
Happy birthday from your dad.
Oh, hell. Bugger and damn. She swallowed carefully, not looking at Thing One. Because, yes, it was her birthday. No one had mentioned that fact when Esme's wedding date had been set, and Parker hadn't wanted to bring it up. She wasn't sure that her aunts knew when her birthday was. She wasn't sure her father knew when her birthday was. Parker took the package from Thing One's hand and untied the ribbon. Inside the box was a fountain pen made of some glossy blue stone. It was heavy and beautiful, and there were 2 cartridges of peacock green ink. She could use it for signings. The kids would love the ink color, and her signature would look like calligraphy coming out of the brass nib. It was perfect. "My father did not pick this out," she said, not looking at him. At least he didn't deny it. She turned her head to look at him. His eyes were brown. She'd never noticed that before. There was a warm, tugging sensation down in Ladyland. Thing One had nice brown eyes. He'd bought her a present and a martini. And had she mentioned the tux? "What's your name, Thing One?" It was James. She knew that. She just didn't want him to know she knew it.
James.
James what?
James Francis Xavier Cahill.
He smiled as he spoke, and she felt the tug harder this time, her stomach tightening, knees tingling. "Thank you for the beautiful pen, James Francis Xavier Cahill."
"You are welcome," he said.
That was a good smile, vodka goggles or not. A great smile. That was a smile involving his whole face. Yep. With vodka goggles, quite possibly without, she'd never really let herself dwell. Thing One was smokin' hot. Really thick, dark brown hair. It would be hard to check for deer ticks in hair like that. Okay, that was the mother part of her speaking. Also, maybe the vodka part. "Let's shift gears, shall we?" Parker asked herself. No need to waste a perfectly satisfactory ogle thinking about ticks. Hair that would look excellent if it were all tousled and rumpled. There, much better. His eyes were... shoot, she couldn't think of the word for them, but they were smiley. Smiley eyes with very nice crinkles around them. One of his incisors was a little bit crooked, and for some reason that made his smile even better. "How old are you, James Francis Xavier Cahill?"
28.
5 years younger than she was. She could have babysat for him. She wouldn't have minded babysitting him, now that she thought about it. When he was around 18, let's say, and she was 23. Weren't there porno movies about that kind of thing? He seemed to read her dirty mind, because he smiled again, just a little. Then his eyes dropped to her mouth. Heck yeah! So he was having kissing thoughts, too. And from the looks of it, his mouth would be excellent for kissing, full and generous. Kind. That was the word she was looking for. He had kind eyes. He reached out slowly and tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear. And without further thought, Parker leaned in and kissed him. She was right. His lips were smooth and warm, and it was so, so nice, simply having her lips against someone else's, someone not her child. Crikey, it had been a very long time. And James let her kiss him, the gentle pressure of his mouth, just enough to let her know he didn't mind. A lovely kiss. Perfect. Made Ladyland feel kind of wriggly and warm, and oh, hey, look at this. She was Frenching him, and that wriggly feeling leaped and twirled and surged. He didn't mind at all, apparently, because the next minute he was kissing her back. She could taste whiskey on him, and oh God, he was good at this. Kissing was so underrated. There should be kissing apps for phones or something. Her fingers slid through his thick, wavy hair, and his arm slid around her and pulled her closer. The heat and the gentle scrape of his 5 o'clock shadow, and oh man, that mouth against hers. This guy would graduate top of his kissing class, no doubt. Her heart was thudding, lust thick and hot in her veins, drowning out rational thought. Parker ran her hands down his neck, his shoulders thick with muscle. Nice, Thing One. then slid her hands under his tuxedo jacket and felt the heat of his skin under the thin cotton of his shirt. From down below came the sound of someone laughing. "No, what?" she said, tearing her mouth off his and standing unsteadily. "Come with me." She grabbed his hand and practically dragged him up the rest of the stairs, shoved aside the velvet rope, and towed James down the hallway, opened the third door on the right, and bingo, a bedroom, thank you very much. James pushed her against the wall and kissed her again, and it was so welcome, so wonderful being kissed like that, as if the building could burn down around them, and it would be more important to keep kissing, hard and hot and fierce. His hands slid down her sides, to her ass, pulling her against him, and damn if her legs weren't already shaking. His mouth had moved to her neck, his dark hair brushing her cheek, and Parker felt such a wave of longing and tenderness and gratitude and a melting sweetness. He wanted her. There was no doubt about that, and she turned her head and kissed his jaw, just under his ear, making him groan a little. Then he straightened up and looked at her, leaning his forehead against hers.
"You really want this to happen?"
he asked, and his voice wasn't quite steady, and that sealed the deal. "Yes," she said. Then she pulled him close and pulled his shirt from out of his pants and slid her hands up his hot skin. He unzipped her dress and didn't ask any more questions. No, sir. No, indeedy. As Parker woke up, holy halos, she'd fallen asleep with a near stranger. Her first thought, aside from, "Parker, you slut," was, "Dear Lord, don't let me be pregnant." Yes, they'd used a condom, and she was on the pill, not that she'd needed it for contraception. Her gynecologist recommended it as prevention for ovarian cancer. Whatever. Chances were she wasn't preggers. Next thought was, please don't let him wake up. James Francis Xavier Cahill was beautiful. His cheeks were flushed, giving him a boyish look, and one arm was up over his head. How had she not noticed how delicious he was before this day? He looked like a fallen angel. He looked beautiful. He looked, young. If she could get out of here without talking to him, that would be fantastic. Because what the heck do you say after you, the somewhat inebriated older woman, drag a man, the hot young stud, into a bedroom, basically tear off his clothes, and shag him silly? She barely let him speak. May as well have commanded him to do her. Not that he seemed to mind. Her dress, his shirt, her shoes, his tie were all strewn around the room. So classy. Parker grabbed her panties and dress and slunk into the bathroom attached to the bedroom. Excellent for trysts, these mansions, and looked at her reflection. Her mascara was smudged, her lips pink and bee-stung, her cheeks pink. Eyes were dreamy.
"We're so disappointed," said the Holy Rollers.
"We're not," said Lady Land. "Thank you. That was rather spectacular, yes?" Yes. Nevertheless, this was a huge mistake. Thing one? For God's sake, what was she thinking? She was thinking Stoli Elite, that's what she was thinking. Stoli Elite, a bad case of poor little rich girl, and James Cahill's smile. Bad, bad combo. So bad. So naughty. Dirty, even. The thought of what they'd done, what he'd done to her, and the noises it evoked, the feelings that it practically... Okay, stop. Let's get moving here, shall we? Before the coven finds us? She dressed and ran a wet face-cloth under her eyes, dampened her fingers, and slicked her hair back into its twist once more. There. She looked normal. For a woman who'd spent the past hour against the wall, on the bed and, yes, on the floor, with her father's attorney. Oh, this was bad. She'd slip out of the room and call her driver and get out of Dodge. James could wake up and do whatever he wanted, but a face-to-face encounter? Bad idea. She opened the door and jumped. There he was, right in the doorway.
"Sneaking out," he said.
"Oh, no," she stammered. "Nope, no, just freshening up, that is." He had his pants on and his shirt, though it was unbuttoned.
"Oh, Mommy. Are you going back to the reception or making a run for the border?"
he asked, giving her a quick once-over. Border. The reception. Esme's my cousin. I'm a bridesmaid.
"And will you acknowledge me down there?"
The question caught her off guard. Parker found she was pinching her pinky hard. Of course."
"Really?"
There was something a little dubious in his eyes. "Yes, James." He grinned, and once again it hit her, the force of that incredible smile.
"Is there any chance you'll sit with me during dinner? Because as much as I love the Wells family—"
"They are piranhas," she said.
"They are piranhas," he agreed. "So—"
Wow. When she'd imagined the reception, she'd pictured a few painful hours with the coven. James of the beautiful smile was much, much more appealing. "Sure, I'd love to." Her ears felt hot. This was almost like a date.
"Great."
He was looking at her mouth again, and Parker felt her knees wobble.
"Any chance I can drive you home?"
"There's always a chance," she murmured.
"I'll take it," he said.
God, he was darling. How had she missed this?
"Want me to go out first, so your evil cousins don't bust you?"
That would be great, thank you. 5 minutes later, James was once again impeccably dressed. He stood in front of her, looked at her for a long minute.
"See you down there," he said.
And there it was again, that smile. "Okay." She bit her lip, then, on impulse, gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. His smile grew. Then he winked at her and left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Parker sank down on the bed and let out a long breath. So, okay, it wasn't as if this was her first time, obviously, not with a 3-year-old son. But the whole earth-moving experience, she hadn't had a whole lot of that. Sex had always been nice, very nice, fun, and sure, it had been a while. She hadn't had a lover, though her mind cringed away from the word, since Ethan. That had been 4 years ago. Holy halos. So maybe it was just a long abstinence with only the pulsating showerhead for company on nights she couldn't sleep. But holy heck, sex with James Francis Xavier Cahill had been unbelievable. Heck yeah. Parker realized she was smiling. Apparently, the best sex of a woman's life did that to her. James, the cutie pie, purveyor of said experience, did that to her. And the thought of that smile, that slightly crooked tooth, the way his eyes looked so happy when he smiled, her knees were feeling wriggly again. She sighed, dreamily, for heaven's sake. But for 1 second, she let herself feel dreamy, moony, dopey, meltish. It was kind of wonderful. Guess she'd misjudged thing 1. Strike that. James. James was nice, wasn't he? He was hot, sure, but he also seemed kind of... And he'd made sure she'd... Maybe they'd... Well, she didn't want to get ahead of herself. "Okay, team," she said aloud. "Time to rejoin the masses." She took another look at herself, hoped that while she definitely had a certain glow, no one would be able to tell she'd been done. The inhabitants of Ladyland gave a hot squeeze and left the bedroom. There were the stairs. "Hello, stairs, thank you so much," and she started down. And there, in the foyer, was her father, laughing with James. Parker stopped, squeezing her pinky hard. Harder, even, till the tip was numb. For some reason, her heart was sinking, and fast. "Harry," she said, her voice pleasant. "Didn't think you were going to make it."
"Parker," he said. "Hello."
James glanced at her with a little smile, then murmured something to her father, and for one horrible second she thought he was telling Harry that they'd done the deed, and Harry would clap James on the back and congratulate him or something.
"Happy birthday, by the way," Harry said.
Oh, maybe that was worse, having James need to tell her father when she was born. "Thank you." She lifted an eyebrow, something she'd mastered at age 7, after watching her father stare a minion into tears.
"James, there's someone I want you to meet," Harry said. "Parker, we'll see you in there."
"Okay," she said, watching as Harry put his arm around James. The two men walked away, but James looked back, held up his hand and mouthed, 5 minutes. The thing was, she knew how long 5 minutes could last. "Parker, where have you been?" It was Aunt Vivian, and she was pissed. "Dinner is being served. Would you please come in here? It's Esme's special day. Would it kill you to remember that? Honestly." And so she ended up with a coven after all, the only person at the table with an empty chair next to her. 5 minutes became 10. 10 became 20. Salad was served. "Isn't Uncle Harry ever going to come over?" Esme whined. He was halfway across the room, glad-handing someone and roaring with laughter. "Look at that lawyer of his," Juliet said. "He's such a social climber. I'm surprised he hasn't tried sleeping with you, Parker." The cousins burst into laughter, and Parker, who hadn't cried for a long, long time, felt suddenly terrified that she was about to burst into tears. "Would you please pass the butter, Regan?" she asked.
"Do you really think you need it?"
Aunt Louise said, and Parker was actually grateful for the change in subject. The 5 minutes had stretched into 33. She was an idiot. "Don't say that, Parker," the Holy Rollers chimed. "We think you're really smart." Not smart enough, apparently, to realize that she'd skipped happily into yet another cliché, even worse than wedding guest picks up guy, or poor little rich girl feels so alone. No, this one was worse. Juliet was absolutely right. This one was, guy sleeps with boss's daughter as part of plan to move up corporate ladder. Idiot. She spent 47 minutes at dinner, hoping her expression was pleasant, glancing over occasionally as her father worked the crowd. Thing One stayed obediently at his side. Then she texted her driver, went home, took a very hot shower, and practically scrubbed off her skin with a loofah. She got a text a little while later.
"You still around? Can't seem to find you."
It was now 126 minutes after the 5 he'd said. Well, better to learn this now. She opted not to respond. Sat there and watched Dexter instead. He called an hour later and left a message.
"Hey, Parker, it's James. Would you mind calling me? I think there's been a misunderstanding. Talk to you later."
Oh, yes, there'd been a misunderstanding. 126 of them. The next day, when Ethan dropped Nicky home, she asked him to stay for dinner before he had to head for the airport. No skipping the armor this time, because if Parker was right, Thing One was going to put in an appearance. Ethan and Nicky were playing t-ball on the back lawn when James showed up. Parker watched through the window as he came up the long walk, flowers in hand. He ran a hand through his hair before ringing the doorbell. She opened the door.
"Parker," James said. "Always lovely to see you."
He paused.
"Everything okay here?"
"Everything's fine, Thing One. What brings you by?"
"Well, you disappeared before I could find you yesterday."
He held out the bouquet. Roses, irises, gerbera daisies, and, smack in the middle, a package of Alka-Seltzer. Damn, She'd been feeling a little polluted all day long. "Listen, James," she said, shooting for cool, but not icy. Icy would imply that she was hurt. "I'm very sorry that I overindulged yesterday and, jumped you. It won't happen again."
Parker.
"It won't happen again. I'm actually embarrassed, and I apologize for my behavior."
You...
"Unfortunately, we're about to eat dinner. So, I guess I'll see you the next time Harry tells you to come by." Thing One's smile was gone.
Look, I'm sorry I didn't get to.
"It's fine, I understand. You have certain duties. It was a business event for you." His eyes narrowed.
Do I get to say anything here? He asked.
"I'd rather you got in your car and left, to be completely honest."
Because if I did get to say something, he went on, I'd say I'd like to see you again, take you to dinner, get to know you better.
She could picture it. He'd woo her, or whatever, smile his crinkly smile, make her fall for him, then, as soon as humanly possible, ask Harry if he'd give his blessing, which Harry would certainly give. Finally, a son. He and James would play golf together on the weekends and be masters of the universe during the week, because sure, James would get promoted. You don't bag the boss's daughter and not move up to senior vice president, after all. James would be an official prince in Harry's kingdom. Wouldn't have to work so hard to impress her father. Not as the son-in-law. No, sir. All James would have to do would be to shag her once in a while, father a kid or two, and he could kick back and relax, his future assured.
What do you say?
He asked, when she remained silent. Much to her surprise, Parker felt the sting of tears in the back of her eyes. "No, thank you, James."
Why not?
She shrugged and looked past him. "I'm your boss's daughter."
Yes, I remember.
She snapped her gaze back to him. "So if you think you're going to get closer to him by screwing me, you're wrong." His eyebrows rose.
That's not what I was thinking.
"No, of course not."
If you recall, you kissed me first.
"Yes, I recall, James. I also recall 3 very strong and delicious martinis, okay? I wish it hadn't happened, and I'm promising you it won't happen again." James opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, Nicky came careening into the foyer.
"Mommy? Mommy? Mommy! Can I have some goldfish? The eating kind?"
Then he noticed James in the doorway, the flowers still in his hand.
"Hello,"
he said, not having mastered the L sound just yet. Parker didn't answer, just put her hand on Nicky's head. James dragged his gaze off her and looked at her son.
Hi, Nick.
"You remember Grandpa Harry's lawyer, right?" Parker said. "Because that's all you are ever going to be in this house, pal." Ethan joined the little crowd.
"Hey, how you doing, James?" he said.
The men shook hands. Ethan looked at the flowers, still in Thing One's hand, then at Parker's face.
"Nicky, let's go throw rocks in the water, okay, buddy?"
Parker cleared her throat. "No, that's okay, Ethan. He was just leaving. Drive safely, James."
"Drive safely, James,"
Nicky echoed. James looked at her another second or two.
"Okay. Enjoy your night."
There was a lump in Parker's throat as she closed the door. She was stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
"Nicky, can you go get me a grape?" Ethan asked.
"Sure, Daddy,"
Nicky said, racing off to the kitchen. Parker looked at Ethan, forced to smile.
"Flowers, huh?"
he said, leaning in the doorway. "Yep, you know, kissing up to the boss's daughter. So is salmon okay? I thought I'd grill it, make a salad. Or we could have what the chef left on Friday. Just need to heat it up."
"You want to talk?"
"About what?"
"About the fact that James brought you flowers and you pretty much set the dogs on him."
"I don't have dogs."
"Come on, Parker."
"There's really nothing to talk about."
"You sure?"
"Heck yeah." Ethan gave her a long look, but said nothing more. She spent the next week on edge, waiting for something that never came. James never called her, never emailed, texted, or dropped by. He followed instructions, in other words, proof that she was right. He wasn't going to get anywhere by being with her. If he really wanted something different, not that he actually did, but if, he would have surely tried again. But he didn't. She saw him a few months later when, instructed by Harry, he dropped by with some mutual fund papers she needed to sign. He never mentioned anything about their hookup. And even though it was what she'd asked for, it was oddly disappointing. Chapter 10. Parker was showering. Not 10 feet from his bedroom, Parker Wells was naked and wet. Okay, probably not the most productive way to start the day. She'd already blown him off in spectacular fashion once in his life. But she was naked and wet and near, so these thoughts were apparently unavoidable. Since yesterday, when she accepted that she really did need some help here, Parker had been very civilized. Oh, yes, she always was. Nope, he was not allowed to see behind the curtain, as it were. Except for that one time at her cousin's wedding. Damn. When she'd leaned in and kissed him on those stairs, he actually froze for a second, convinced he was hallucinating the whole thing. But no. The memory of what had followed would live on the trophy shelf of James's mind till the day he died. And afterward, when he was convinced she was having not only second thoughts, but third, fourth, and fifth thoughts too, she agreed to hang out with him. She kissed him on the cheek, which, in its own way, meant more than even the unbelievable shag. Then he'd run smack into Harry at the base of the stairs. "Hey, Harry, I just finished doing your daughter. How's it going?" So what was he supposed to do? He figured he'd take his lead from Parker, and she'd been her usual frosty self with Harry. Then Harry had taken him off to meet some Rhode Island senator, and yeah, maybe it had been more than a few minutes. But he hadn't expected her to bolt either. Texted her, got no answer. Maybe something had come up with her kid. But Harry was power drinking and, as usual, wanted company. James called Parker. No answer. When Harry insisted on going back to the city because of a Sunday morning brunch he couldn't miss, James went with him, knowing his boss was sloppy, feeling that mix of pity and love he always did when Harry overindulged. And now, maybe, he was taking care of not only his boss, but of Parker's father. Drove all the way back to Rhode Island so he could see her the next day. Whereupon he'd gone over with flowers and found that he'd become dogshit. Then again, he may well have been dogshit all along. He might have just been the guy picked up by the bridesmaid. No one could measure up to the paragon, after all. A point driven home by the fact that Parker had the guy right there in the house with her. Not that James really wanted to try to measure up. He'd never pictured himself married, never wanted kids. But the first time he'd ever seen Parker Harrington Wells staring at her baby as if no one on earth had ever had a baby before, her face so rapt and gentle, something had sneaked up on him in that moment and sucker-punched him, and reminded him of what he didn't have and hadn't had for a long time. Somebody to love. He loved Mary Elizabeth, of course, but that was different. Then, at the wedding, he'd felt it again, that sucker punch when she kissed him on the cheek, a moment of believing that Parker... Well, whatever. She didn't. She'd made that abundantly clear. So why was he lying in bed thinking about her? Because he was an idiot, that was why. The water shut off. James surmised that if he leaped out of bed at this very second, he could probably catch her in her towel. But no, she was quick. The bathroom door opened, her bedroom door closed. He rolled out of his own bed and pulled on some jeans and a t-shirt and went into the kitchen. A few minutes later, Parker joined him, the little dog slinking at her calves. "Hey," she said. I have to run, but I poured boiling water over these mugs last night and washed them 3 times. She glanced at him, not quite meeting his eyes. And, luckily, I brought my Keurig, so there's coffee if you want it.
Good morning,
he said. Her ears went red. Hi. Sleep well?
I did. You?
Yes, thank you. She cleared her throat. I'm meeting my cousin this morning at the diner. Should I bring something back for you?
That'd be great.
She nodded, pulled her wet hair into a ponytail. So you really think we can get this place up and running by the time Nicky gets back east?
Yeah, definitely, he said. So long as he worked 20 hours a day or so. It won't be what he's used to, but it'll be livable.
He won't care. He'll be so excited about the dog. And the ocean, too. He swims like a fish. She paused. As you know.
This water's too cold for swimming, James said. It's not like Rhode Island.
Well, he's 5. Hypothermia only deters adults. She smiled a little, then grew somber. I was thinking last night about how to pay you, she began.
How about in sex? You could pay me in sex, most definitely. You don't have to pay me.
Don't be ridiculous. Of course I do. Right. The help must be paid.
Your father already took care of it, he lied. Now, get to the diner. Don't you have someone waiting for you?
Yes. I guess I'll leave the dog here.
Sure, he said. We can bond.
Good luck with that. Her smile hit him in the chest like a line drive. 3 weeks together before her kid came up. 3 weeks alone with Parker Harrington Wells. He didn't know whether to laugh or shoot himself. To Parker's surprise, Joe's diner was mobbed. For such a tiny town, she wouldn't have guessed there'd be a line. Then again, it was the only place in town from what she'd seen yesterday. The smell of dark roasted coffee and bacon greeted her, practically making her knees buckle. That pizza last night hadn't been anything to write home about. And then again, there was James watching her, which was proving to be quite uncomfortable. All that work he did for her. Well, Harry was paying him, but still, that smile of his brought up some very conflicted memories.
Because you were slutty, chided Golly.
You have a point, Parker said.
Morning,
said a rough voice, making her jump. Oh, yes, this was more like it. Fling material. The guy with one name. Malone, that was it, in all his blue-collar glory. Hi, she said. Hi again. Great to see you. How are you? Malone, right? You were very, helpful the other night. He stared at her, not smiling. A little scary, even. Parker swallowed and tried again. So, Malone, I think I owe you a drink, since you straightened me out on my little property issue and all. Which I can't say I appreciate, really. I would have much preferred the first house. So out of practice on this boy-girl stuff.
Maybe it's not so bad, Spike commented. He's smiling.
It was true. A little, anyway.
You going then?
He asked. Yes. Parker pushed through the door of the little diner and turned back to Malone. I'm meeting my cousin, Lavinia Harrington. I don't suppose you know her, do you?
Last booth on the left.
He nodded, then turned as someone slapped him on the shoulder. Last booth on the left. A woman, or possibly a man, sat there, studying the menu. She looked up as Parker approached.
Parker!
Lavinia Harrington looked like she sounded, somewhat ravaged. Deep, leathery face, framed with frizzy white hair. Hi, Parker said, squeezing past a buxom woman holding a baby. It's really nice to.
Hurry it up, girl. Sit down.
Parker obeyed, sliding into the red vinyl seat. So, you're Lavinia, she began. I'm not 100% sure how we're related, to tell you the truth.
Could you hush up for a few? There's a surprise planned.
Oh, sorry. Rather a strange welcome. She looked around at the diner, which was gleaming and adorable, like a piece of Norman Rockwell. Every seat was filled, families in booths, people sitting at the counter, babies, toddlers, old folks. Oh, hey, there were the 3 musketeers from the hardware store yesterday. She waved, but they didn't see her. At the counter, directly across from Parker's booth, was a stacked woman and her baby, who was dressed in blue. 6 months, Parker guessed, all drool and smiles. God, Nicky had been so cute at that age. The mother wore a low-cut blouse, and a young guy next to her stared appreciatively at her wares. Aside from him, everyone seemed to be looking out the window and murmuring excitedly.
Here she comes, announced a woman about Parker's age. Act normal, everyone.
Maggie,
said the toddler next to her.
Maggie coming.
Shh, the dad said. Be cool, Violet, sweetheart.
Like everyone else, Parker watched as a woman approached the diner, a yellow lab on her heels, 2 grocery bags in her arms.
Okay, Octavio, she said, pushing through the door. I can't believe we ran out of bacon and eggs when I could have sworn...
She stopped in her tracks. Her gaze flicked around the diner, eyes wide.
Where did everyone come from? She asked. Mom, what are you doing here? Did someone die?
Her voice trailed off as her eyes stopped on Malone. Parker sighed, not with happiness like everyone else in the place. Indeed, the woman with the toddler had tears sliding down her cheeks. Hang on, she was twins with this Maggie person, apparently. The busty woman tilted her head on the young guy's shoulder and smiled. Indeed, everyone was smiling. And here it comes, Parker thought. Sure enough, Malone, who was clearly not going to be her summer fling, got down on one knee and held up a small black velvet box. Yep, she just asked that guy out, the one on bended knee.
Cheese 'em crow, Malone,
Maggie squeaked. A grinning man wearing a white apron stepped forward and took the grocery bags out of her arms.
Well,
Malone said, a smile playing on his face. Everyone in the diner laughed, clearly some insider joke.
Well, what?
Maggie said, a wobbly smile working its way through her tears. Malone seemed to groan a little, and another laugh went through the crowd.
All right, then.
He paused, took a deep breath, and soldiered on.
I love you, Maggie. Have for a long time, and I'd be real glad to wake up next to you every day for the rest of my life. You and the dog, that is.
Another laugh, and now Malone's face was gentle.
Will you marry me?
Oh, that was great. Yes, absolutely yes, Malone. I thought you'd never ask.
She half laughed, half wept, and Malone rose and kissed her, and everyone cheered.
Oh, we have the warm fuzzles,
the Holy Rollers crowed. You sicken me, Parker thought. Still, the HRs had a point. It was all lovely. Her eyes were even a little wet, too, and several people were openly weeping. The twin was hugging Maggie now, and the toddler was jumping up and down. An older woman, holding an infant, was crying as well. The whole place was congratulating the happy couple, slapping Malone on the back, kissing Maggie. Young people, old people, in-betweens. Seemed as if the whole town was there. For one brief second, Parker tried to imagine this scene happening to her. Yeah, no. She wasn't really the warm fuzzles type, despite having invented the nauseating term. Across the booth, Lavinia coughed, an alarming sound, then nodded as if satisfied.
We've been watching these two for some time, she said in her rusty voice. Malone asked us all to come, wanted his daughter here. She's from away.
but he figured Maggie'd like that. Seems he was right.
A party seemed to be breaking out. Orange juice and champagne were offered, and a few people were coming in and out of the kitchen with goodies. A thickly built waitress plunked a plate of Danish pastries down in front of her, and Parker snagged one. "Think I could get some coffee?" she asked. "I'm dying for a little caffeine."
"Help yourself," she said, making her way through the crowd. "I'll get it, this being your first time and all," Lavinia said, sliding out of the booth.
Parker looked around, the only stranger here, it seemed. Rowley gave her a wave, but he was on the other side of the diner, talking to a young man with Down syndrome. Parker looked at the little jukebox at her table. Oldies but goodies. Tried not to feel awkward. Little Maggot looked around. He didn't know any other maggots on the entire roadkill. If only he was better at making friends.
Hi there.
Parker looked up at the bride-to-be and Malone, who nodded.
Sorry, the service kind of sucks this morning, the woman said. Because this guy here, he told everyone we know to show up, and I had no idea. How is that possible, I ask you? I mean, I know everybody, right? Except you. Hi, I'm Maggie, and I know you are Julia Harrington's niece. Sorry to be babbling. I'm a little overwhelmed. Because I'm engaged.
She bit her lip and looked at the ring herself, then kissed Malone's cheek.
It's so beautiful, Malone. I love it.
She showed off the ring. 3/4 of a carat, maybe, 14-carat gold. Parker's mother's last engagement ring had been 5 carats, framed by a ring of 12 smaller diamonds, set in platinum, and big enough to choke a 7th grader.
Congratulations,
Parker said. It's beautiful. I'm Parker, in town for the summer. Sorry I had dirty thoughts about your fiancé.
Where are you staying?
Maggie asked. At my aunt's house.
Oh.
Maggie gave a little grimace.
That's a beautiful spot. Welcome to Gideon's Cove. Anything you need, stop by. I know everyone. So does this guy here. Oh my God, Malone! Are you sure you want to marry me, given how much I talk?
He nodded once.
I'm used to it.
Put his arm around her shoulders and kissed her temple.
Dang, they were cute. Hey, lovebirds, Lavinia said. You meet my cousin? Parker, the happy couple.
Yep, we met, Parker said, gratefully taking the cup of coffee.
So, when's the wedding? Lavinia asked.
2 weeks, Maggie said. Malone already got the license and everything, because he wanted Emery to be here, of course. Way to go, Dad, a young woman called, amid the hum of conversation.
Think you could do the flowers? Maggie asked, even with such short notice.
Course I'll do the flowers, Lavinia said. I'll do them for free if Malone sleeps with me just one time.
Malone grinned, but didn't answer. Maggie laughed.
I guess we'll pay. I'll come by this week, okay? It was really nice meeting you, Parker.
Same here. The couple moved on, as everyone in the place clearly wanted to hug and congratulate them. Nice, Parker said. Very romantic.
Hey, So, welcome to town. Nice to meet ya. You saw your inheritance. What's the plan? Lavinia asked.
She took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag.
No smoking, Lavinia, Maggie called.
Damn.
Parker's cousin stubbed the ciggy out on her palm and tossed the butt out the window. Didn't that hurt? Parker couldn't help asking.
Nah, my hands are tough.
Parker took another sip of the surprisingly good coffee. Well, my plan is to... I don't know. I thought I'd slap on some paint and sell the place, but I didn't know how bad it was.
It's a shit snarl.
Yes, indeedy.
Got enough money to really spiff it up? Lavinia asked.
Parker paused. I have a little. I don't know how far it'll go. Lavinia pursed her lips together, causing 100 wrinkles to radiate from her mouth, like anemic rays from a sickly sun.
I heard about your problems.
Did you?
Oh, news travels fast, especially when it's on CNN.
Right.
How many years did your father get?
6. Time off for good behavior. Her cousin grunted.
Deserved it from what I hear. Sorry for you, though.
Well, it's not so bad. Besides, even if it was bad, she'd been raised not to discuss money, sex, or religion. So, Lavinia.
Call me Vin, she said.
Okay, Vin. How exactly are we related? Parker asked. We've never met, have we?
Nope. Your mother's my cousin on the Harrington side. Althea and I, we spent a little time together as kids some summers, back when my father still owned the Point.
What point is that?
Douglas Point, the big place north of yours.
That was yours? You lived there?
Till my mother and father divorced. Then my father sold it a few years later.
Wow. Althea had never said anything about summers in Maine. Lavinia looked out the window.
So how is your mother these days? We didn't really stay in touch.
She's fine.
She ever remarry after your folks split up?
Parker couldn't suppress a smile. Oh, yeah, a few times. Lavinia smiled back.
Is that right? Well, tell her hello from me.
Parker knew that the Harringtons originally hearkened from Maine, but her mom had grown up in Westchester County, New York. Back when her parents were still together, big family gatherings had only included the coven. No second cousins from the Harrington side had ever been mentioned, only those few awkward visits to Great Aunt Julia up in Boston.
Got any help for overhauling the house?
Lavinia asked, interrupting Parker's thoughts. She took a deep breath. Yes, a family friend.
Well, you'll need it. God knows how long it's been since the place was cleaned out. Julia stopped coming here probably 15, 20 years ago.
She squinted at Parker.
You need a job this summer? Make a little extra cash? I could use the help with Maggie and Malone's wedding. Usually hire a high school kid part-time in the summer, but the job's yours if you want it.
Heck yeah, she wanted it. Sure, that'd be great. Thank you. Her first real job. Holy halos.
Great. I gotta grab a smoke. Come by Wednesday. 3 doors down. You can't miss it.
Lavinia left, and Parker glanced at her watch. She should get back to the shack, bring James some sustenance, help clear stuff out. But maybe she'd call Nicky first. She glanced at her watch. He might be up. It was 5:30 in California. Parker's chest constricted. Nicky felt so far away. He was so far away. The fact that she hadn't heard his voice last night, didn't know what he'd had for dinner, hadn't toweled off his hair after his bath. Dang. Crying in a crowded diner full of strangers. Not fun. Malone sat down across from her, and Parker jumped a little. Hey there, she said.
Everything okay?
He asked, his voice a quiet rumble. She was about to deny it and found herself telling the truth instead. I miss my kid. He's with his dad in California for a few weeks. Malone gave a brief nod.
My daughter lives most of the year in Oregon with her mother.
Is that your daughter over there? Malone looked, his face softening a bit.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous.
Don't talk about it.
He smiled a little.
How old's your boy?
5.5.
Tough to be apart when they're small.
She tried to smile. Yeah, well, he'll actually be coming up when they get back. So, 3 weeks to go. Malone nodded again.
Hang in there.
"Oh, I'm fine," she lied. "But thanks, Malone, and congratulations again." She got up from the booth and waited at the counter as the gap-toothed cook made a ham and egg sandwich to go. He refused payment, telling her everything was on the house today. Nice to be in a place where she was anonymous. Not one mention of the Holy Rollers or Harry, except from Lavinia. The sun was shining, a brisk wind coming in off the water, the waves slapping sharply against the wooden pier. The lobster boats bobbed merrily at their moorings, and a seagull strutted down the sidewalk in front of her, the breeze ruffling its feathers, but not its composure. Upon further inspection, Gideon's Cove had a bit more to it than at first glance. There was a lovely brick town hall, the police station, a bar called Dewey's, and Lavinia's flower shop, called Lavinia's Flower Shop. Parker peered in the window and saw that it was crowded with little souvenirs and fake flower arrangements. A half-inch of dust was on the sill. Well, she'd make herself useful. After that, the town became mostly residential. There were some beautiful old houses in the federal style, with handsome front doors and widows' walks, rhododendron and lilies blooming in the yards. But the town quickly gave way to blue-collar, with two-family homes and small bungalows as the hills rose around the cove. At the top of one street, Parker could see Douglas Point. Hard to believe that had been in her family, and her mother never mentioned it. Then again, Althea was hazy with details. Aunt Julia's place wasn't visible. Maybe, given Thing One's extra weight, it had fallen into the sea. Either way, she should probably go back home, to the hovel. Chapter 11. 4 days later, as James ripped shingles off the roof, he had to admit he'd been wrong in thinking Parker would be a wuss when it came to hard physical labor. Greyhurst had had a cleaning crew, a gardening service, a handyman on call 24/7, and a personal chef who delivered meals daily. But there was Parker, hacking down the weeds along the stairway to the dock like a member of a chain gang. Cut-off jeans that showed her long, gorgeous legs. The jeans were the ones the mouse had run into, and she'd said there was no way in hell she was giving the rodent another chance. A shirt from Joe's Diner. Apparently Miss Wells hadn't packed or didn't own a proper T-shirt. A Yankees hat, the only thing marring her golden beauty. Well, she couldn't help it. Had spent most of her childhood in New York. Nope, Parker had dug right in, shoveling the remainder of her aunt's belongings into trash bags, sorting through what could go to the Salvation Army, not a lot, and what was recyclable. If she had to ask him how to change the head of the sponge mop, well, it was kind of appealing. She talked to her kid probably 4 times a day, which James thought was a lot. Then again, he probably talked to his parents 4 times a year, so what did he know? She whacked at the weeds again, swinging the scythe like a golf club, then stopped to throw Beauty a stick. She glanced up at James, saw him looking, and gave a quick wave, then looked away. Yeah, even though they'd been together for 5 solid days, there was little change in their relationship. She was polite. She was a good worker, and listened when he told her how to do something. She had a decent sense of humor. Still called him Thing One occasionally. Didn't seem to be moping about her lost fortune, though she got quiet sometimes, maybe missing her kid. In other words, she was as out of reach as ever. They talked about the house, the dog, the town. Maybe 15 or 20 minutes of conversation a day. She spent more time than that by far on the phone with her kid, and the Paragon, and Mrs. Paragon. Whatever. He had his own work to do, ripping the decaying shingles off the roof. Sweat dampened his hair, and he wiped his face on the sleeve of his T-shirt. Gideon's Cove was experiencing a rare heat wave the past day or so, with temperatures into the 90s. Humid, too. And the black flies. He'd forgotten about those bloodthirsty little suckers. He turned as a truck slowed in front of the house. Probably one of Parker's fan club, the old guys from the hardware store, who'd been dropping by daily to check on her progress. She had those three wrapped, that was for sure. Called them the Three Musketeers, which made the old guys shuffle and blush, as if she'd knighted them. It wasn't one of the Musketeers. It was his oldest brother, Tom, a good 20 pounds heavier than he'd been 2 Christmases ago, when James had last seen him. Red-faced, and not from the sun. "Hey," James said, shading his eyes to be sure. "Hey, that was Tom, all right." "Hey, James! How you doing, bud?" "I'm good. You?" "Can't complain. Talked to Dewey last week. He said you were here for the summer." James climbed down from the roof, weariness prickling at the back of his neck. He was the only one of the 5 Cahill kids who'd graduated college, let alone gone on for a law degree. The only one who'd made it out of Maine, too. His brothers didn't drop by or give him a call for the hell of it.
"Kids are good?"
James asked. He hesitated, then shook his brother's hand. From down by the water, he could hear Parker's scythe hacking into the long grass. He hoped she stayed there.
"Kids are great. Maybe you can swing by and visit this summer."
Yeah, that'd be nice." Except Tom had never once invited James to his house before.
"So what brings you up here, Tom?" "Oh, I had to do something in Machias. Figured I'd swing by."
Machias was an hour south, but James didn't point that out. Tom leaned back against his truck door, all casual interest, and nodded at the house.
"Got your work cut out for you, huh?"
"Yeah, just trying to get it up to code, pretty much."
"You gonna reshingle the sides next?"
Like their father, Tom was a carpenter.
"Yep. Rebuild those steps, too."
Tom nodded sagely.
"So listen, I have a proposition for you."
Ah, that made more sense. Tom was here for money. His brother folded his arms across his chest and stared out at the harbor.
"There's this very cool opportunity to be a part owner in the old lumber mill. Remember that place, down by the river?"
"I remember," James said.
"So me and my buddies, we were thinking we'd buy it, renovate it, put in some really nice shops on the first floor, right? Cheese shop, wine, upscale shit. Then up above we'd have luxury condos."
Sounds great. It sounded idiotic. Dresner was a dying city. There was more call for a soup kitchen than luxury condos overlooking a river, polluted by 40 years of industrial waste. Cheese shop? Come on.
"So I'm looking for a little capital to get started."
He paused.
"I'd pay you back with interest and all."
James took a slow breath.
"I'd love to help you out, Tom." "No one's asking for help. This is an investment opportunity. Thought you liked that shit."
There was already an edge in Tom's voice.
"I wish I could help you," James said. "I really don't have the money."
Tom pushed off his truck, his face growing even redder.
"Yes, you do, you little prick. You've been working for that rich asshole for years now."
"In case you didn't hear, my boss is in jail."
"And don't tell me you didn't get a king's ransom for burrowing up that guy's butt."
"Nice."
"I did. But it's all tied up, and you know it, Tom."
His older brother glared.
"Fuck you." "Tom, look, even if it was a great idea." "Oh, now it's a crap idea?"
"I honestly don't have the money. It all went to Beckham."
"And we wouldn't have needed Beckham if it wasn't for you. You fucked everyone over, didn't you? When your own family needs something, forget it. But here you are playing house with your boss's daughter, aren't you? Having fun, living off her money?"
"Tom, look at this place. Does it seem like she's got money?"
"Thanks for nothing. I should have known. And don't show your face in Dresner. Mom's enough of a mess without you. Asshole."
10 seconds later, Tom screeched out of the driveway. He gave James the bird as he gunned the motor. Then he was gone. Forget the roof. There was a crowbar. There was the long side of the house. James grabbed the heavy metal tool, jammed its wedged end under some shingles, and began ripping them off with a vengeance. Sweat poured off his body, soaked his hair, stung his eyes. The wood screamed in protest, but he didn't stop. Just ripped the shingles off the side, no matter that they'd been petrifying there for 2 generations. Just shoved the pry bar underneath and jerked up and ripped them off like scabs. He didn't even notice Parker come up from the beach until she walked right past him, her dog, as always, tight against her calves. "Hello, sweaty day laborer," she said with a grin.
"Hey,"
he grunted. "Was someone here? Thought I heard voices."
"Nope."
"You hungry?"
"Nope."
She gave him a look, but he kept ripping shingles. "Okay, thing one. I'm going for a swim."
"Fine."
She went blithely into the house. James continued jamming the crowbar under the shingles, relishing the screech as they tore off. Then her words sank in. She couldn't swim in Maine water. It was practically ice cold, 52, 55 degrees, maybe. It was high tide, too, so it'd be even colder. He tossed down the pry bar and stomped inside, folded his arms across his sweaty t-shirt, and stood outside her door, ready to lecture her. Then the door opened, and he forgot what he was there for. She was wearing a bikini. "You want to come?" she asked. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Skin. There was a lot of skin, and curves. Breasts, shoulders, legs. His mouth went dry. She gave him an odd look, then scooped up her hair and secured it with an elastic, and his eyes slid down to her rack, because, my God, that was a fantastic. "I know, cellulite. I've gained 11 pounds this past year." She stared down at her torso, then sighed. "Oh, well, maybe I can swim some off. Come on, beauty." She grabbed a towel and headed through the kitchen. Her ass was... Well, he was unable to summon actual words at the moment, as there was no blood flowing upward. And that scrap of fabric, red fabric. Thank you, Jesus. Hard to believe she'd kissed him once. And speaking of hard, she was so beautiful and perfect and luscious. Bad enough that he'd had to listen to her shower every morning and... But wait. She couldn't swim in that water. "Parker!" he croaked, but she was already halfway down the stairs, the long grass billowing in the breeze, the dog's feathery tail in the air.
"Parker!"
he called, banging out the back door.
"That water's really cold."
"And I'm really hot," she said.
"Tell me about it."
"I've been working like a dog. Right, beauty?"
"It's too cold for swimming," he said,
running down the stairs.
"Hypothermia cold, Parker. Don't go in."
"Oh, come on. People swim in it all the time."
"Not up here, they don't."
He reached the dock, which was bobbing vigorously as the tide was coming in hard, slapping against the buoys that held the thing afloat. If he didn't watch it, he'd fall right in. "Well, I'm going swimming." She draped her towel over one of the old wooden porch chairs she dragged down here. "Beauty, wanna come? Come on, girl." With that, Parker executed a perfect swimmer's dive from the dock, the dog sailing in right behind her. She didn't surface. He could see her white skin under the water, but no, that was just sunlight. Where was she? Where the hell was she?
"Parker!"
James stripped off his shirt.
"Parker!"
Then her blonde head popped up, way too far away from the dock. She pushed her hair out of her face. "Oh, bugger," she called. "You were right. It's freezing." She grinned at him, then saw her dog. "Beauty, good girl, good puppy."
"Parker, get in here. You'll freeze."
"I do feel like I'm dying, but 11 pounds, thing one." With that, she began swimming in long, hard strokes away from the dock. James bit his thumbnail. Yes, granted, she'd swum on the Harvard team. There'd been 2 pools at Greyhurst, one inside and one out. But there were no tides in swimming pools, and they weren't 52 degrees, and they weren't strewn with buoy lines. What if she got tangled on one?
"Parker, don't be an idiot,"
he called, jamming his hands into his pockets. She didn't hear him, kept swimming. Another yard, another. She was an entire football field away now. No signs of slowing. Damn it all to hell. If he jumped in after her, could he catch her? Probably not. But once she went under, he'd be a lot closer. Finally, she stopped, and the dog swam right up to her. It had a stick, which Parker threw back toward the dock, and the dog zipped right around to find it.
"Time to come in, Parker,"
James yelled, sounding like a parent. Then again, she was acting like an idiot child, like, "It's really not bad once you get used to it," she called.
"That's what they all say, right before they freeze to death."
She laughed. He was chewing his thumbnail again. Finally, she turned in the right direction, diving under the surface of the water in a dolphin-like move, then popping up for breath a few yards closer. Swam efficiently, closer, closer. James didn't take his eyes off her the entire time. Then, as she was climbing back onto the dock, she slipped and fell back with a splash, and before he was quite aware of having moved, he had her by the arm and was hauling her up, slopping frigid water against himself, her skin as cold as if she were dead. "Easy there, Mr. Lifeguard," she said, stepping back and smoothing the hair off her face. "I'm fine."
"Don't make this a habit. It's too cold. It's stupid, Parker."
"I think I will make it a habit, Thing One," she said, squeezing the salt water out of her hair. "I love to swim. I own a house on the water, and you are not the boss of me." Goosebumps covered her skin, and her nipples. Shit. Women were not fair, because a perfectly good case of righteous anger was turning into lust. Without another word, he turned and stalked off the dock. Time to rip some more shingles. Chapter 12. Once upon a time, there was a baby shark named Swimmy. He asked his mommy, "Does God still love me, even though I eat the other fishies?" And his mommy said, "Who cares?" and ate him, and Swimmy was delicious. Okay, so the writing wasn't going that well. Parker put aside the red notebook, which now contained 11 ridiculous and aborted story attempts, considered tossing it off the dock, and sighed. Well, maybe her new series would get the green light. 2 days ago, against her better judgment, she'd sent her agent and editor a series proposal. The Archangels. How did all those animals get along on Noah's Ark? Why, it was all thanks to a clever lion cub, a singing fox, and a crafty kangaroo. Glee meets the Bible meets Animal Farm. "We thought it was super awesome, Parker," the HRs chorused. Parker figured it was close enough to the Holy Rollers in its preachy, simpering style, so she had high hopes that the powers that be would love it. But she hadn't been feeling the mojo. Not that she'd loved the Holy Rollers, but the books had come easily to her. "You're welcome," said Spike, who now looked to be a thuggish 16. "About time we got some recognition around here." He tucked a cigarette behind his ear. "No smoking," she said. He stubbed the ciggy out against his palm, Lavinia style, and lifted an eyebrow. Teenagers. She got up and headed inside. Thing One was still ripping and tearing stuff, apparently having his period. She may as well start dinner. Once all the crap had been cleared from the kitchen, Parker had scoured it. The linoleum was torn in a few places, but otherwise the room had a sort of cheap charm. Shabby chic, maybe? There was a kitschy little table, one of those chrome and vinyl models from the 60s, white with bits of gold, and a couple of usable chairs. Parker had excavated a strange plastic tomato statue. It wore a top hat, had long eyelashes, and sported a cane, which, upon further inspection, turned out to be a smiling green worm. She put it on the table and smiled. Looked kind of cute. Greyhurst's kitchen had consisted of granite and marble and steel, with rare wood cabinets and knobs designed just for the house. The knives were German, the china French. The table had been an original Frank Lloyd Wright. Well, those days were over. Sparkly vinyl and plastic tomatoes were more her speed now, and the linoleum, while still cracked and yellowing, was clean at least. Things were moving in the right direction. The swim had been great, though James had a point. That water was freaking cold. But swimming had always made her feel calmer and happier. Nicky, too, she'd noticed. He'd love the water here, her little eel. She'd been on Skype with him earlier, during a quick run to the library. They were at a gorgeous lodge in Muir Woods. Nicky had looked bigger to her. Then again, that might be her imagination. They'd only been apart for 5 days. Hard to believe. It felt like 5 months. The sound of screeching wood came from the opposite side of the house. James, still hard at work. The noise was like a knife in her eye. Maybe the lad was hungry. She'd see if he had any preferences for dinner. Seemed like the least she could do. Going outside, she saw that James was still shirtless. Oh, that was good. That was nice. The guy browned up fast, that was for sure. His hair was wet with sweat, and half of the shingles on the side of the house were gone. His muscles bunched and corded as he worked. Beautiful arms, lean stomach, the muscles over his ribs shifting hypnotically with his movements. A bead of sweat ran down his neck into the little hollow at the base of his throat. He glanced at her without stopping. Right, she should speak. She swallowed. Hey. Hey, he answered. Are you mad at me, she asked, for taking a swim? He did stop then. No, just had a crappy day. Parker felt a pang of guilt. She didn't know much about Thing One, granted, and she'd definitely been keeping conversation terribly neutral. But here he was, working like a dog for her. And when she'd gone swimming, he'd been rather adorably anxious. Want some dinner? She asked. I'm cooking. His eyes were very dark. Ethan's were brown too, but a lighter color. James, though. James had eyes that were so brown they were almost black. A person could look into those eyes and just about get lost. Sure, he said, then went back to ripping off the shingles. Crappy day, huh? Well, she'd make him something nice. She'd been to the market this morning, not the tiny one in town, but the bigger one about half an hour away, and had stocked up. In the sunny kitchen, she rinsed some spinach, sliced tomatoes, put the water on to boil the pasta. James came in to shower, and it was hard not to imagine him in there, all soapy and wet, and tanned, and naked, and wet, and naked. Down, girl, she said to herself, causing Beauty to flop to the floor. I wasn't talking to you, sweetie, Parker added. The little dog had been trained by someone, it was clear. She didn't put a toenail out of line, as if afraid of being beaten, poor sweet thing. You are such a good girl, Parker said, giving her a strip of salami. She was rewarded with a slight swishing of the dog's tail. Dinner wouldn't be too fancy, but it smelled heavenly. She opened a nice bottle of Merceau, stolen from Greyhurst's wine cellar, then brought everything down to the dock and set it up, picnic style. She poured a glass of wine for herself and sat down, looking out at the water. The harbor was smooth now, the smallest ripples lapping gently against the rocky shore, and the sun was beginning its descent, filling the horizon with gold, turning the clouds to cream. A piping plover ran along the shore, stopped to peck at something, then ran some more. Always in such a hurry, those little birds. The dock shifted, and Parker looked over. James had changed into jeans and a white polo shirt and looked like an ad for Ralph Lauren.
"Didn't know you could cook,"
he said, looking down at the spread. "Surprise! I like cooking. Have a seat, James." She patted the blanket, poured some wine, and handed him a glass. "Thanks for all your hard work today."
"You're welcome. Thanks for dinner."
"You hungry?"
"Starving."
They ate, plates in their laps, looking over the water, not talking. The tide was going out, exposing a few rocks, and a line of cormorants swam over and clambered up, spreading their wings to dry. A few lobster boats motored in. There was Billy Bottoms, the white-haired man who looked as if he belonged on a postcard. Parker had met him at the diner a couple days ago when she was picking up lunch. Then came the twin menace, which belonged to Maggie's brother, she'd learned. The ugly Anne came in last, and Malone lifted a hand in greeting. She waved back. "So, why the bad mood today?" Parker asked.
"Family stuff."
James set his empty plate next to him. "Do you have a lot of family around here?"
"I have 3 brothers and a sister, all in Maine. My parents still live in the same house where I grew up."
"Here in Gideon's Cove?"
"No, about an hour and 20 minutes west of here."
"Are you guys close?" He paused.
"Some of us are."
"And Dewey, who owns the bar, he's your uncle, right?" she asked.
"Yep, my mother's brother. She's one of 7. My dad has 3 sisters."
She didn't mean to interrogate him, but big families fascinated her. She'd only had her parents and the coven, after all. "You must have a lot of cousins, then."
19.
Parker smiled. "Sounds fun."
"It was," James said.
"Was, not is." He didn't explain, though. "I always wished I had more cousins," she said. 4 girls about the same age. It wasn't pretty."
"I remember."
"Ah, right. At Esme's wedding, when they'd done a lot more than talk." Parker felt her ears heat up. Could be the wine. It was getting dark. Clouds had gathered off Douglas Point, and the wind kicked up a little, lifting her hair. A rumble of thunder rolled in the distance. Parker's phone cheeped. She looked. Oh, goody. A message from Ellen. Maybe her agent already had some interest in the Archangels. "Hey, Parker. Sorry to say they took a pass on the Archangels. It didn't seem to have the same sincerity as the Holy Rollers. Back to the drawing board. Don't worry. We're all confident that you're almost there. Just go with the flow and something will hit you. Sooner is better, okay? Hope you're having fun in Maine. Talk soon." Well, bugger and damn. Go with the flow? She'd been waiting for the flow for some time. There was no flow. And the same sincerity? The Holy Rollers had no sincerity. Mickey, the fire engine, which had been rejected by both her agent and publisher all those years ago, Mickey had sincerity. He was an extraordinarily sincere fire engine.
"Everything okay?"
James asked. "Sure, yes." She looked out at the water. "Actually, no. My publisher didn't like my new series idea, so that's not good."
"But you were a big hit, aren't you?"
"I was." The phone cheeped again. Oh, Ethan had sent a picture of Nikki standing in front of a giant redwood tree. Parker's throat tightened at the sight of her son. There was another attachment, this one a drawing of 2 humans with giant heads and skinny legs. One had long hair, and one had spiky hair. They were holding the hand of a smaller, giant head person. Nikki had labeled them Daddy, Lucy, me, and written, "We love you, Mommy." Crap. Her eyes were wet.
"You okay, Parker?"
James asked. "I miss my son," Parker said, swallowing. The words didn't do him justice. It felt as if a part of her was missing. That's what it felt like. as if she was killing time until her real life started when he came back. And crikey, time had slowed to an absolute crawl.
He'll be here soon, right?
18 days.
18 days,
James repeated, looking at her. I have never gone more than 2 without seeing him, she admitted.
Must be tough.
Yeah, for me, anyway. Nicky's having the time of his life, swimming in the Pacific, seeing Muir Woods, horseback riding. She shook her head. Then he gets to come here, to this shack.
It's shaping up, Parker. It'll be fine by the time he gets here.
She set her plate down, glanced at James and his kind, dark eyes. For a second, she almost admitted what was on her mind, and a fear that had cropped up more and more in the past 6 months, that Nicky would ask to live with Lucy and Ethan full-time, and if he said that, it would kill her. What if I can't sell this place? She asked. I mean, even if I can, there won't be too much left over, and I don't have that many marketable skills, thing one. I was a double major in English and ethics. Should have listened to my father and gone into finance.
Look where that got him,
James said. Parker picked a splinter from the dog. You know what the kicker is? Those miserable little holy rollers would have made me a ton. The movie comes out this summer, The Holy Rollers in 3D, and they put an exclamation point there as part of the title, as if it wasn't already dumb enough. And now, I can't write anything. I can't come up with anything decent. I'm completely and utterly stuck. Crap. Why was Thing One always around during her weaker moments? Swallowing, she pressed her lips together and looked away. The sky had clouded over, and it was darker in the west. Another growl of thunder came from the far distance. A second later, she felt his hand on hers, warm and calloused and comforting.
Everything will turn out fine, Parker, he said. This summer's just a bump in the road.
Please God, that was true. She nodded, not trusting her voice.
You were a Harvard grad, as you like to remind me. You'll find a job, and your son loves you. That won't change.
She glanced at him. He was looking at her steadily, and those deep, dark eyes were
As you listen, remember that rest is also part of the experience. Enjoy this break as a small gift for your mind, and thank you for choosing this free audiobook.
kind. She gave his hand a quick squeeze. Thanks. He didn't look away. No one looked at a person that way anymore. They checked their phones or scanned the horizon or glanced around. But Thing One kept looking at her, kept holding her hand, too. I'm glad you're here, James, she admitted, and her voice was a little husky.
Me too.
His thumb moved over the back of her hand, and suddenly Lady Land perked up. Those eyes, that whole face, in fact, that warm hand. He leaned a little closer, and her heart rate tripled. She remembered what it had been like to kiss James Cahill, and her legs tingled. Remembered his hands on her, against her skin, his mouth on her neck, on her... Then a bolt of thunder cracked right overhead. Parker jumped, and Beauty leaped up and streaked for the house. The first fat drops of rain smacked down on the dog. Moment over, sign from God. Well, Parker said, her voice breathy. Looks like rain. Yes, rain tended to look like rain. She stood up, her legs still tingly, her hand feeling cold and empty. We better hurry." Careful not to look at him, she grabbed a few things at random. A plate, a glass, a napkin. Then the heavens opened, and she raced up the stairs, as much a coward as Beauty. The cold rain on her shoulders was almost a relief. When James got up to the house, he was soaked, and the power was out. Looked as if all of Gideon's Cove had lost power, in fact. He put down the things Parker hadn't managed to grab and ran his hands through his wet hair. "James, leave everything, okay?" Parker's voice came from down the hall. "I'll clean up in the morning. Beauty's scared, and she's hiding under my bed, so I'll stay in here. Good night." Beauty wasn't the only one who was hiding.
"Good night,"
he said. Another bolt of thunder crackled across the sky. He'd almost kissed her, which was a dumb idea, no matter how much he wanted to. It would be a long time till he fell asleep, he knew. Rather than fight it, he opened the quiet fridge and groped around for a beer, took it out onto the back patio and sat, watching the storm roll and flash over the harbor, the pine trees black in the harsh flashes of lightning, the lobster boats starkly white.
"What do you think's gonna happen, idiot?"
his conscience chided in the harsh voice of his father.
"She's already blown you off once. Think you measure up to the paragon? And what happens when she finds out what you did?"
James took a long pull on his beer. There were plenty of women out there who'd be a lot easier than Parker, that was for sure. Leah back home would love to see more of him. It's just that there wasn't a lot to Leah. Sweet girl, fun to hang out with, fun in bed. But while she tended to talk, and talk, and talk, she never seemed to say anything. Which was cute for a while, that chattering. Cute for about 2 hours, at which point they'd fool around, then she'd chatter some more, then he'd leave. So no, not Leah. But surely there was someone else out there. Someone who was not Parker. For crying out loud. One time 3 years ago, and he was still hung up on her, even though she'd made it very clear that he was a drunken mistake. Stupid. Men were stupid, and he was no exception. The storm was moving down the coast, the bulk of the thunder south of them now. He wondered if Mary Elizabeth was getting any of this weather, even though they were inland a bit. She hated storms. He fished out his phone and hit her number.
"Hi, honey,"
he said when she answered.
"How you doing? Getting any thunder down there?
Well, you have Spike with you, right? All right, then, you're all set. He won't let anything bad happen to you. You know that. Because he's an angel, that's why."
Chapter 13.
"Good, you're here. I know, you brought your dog."
Lavinia knelt down to pet Beauty, who ducked her head and hid behind Parker's legs. "She's shy," Parker explained. "She'll warm up to you eventually." She set down the coffee she'd brought for her cousin and took a sip of her own. Then twisted around, cracking her vertebrae.
"Heard you got Dewey's nephew working over there with you. That's your family friend?"
"Mm-hmm. Less said the better on that subject."
"You two doing the nasty?"
Parker choked on her coffee. No. He works for my father. He's just helping."
"All right, if you say so. Seems like a waste, though, not doing that cute boy. Anyway, you know anything about flower arranging?"
"Well, I took a class once, at camp." Lavinia surveyed her through squinted eyes.
"Did you? Well, the first rule is you're going to get dirty. That shirt of yours, silk?"
"Oh." Parker glanced down. "Yes."
"Well, it'll get ruined. You need to dress more like me."
Please, God, never that. Lavinia was dressed in aqua blue stirrup pants and a green and red flannel shirt.
"Come on, then," her cousin said. "Let me give you the tour. This here's the cooler. We get a delivery maybe once a week, less in the winter when business slows down."
With Beauty practically attached to her leg, Parker looked into the case where there was a small variety of flowers: carnations, roses, lilies, baby's breath.
"Over here," Vin continued, "we've got the containers. Vases, angels, a few boxes of chocolate. I wouldn't eat those if I were you. Can't tell how old they are. But if someone wants them, buyer beware, right?"
Lavinia coughed and lit up another cigarette. "Think the smoke is bad for the flowers?" Parker asked, waving her hand.
"Probably. At any rate, cards are over here. Rolls of tissue paper, cellophane, all the tools you might need, and be careful with those scissors, 'cause these'll cut you faster than a cat can lick its ass."
The kitty cat licked its cute little bum. Oh, those worms were so itchy. If only someone would adopt me, I could get these pesky intestinal parasites taken care of. Another winner.
"You listening to me?"
Lavinia pointed to a heavy oak door with a large pane of frosted glass.
"This here's the greenhouse. Don't go in there, got it? It's temperature controlled. That's why there's the lock on the door."
"What do you grow back there?" Parker asked. She could see a blur of green, a few splotches of pink. Beauty was sufficiently interested to sniff at the door.
"Rare orchids, shit like that. Wicked particular about hot and cold, okay? I'm the only one what takes care of those."
"Got it." Parker turned back to the older woman. "Lavinia, I really appreciate you letting me work here."
"Oh, hell. That's what family's for."
She smiled, her face crackling into an array of wrinkles that Parker found quite attractive. Althea, who was roughly the same age as Vin, didn't sport any wrinkles, having had her face paralyzed by Botox far too many times to count. "So you and my mom played together as kids?" Parker asked.
Yeah, back when we were really little. Couple, 3 times is all. Then we moved to town, over by the fisheries plant."
Lavinia was quiet for a moment, and Parker wondered what her silence meant. Once Lavinia had lived in a mansion. Now she chain-smoked and wore stirrup pants. "Vin, why do you think Julia left the house to me, instead of you or my mom? You were her nieces. I'm just a grandniece."
Julia was always mad at someone or another," Vin answered, lighting another cigarette. "She was furious when my brother sold the Pines, even though he gave her that little cottage. Pissed that he got himself into financial trouble and whatnot. As for your mother, Julia didn't approve of divorce, so I guess that's why she picked you. Not many of us to choose from."
"And you never got married? No kids?"
"Nope. Always wanted a kid. Never a husband, though. I'm too fickle. You too, from the look of it."
"Oh, I don't know about that."
"What are you, 40?
Parker winced. "No, 35.
Nothing wrong with being fickle when it comes to men. Keep those options open, I always say. Anyway, most of our orders are pretty basic. Got your Bible right there."
She picked up a huge and faded book and swiped it against her butt, a shower of gray flakes falling to the floor. Between the dust and the smoke, Parker could practically feel her lungs shriveling.
"Oftentimes we don't have the right stuff in stock, but we do our best. Folks understand." "Well, hello there, Maggie."
Beauty crouched behind Parker's legs as Maggie came in. "Hi, Lavinia. Hi, Parker," she said. "How are you? Oh, you have a dog. Hi, puppy. Can I pet her?" Ah, love. The woman's happiness was palpable, and heck, it was awfully romantic, the way her guy had popped the question in front of everyone. "She's pretty shy," Parker said, but Maggie knelt down, and to Parker's amazement, Beauty's tail wiggled a little bit. "Shy is fine," Maggie said. "Nothing wrong with shy." Beauty sniffed Maggie's hand, then offered a lick. "She likes you," Parker said. "I'm a dog person.
You should bring her over sometime. She can play with Peaches. That's my dog. Malone gave her to me."
At the name of her honey, Maggie blushed.
"And speaking of Malone, I'm here to talk about the wedding. It's a quickie job. Not in that sense of the word. I'm not pregnant. At least, not to my knowledge. It's just, Malone, he'd rather get it done. Plus, his daughter's only here for a month. Crikey, listen to me." She smiled sheepishly. "Anyway, we're getting married a week from Saturday. Sorry it's such short notice."
Well, it's not like people are lined up around the block. And for you, Maggie, no problem, sweetheart."
Lavinia's face melted again into wrinkles as she flashed some browning teeth.
"What kind of bouquet were you thinking?"
"Oh, heck, I don't care. Whatever you think is pretty. My dad said he'll pay for the wedding, but I don't want to drain him dry either. Hydrangeas are in season, right? Those are nice. Whatever's easy."
"What's your budget?" Vin asked.
$300 sound okay?"
Parker tried not to wince. 300 was nothing.
"Oh, aye, said Vin. "We can do real nice for 300.
Wow. Parker could honestly say that she'd never met a bride like Maggie. Lucy had been pretty easygoing, but they'd had a girls' night with Corinne, Lucy's sister, and pored over Martha Stewart Weddings magazines, drank wine, and it had been a blast. As far as Esme, please. There'd been more tantrums during that engagement than at a daycare center during a full moon. Bloodlust and fury over things like flowers and seating arrangements and limos. Even her own mother, who had weddings down to a science, got religious with details. Althea's last bouquet had cost $3,000. Just the bouquet, which was made of rare lavender roses and vivid pink orchids flown in from South America, all wrapped in satin ribbons embroidered with Althea and Maury and studded with Swarovski crystals. Maggie smiled at Parker.
"You helping Vin out this summer, I heard?"
"That's right," Parker said.
"Cool. I bet you have great taste. I love your clothes. You always look so nice."
"Thanks," Parker said, feeling a blush.
"Hey," Maggie blurted. "You should come to Dewey's tonight. We're having a girls' night out. I think it's sort of my bridal shower, too. Just bring something for the food pantry. No gifts. Want to? Vinny's coming. You can meet everyone."
Parker opened her mouth to pass. She barely knew Maggie, then realized her standard excuses were not going to work. No kid to go home to, no manuscript to work on. And if she didn't go out, she'd be home with thing one of the eyes and the hands and the smile. "Thanks. I'd love to." When Parker pulled into the short driveway of her place, thing one was up on the roof. Shirtless. Again. At the sight of him, every egg in her ovaries leaped to attention and started banging their tiny fists against the wall.
"Let us out, Parker. Now."
He wore carpenter-style shorts and a tool belt and work boots, and nothing else but sweat, and Parker suddenly realized her mouth was dry. Thing one was beautiful. "I'm back," she croaked, and he turned, wiping the sweat from his forehead.
"Hey."
He started toward the ladder. "Don't come down. I brought sandwiches from the diner."
"Great."
He disobeyed her order, jumping the last few rungs. And now he was getting closer, and she could smell that nice, clean sweatiness of him. "Did you put on sunscreen?" she heard herself ask. He smiled. Her knees tingled dangerously.
"Thanks for bringing lunch."
Parker swallowed. "Oh, you're welcome. You know, the least I can do is feed you." His arms were most unlawyerly, curving with muscle, glistening. No shirt. Had she mentioned that? And he was standing approximately 4 inches in front of her. Should she choose to lean in and taste him, just for the hell of it, it wouldn't be hard at all. "What?" she asked, realizing abruptly that he was talking. Sorry. Beauty, stop, honey. That's right. Use the dog as an excuse. Good play. Not that the dog was doing anything other than cowering behind her legs. I said I'll be up on the roof most of the day. There's a part of the floor in the kitchen that's rotted out thanks to a leak, so I figured the roof was a priority. Good call. As if she knew anything. Okay, I'll get going then. Cleaning. And I might get started doing the, prep stuff. For painting. Cleaning and taping. I need to sponge down the walls in your room. Did that sound dirty? It sounded dirty to her. Sponge down, sponge bath. Your room. Your bed. Is Apollo locked up? Yep. He was smiling at her, that knowing, faint smile. The "I've seen you naked" smile. Without another word, she went into the house. Parker managed to avoid Thing 1 for much of the rest of the day. He went to the hardware store. She talked to Nikki twice, once after lunch, once after he'd seen a deer and wanted to tell her about it. Mostly, though, she cleaned. Parker found that she liked hard physical labor. The last time she'd worked this hard, she'd been pushing out a baby. Her housework at home didn't usually entail more than making Nikki's bunk bed, which was awkward, let's give credit where it was due. But this stuff, this schlepping and bending and wiping and sweeping, forget Zumba or Pilates, body by hoarding. She didn't get to James's room. It felt a little personal. But the living room and kitchen walls had been washed with bleach and water, and she taped all around the windows, cupboards, and doors. Tomorrow she'd start painting. Rolly and Ben were coming over to help. That would be good, having some people there. People other than Thing 1.
He's awfully cute,
the female holy rollers said. Shush, you guys. But maybe James needed a drink. Parker filled a glass and went outside, where James was coming down from the roof. How's it going up there? She asked, handing him the glass and gazing out at the harbor. Not at his shirtless glory. No, of course not. Good. He took a long pull of water, then dumped the rest over his head and ran a hand through his thick, wavy hair. God, she was going to need a pulsating shower head, and soon. I'm gonna take a shower, she said.
That sounds like an offer,
the HRs advised. I'm going out tonight, with the girls. Maggie and Chantal, he asked. She kept forgetting he had roots here. Yeah, well, Maggie. I don't know about Chantal. Have fun. Thanks. You all set for, everything? Dinner? All set. Pretty soon, Parker told herself, she should confront the elephant in the room. James, we slept together once, she'd say. Not gonna happen again. We're both copacetic with that, yes? So even if you look like a chocolate lava cake and I haven't had dessert in 3 years, it's not gonna happen. I'm almost positive. An hour later, Parker was clean and sweet-smelling, and surveying the dark interior of a shabby little bar, decorated with wooden lobster traps and the occasional lobster claw. There were about 10 tables, a few booths, and a counter.
Parker, over here.
There was Maggie at a table in the back. Or it was the other one, her twin. They waved in unison. A busty, red-headed woman was nursing a baby, and 4 or 5 men watched unabashedly. Beth, the woman from the animal shelter, was also there. Parker went over. Hi, she said, suddenly feeling shy.
I'm so glad you could come,
Maggie said. Parker assumed it was Maggie because she had on a Hello Kitty tiara.
Have you met my sister? This is Christy, and she refuses to get a big C branded onto her forehead so people can tell us apart.
Really, Christy, you're so difficult sometimes. This is Beth, who says you've already met her, and Chantal, our sister-in-law, and Luke, our nephew. Isn't he beautiful? Oh, he is, Parker said, though admiring the child would mean staring at Chantal's boob, which apparently was the thing to do.
Glad you are nursing, Chantal, one of the men said. Best for baby. Oh, yeah, the others murmured from their trance.
How's Beauty doing?
Beth asked Parker.
Oh, she's good. Very shy, but she's getting there. Parker smiled. Couldn't let the poor thing be put down. Christy gave Beth a look.
I thought you never put animals down.
Sorry, Parker.
I lied, Beth said with a grin. Ah, well, she's a great dog, Parker said.
Okay, girls,
Christy said.
Let's get our new pal here a drink. Dewey!
Parker jumped at the bellow.
Bring our friend a mojito!
Coming up.
Dewey was apparently the large man behind the bar. Didn't look much like James, not that she could tell, anyway. Christy leaned forward.
While we wait, ladies, let me tell you something. I saw the hottest guy in the world today, outside of my own husband, of course.
And Malone, added Maggie. And your brother, added Chantal.
Disgusting,
chorused the twins, and all three of them laughed.
Anyway, as I was saying,
Christy went on,
the hottest guy. Now, Parker, you don't understand. This town is rather difficult. I had to import my husband from away. But locally, if you like surly alpha males, we had one, and sorry, Maggie got him.
It's true, Maggie confirmed, sucking up the last of her mojito.
He's my surly alpha male. And if you like irritating, lazy, annoying, but cute guys, Christy went on, there was exactly one, and he's our brother, and for some ungodly reason Chantal married him. Otherwise, there's Crazy Dave, named that for a reason, Pete Duchamp, our local alcoholic, and Mickey Tatum, our 60-year-old fire chief. So a cute guy in town, this is big news.
This is incredibly exciting,
Beth said.
I can tell he's my soulmate already.
Yes, Christy nodded sagely.
Who is he, and how can we get him to marry Beth?
Parker had a feeling she knew who the hot guy was. How many gorgeous new strangers could be bopping around a town of 1,400 people? Dark hair, red pickup truck, she asked.
Yes, you know him? Is he yours?
He's mine.
My nephew, said the bartender, who'd arrived with a round of drinks. He looked down at her.
Hello, you must be Parker.
She stood up. Hi, are you Dewey? He nodded. It's really nice to meet you, and thanks for your help with the house. You've been great.
My pleasure, dear, he said. The least I could do for Jamie's friend.
Oh my gosh, that was Jamie Cahill? Christy said. He turned out so nice.
He's a good kid, Dewey said. Not married. Drink up, girls, and have fun. Nice meeting you at last, he added to Parker, then lumbered back to the bar.
I've already seen Jamie Cahill, hugged him, and copped a feel, Chantal said. Sorry, Christy. Old news.
She popped the baby off her breast and covered up.
Show's over, boys,
she said to her audience. Who wants to burp him?
You take him, Maggie. I have my own little burp machine at home.
Christy smiled at Parker.
I have a 2-year-old and a 2-month-old, and I couldn't get out of the house fast enough tonight. Shoved both of them at my husband, got in the car, and floored it.
Maggie practically lunged for the baby and kissed his fat little cheek before assuming the position and patting the baby on the back.
So, how do you know Jamie? Christy asked.
Parker took a sip of her drink. He worked for my dad, and he's helping me flip a house over near Douglas Point.
The hovel just before the pines,
Chantal supplied. Parker gave a painful laugh. That's the one.
Is he seeing anyone?
Beth asked. Parker paused. Not that I know of, though I almost kissed him the other night and have dirty thoughts of him hourly.
If I weren't happily married,
etc., Chantal said, lifting an eyebrow.
Sorry I'm late.
Lavinia plunked herself into the chair next to Parker. I was watching Jim Cantore on the Weather Channel. When Storms Kill, or some such. I would do him in a New York minute. So, who are we talking about?
Dewey's hot nephew, Chantal said. Jamie Cahill.
Little young for me, Lavinia said.
So, what's he like, Parker? Maggie asked.
Yes, said Spike. Do tell.
Well, he's very handy. This set the women off in gales of laughter. Speak of the devil, Chantal said, adjusting a breast. Jamie, over here. Parker's ears began tingling as James walked over. Christy gave him a hug. Apparently he'd seen Maggie at the diner, knew Lavinia from his summers here, and shook hands with Beth, which caused her to blush a fire engine red. Jamie, this is my son, Chantal said, reclaiming her little bundle. Admire away. James looked at the baby, who gazed back, then spit up.
Very, well-fed, he said, smiling at Chantal.
Then his gaze shifted to Parker, and Lady Land stirred. Bugger. Pull up a chair and charm us, James, Chantal commanded. It's sort of Maggie's shower.
I'll make your drinks instead, James said. I told Dewey I'd help out tonight. But have fun, girls.
He turned and went back to the bar. Tell me you don't want a bite of that, Chantal said, watching him walk away. Preach it, sister, Beth murmured. So, Parker, I have to ask you, Christy said. Are you the Parker Wells who writes those books about the angels? Parker took another healthy sip of her mojito. Afraid so. Someone gave me a few Holy Rollers books when Violet was born. I'm sorry. You don't have to pretend you like them, Parker said easily. They are pretty nauseating.
Hey, we have feelings,
the HRs pouted. No, you don't. You're imaginary, Parker countered. Was that the one where the kitten gets crushed by the tractor? Maggie asked.
That was my favorite one, Lavinia said. Cried like a baby.
Thank you,
the angels chorused. At Parker's questioning look, Vin added,
Hi, you're my cousin. I did a Google search on you.
Parker finished her drink. Anyway, the series is over, thank God. So what are you working on now? Beth said. I'm not really sure yet, Parker said. I have a few ideas.
That's great news,
the Holy Rollers cheered.
Yay, you!
If only. That dear boy is looking at you, Parker, Chantal said. You guys doing each other? Ignore her, Maggie said. Chantal has sex on the brain. It's true. Your brother is a happy man, Chantal answered, raising a perfect eyebrow. No more sex talk about our brother, Christy ordered. Parker laughed. No, it's not like that. He's my father's lawyer. So, Chantal asked, he's living with you. Have you seen him naked yet? No, and even if I was interested, which you totally are, he's got the triple crown of no against him, Parker said. Younger, unemployed, impotent, Christy asked. Prison record? Beth offered. Married to the church? Maggie said. Oh, he's not impotent, Chantal murmured, raising an eyebrow. At least, she paused for effect. He wasn't. Oh, Chantal, are you kidding? Maggie asked. Hey, somebody had to do it. He was 17 and so cute. Chantal grinned, and Parker felt an odd twang of something. Another sip of mojito fixed that. Okay, time for a subject change, Maggie announced. Let's leave poor James alone and talk about something else. I wear the crown of Kitty, so I'm the boss. And such a lightweight, Christy added. True. So, Parker, are you married? You have a little boy, right? Nope, never married, she said. My son is 5.
Nicholas Giacomo Mirabelli. She fished out her phone so Nicky's sweet face could be admired. Is there a story of forbidden love here? Or did you get knocked up, like me? Chantal asked, peering at the photo. He's beautiful. Nothing wrong with getting knocked up, said a male voice. Chantal never would have married me if I hadn't knocked her up. Right, babe? Jonah, shush, Maggie and Christy said in unison, then laughed. You shush, girls, he retorted. You're both love children, too. I'm the only child Mom and Dad really wanted. He turned to Parker. Hi, Jonah, long-suffering brother of the idiot twins here. I've seen you out in your dock. Go away, Jonah, Maggie commanded. The pink beaded tiara she was wearing was slightly askew. Go to the boys' section. This is for women only. Shoo. You two are ugly when you drink. He bent down and kissed Chantal. See you at home, gorgeous. Bye, honey. Chantal beamed up at him and patted his ass as he walked away. Disgusting, Christy said. So gross, Maggie added. So anyway, you were telling us, Parker, before my brother so rudely interrupted? Well, Parker said, let's say I have this thing for emotionally unavailable men. The table burst into laughter. Please, you have no idea who you're talking to, Maggie said. At Parker's questioning look, she added, I was in love with a priest. Okay, that's hard to top, Parker acknowledged. And I stopped my best friend's baby brother. Have I mentioned Jonah is 13 years younger than I am? Chantal said, smiling. Cougar baby, the only way to go. And I slept with a certain married Massachusetts senator whose last name starts with K, Lavinia said. Wasn't really worth the effort, I'd have to say. So how was your guy emotionally unavailable? Maggie asked. It sounds worse than it is, but he was in love with someone else, Parker said. And I didn't figure it out until after Miss Egg and Mr. Sperm met. So I have a 5-year-old, and we have joint custody, and it's all very friendly and civilized. Huh, her second mojito was gone. The last time you had 2 drinks and sweet baby James was around, you did the dragon shag, Spike, now in his early 20s, pointed out. Speaking of cougars, just saying. So have you dated at all? Beth asked. It's hard to find a decent guy these days. Nope, haven't really dated. Maybe a first date every few months, but nothing real, Parker said. You haven't had sex since your 5-year-old was born? Chantal asked, her mouth hanging open in horror. This was, of course, the moment that James brought another round of drinks over. That's awful, Lavinia said, shaking her head. Thank you, James, darling. Parker didn't answer. James put a glass in front of her. Thanks, she said, not daring to look at him. Anything else, girls? He asked, his voice warm and smiley. Would you take off your shirt? Christy asked. We didn't get Maggie a stripper. He laughed, and the sound scraped something deep down in Ladyland. Something that liked being scraped. James had almost kissed her the other night, right? It had seemed to her that a kiss had been possible, there on the dock, before the thunder, when she'd bolted like a scared little baby horse. Okay, no more mojitos. Who referred to themselves as scared little baby horses? Mojito-enhanced people, that's who. James looked down at Parker, who decided that now would be an excellent time to drain that mojito. The straw stuck her in the eye, but she squinted and managed a swallow or two. I'll walk you home when you're ready, he said. No need, thing one, she said sweetly. I'm fine. I can canter on home all by myself. He laughed, and there it was again, that scraping. Meow. I'll do it anyway. All righty then. If he insisted, he could walk her home. He was paid by Harry to walk her home, she reminded herself. No matter how cute he was, no matter how smiley were those eyes, He was in Harry's pocket, and Harry was in jail, and not a nice person, and James was here to babysit her and assuage Harry's conscience. Sex would not be part of the equation. A while later, the party broke up. Maggie had to open the diner early. Christy's baby didn't yet sleep through the night, and Jonah was giving Chantal the look of love, according to her. Parker stood, too. James was nowhere to be seen, but after the sobering thoughts earlier, she really didn't want to wait. She was 35 years old, for heaven's sake, didn't need an escort. The air was surprisingly chilly, thick with the salty smell of the ocean. The bar had been loud, and as Parker walked toward the harbor, the quiet of the night settled around her companionably. Mackerley was pretty quiet, too, and also surrounded by water, but it wasn't like this. This was a place where livelihoods were still made on the sea, a town that was remote and craggy. So far, she hadn't seen any condos or McMansions on the water. The Pines was it, as far as it went for posh real estate. Waves slapped briskly against the hulls of the lobster boats in the otherwise quiet night. In the far distance, Parker heard an eerie, laughing noise. A loon, perhaps, not that she'd ever heard one before. She fished her phone out of her bag and hit Ethan. Then, before it could connect, she hung up. She'd talked to Nicky 3 times today, and while she knew Ethan and Lucy wouldn't mind one more call, it seemed needy. And sleeping with James, not that she was thinking about it, cough, would be needy too. A lonely older woman who was in the midst of financial ruin and a career crisis should not have a fling, no matter how chocolate lava cake was her housemate.
"Parker, wait up."
Speaking of cake. She turned as James loped down the half-block that separated them. "Thing 1," she said.
"Miss Wells, I believe I said I'd walk you home."
"Part of your duties for Harry?" He gave her a measured look.
"No, just a concerned citizen who doesn't want you falling into the ocean."
"Please, I could drink you under the table."
"That's probably true, but since we're heading to the same place, why not?"
He grinned, and she looked away quickly. "Fine. Thank you, James."
"So, were you girls talking about how handsome and strong I am?" he asked.
She snorted. "Little bit," she admitted. "I hear you and Chantal have a history."
"She kindly relieved me of my virginity," James answered, "and I will forever be grateful."
"You spent summers here, Thing 1?"
"I did. A few, anyway."
He hesitated, and Parker got the sense he was going to say more, but he stayed silent as they walked past the little diner, the dock, the harbor itself. There were no streetlights on Shoreline Drive, and though it was past 10, the sky was just now deepening from indigo to black, the stars brightening overhead. The loon called again.
"So, Parker, any thought of maybe staying up here for a while?"
She shot him a puzzled look. "What do you mean?" He shrugged.
"You can work from anywhere, right? You have some family up here. You could have the house winterized."
"I'd never take Nicky away from his father." Her posture stiffened to Miss Porter's finest.
"Didn't Ethan live away for most of Nicky's life?" James asked, his tone mild.
No, he traveled a lot, but he was home every weekend. And then he switched careers so he could live in town. We were 5 minutes apart."
"I see."
There was something in his tone that grated on Parker's nerves. "Ethan's a wonderful father."
"Of course he is. Isn't my tone hushed and reverent enough? I'm sorry."
"What's your problem with Ethan?" she snapped. "I mean, really, Thing 1, you barely know him." James nodded, then picked up a rock and threw it out into the sea, where it hit the water with a hollow dunk.
"How long were you with him, back when you were dating?"
He probably already knew the answer. "A couple of months," she answered, her tone icy.
"And why'd you break up?"
She walked a little faster.
Is it any of your business? No, probably not. But he sounds so very perfect in every way. It's a little confusing as to why you didn't snatch him up.
Your dubious charm is wearing thin.
He married your best friend, right?
It wasn't like that. I barely knew Lucy when he and I were dating. We only got close after I broke up with him. And I broke up with him.
Of course. So sorry, Majesty. Didn't mean to criticize the paragon.
The what?
Ethan, the paragon of perfection.
Well, bugger. She was either going to smack him or agree with him. Oh, look, home sweet home. Sleep tight, thing one. With that, she jerked open the front door of the little house, got Beauty, and went out the back to go sit on the dock. She didn't slam the door, but she wanted to. Chapter 14.
So, you got this? You can hold down the fort and all.
Sure, Vin. You go. Have a great time. Parker smiled at her cousin. She couldn't wait till Vin was gone so she could start cleaning. The shop was filthy.
Thanks, 'cause I haven't been laid in God knows how long.
She sighed.
That's where I'm going, a sex state, and I cannot wait.
Thanks for sharing.
This guy knows what he's doing,
her cousin continued, squinting appreciatively as she took a long drag on her cigarette, her face contorting into a sea of wrinkles.
Some men it's just in and out, right? Not him.
That's great.
Does this little circly thing. Makes me crazy.
Lavinia stubbed the cigarette out on her palm, then fished her bra strap up from where it had slid down her crepey, mole-encrusted arm.
He might be hairy, God knows, but once you get used to the friction, it's all good.
Parker had never thought of herself as a prude. Nope, but damn if she didn't throw up in her mouth a little bit. Well, then, maybe you should get going. Traffic and all that. Yes, the fabled traffic of Gideon's Cove, Maine, where once in a while you had to wait 4 or 5 seconds to make a left-hand turn onto Elm Street.
Good point, kid.
Lavinia punched Parker on the arm fondly.
Have a great day. And thanks. I'm off to have my orgasms.
You go, girl, Parker said, swallowing. Would definitely be throwing away that cranberry muffin from Joe's, no matter how good it had looked a half hour ago. Lavinia saluted as she left, hitching up the waistband of her drooping shorts. As soon as her cousin was down the block, Parker opened the windows. She liked Lavinia, sure, but the smell of cigarette smoke was nasty. Made Parker look forward to her swim later on, even more than usual. Funny thing about that swim. The water seemed to do wonders for Beauty, who acted like a normal dog, leaping off the dock, retrieving whatever happened to be floating, joyfully paddling after Parker, making her funny little woofing breaths. But James clearly didn't like it. Wherever he was, he'd stop and watch her go. It wasn't the bikini thing, though she had to admit his reaction upon seeing her that first time was very gratifying. No, he ignored her as she went out and as she came in, but the whole time she was in the water, she could feel his eyes on her. Must have seen Jaws too many times as a kid. But the swims were glorious as far as Parker was concerned. The icy bite of the water, the tang of salt, the sure, strong strokes as she swam. Maybe she could get a job as a swim coach or something. Not that she could support Nicky on that, but it was a thought. She'd been on the swim team in college, after all. Had been the 3rd Olympic alternate, which by Olympic standards meant she was a loser, but by normal human standards meant she was pretty great. Swimming was one of the few times she felt as if she knew exactly what she was doing. That, and being Nicky's mother. At the thought of Nicky, she glanced at the calendar. 13 more days. The house was shaping up, as James had predicted. A week and a half, and he had on a new roof. Chimney fixed, most of the old shingles off the side. He worked like an ox, she'd give him that. But it was still uncomfortable being around him. There were definitely moments where she really liked Thing One. And then she'd remember how he'd known she and Nicky were about to be financially ruined. How he'd known they'd have to move. How he'd taken care of his own interests and not said a word to her, even knowing that she and Nicky were completely dependent on that stupid family trust. Well, Nicky had Ethan to support him. There was that. But even as those things seemed to matter less, there were those phone calls from Harry. Oh, yes, she'd overheard them. The easy camaraderie between the two men. Practically father and son. BFFs till the end of time. Harry hadn't called her once. She made her own dutiful weekly call, but they never talked for more than 3 minutes. "It's the old wound," she said, quoting the dying Lancelot. Paternal rejection left a mark on a girl. A woman. Bugger and damn, she was 35, hardly a girl anymore. Half a decade older than Thing One. Ethan, too, for that matter, which had never seemed to be an issue. He had an old soul. James did not. Time to whip out Mr. Clean, her favorite male these days. Lavinia didn't really seem to care much about where things were in the flower shop, but Parker had been itching to rearrange. It was a tiny little space, jammed with all the detritus of the business. Not that there was a lot of business. Maggie and Malone's wedding was coming up. Otherwise, there'd been a couple of get-well arrangements, one sheepish-looking husband in for a bouquet, 2 new babies. So far, if Parker was at the shop, Lavinia let her handle every job. Vin seemed oddly detached from the flower arranging. The only thing she really seemed to care about was a small greenhouse that housed the orchids, where she spent hours each day, misting, watering, checking soil pH. Parker had offered to help, and was immediately waved off. "You like doing the flowers? Run with it," she'd told Parker. "This back here is my baby." And Parker loved doing the flowers. She'd spent a summer down at a finishing school of sorts, where she'd learned helpful things like how to pour tea, make conversation without expressing an actual opinion, and, yes, walk with a book on her head. The flower arranging had been the only thing she'd really enjoyed. At night, there had been other lessons. How to buy drugs, water down your parents' alcohol so they wouldn't realize you were drinking, give a blowjob, demonstrated on a banana by Caitlin Swan, whose father owned most of North Carolina. Obviously, these nighttime lessons weren't on the curriculum, but the older girls had taken it upon themselves to share. Parker had been 14 at the time. At any rate, she'd always liked flowers. Back in her Greyhurst days, she'd cut a bunch every Monday from the vast garden and put together something for the kitchen table, her nightstand, Nicky's room, though he had a tendency to pick off any red petals and glue them on his Star Wars figurines to represent blood. She'd even put an arrangement in the bathroom. It always felt nice, flowers in the loo, made brushing your teeth seem much more pleasant. 4 hours later, Parker was dusty, sweaty, and more than pleased with her efforts. She dragged the card display to be near the cash register and rearranged the shelves with all the little tchotchkes. The shop was now much easier to navigate, the dusty porcelain figurines and candles wiped clean and placed in the corner. She put the houseplants on the wide shelf in the front window. Lavinia had them against the back wall for some reason, and made a gorgeous arrangement of gerbera daisies, larkspur, irises, and ferns for the counter, the colors all in shades of pink and purple. Beautiful. She hoped Lavinia would let her do Maggie's wedding bouquet. Maggie had been so nice to her, so welcoming. Parker had gotten an invitation to the wedding, even. And Malone had smiled at her the other night. Maybe. It was sort of hard to tell, but Parker had a bit of a soft spot for him, as he was the first resident she'd met. She liked looking out for his boat each night, knowing he was safely back home, and on his way to nice Maggie. "You'd think I'd be cynical," Parker said aloud to Beauty as she swept the floor. "But I'm not. I love love. Gross, huh?" Beauty's tail swished in agreement, her eyes never leaving Parker. It was too bad they couldn't keep the cottage as a summer place. It was hard not to fall in love with this town. Well, maybe someday. The bell over the door rang, and Parker looked up to see who it was. An older man in a suit, not someone she'd met before. Beauty fled to her hiding spot under the work table behind the counter. "Hello," Parker said. "How can I help you?"
"I'd like a potted plant for my mother," he answered.
"Sure. Take a look around. Is it a special occasion?"
"Well, we had to put her in a nursing home, poor thing."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"And I don't make it up here too often."
He gave her a once-over.
"I live in Winter Haven. Ever been?"
"Can't say that I have." He reminded her of Harry. His suit was expensive, and his leather briefcase gleamed. Parker would bet he drove a German car and lived in a house on the water. He glanced dismissively at the Boston ferns and African violets, the jade plant, and the cheerful yellow primrose.
"Got anything else? Something a bit more."
"Exotic?" Parker supplied.
"Exactly," he answered, smiling. "You read my mind."
Another glance at her chest. In a way, flattering that he was checking her out, as she was filthy from cleaning and dressed in a once-white t-shirt and jeans. On the other hand, he exuded that entitled vibe. "I can look at your boobs because I'm rich, and you are a serving wench, as far as I'm concerned." "Well, what you see is pretty much it," she said.
"What's in the greenhouse?"
"Right. We have some rare plants back there."
"Would you mind showing me those?"
Parker hesitated. It really was Vinny's domain. Then again, her cousin grew them to sell, ostensibly.
"I don't mind paying extra," the guy said. "My mom deserves the best."
And Vin could use the money. "Sure, let me get the key. We have some orchids. Does your mom like those?"
"Doesn't everyone?" he answered. "They're almost as pretty as you. Dan Jacobs, by the way."
Yep, a Harry. Dan Jacobs had to be 65 if he was a day, complete with wedding ring. But it seemed that once a man passed 40, he suffered some kind of acute stroke that affected his mathematical abilities, encouraging him to hit on women young enough to be his daughter. The Hugh Hefner School of Nasty.
"And you are?" he asked.
"Parker, nice to meet you."
"Very nice to meet you."
Beauty growled very softly. "Indeed, sweetie." "Let's see what we have," Parker said, her voice brisk. She took Vin's key from the drawer, opened the padlocked door, and pushed it open. She hadn't been in here yet. There were orchids, all right. About 10 of them were in rather sparse bloom, a couple of blossoms here and there, but nothing really striking. More of the orchids were dormant, unremarkable, rubbery green leaves in pots. But the other plants, maybe 50 in all, looked like houseplants, densely growing, delicate leaves, almost like a miniature green Japanese maple. Some of them had fluffy white flowers, akin to something Dr. Seuss might have drawn. They were very pretty, though Parker had no idea what they were.
"I like those," Dan Jacobs said. "Are they orchids, too?"
"I don't think so," Parker said. She checked 1 or 2 of the pots for an identifying plastic stick. Nothing. No sticker on the bottom, either.
"Well, I'll take one," the guy said. "Wrap it up with some pretty foil, if you would."
"Sure." Parker could find no price tag. Well, she'd charge him $75. Looked as if he could afford it. As she wrapped the pot and tied some ribbon around it, Dan Jacobs leaned forward, the thick smell of his cologne enveloping her.
"So, I wonder if a beautiful woman like you would like to have dinner with me," he said, showing a whitened grin.
I'm pretty sure your wife wouldn't like that, Parker answered, smiling to soften the blow.
My wife has nothing to do with this, he said.
The guy was just like her dad. Hey, what did marriage mean when you could bang a younger woman, right? No, thank you, Parker answered. You're a few decades too old for me. That'll be $75, please.
Bitch, he muttered,
very softly. He put down 4 20s and walked out of the store without waiting for change. You're disgusting, Parker sang out once he was out of sight. Well, at least it was a good sale. Vin would be pleased. The African violets were $6 apiece. The rest of the afternoon passed quietly. By 2 o'clock, Parker found herself wondering what James was doing. If he was doing it without his shirt. No, that's right. He wasn't at the house today. She'd given him the day off. Ordered him to take the day off, more like it. They'd been skirting each other the past few days. Polite, pleasant, but not intimate. Not since that first dinner on the dock, when he'd taken her hand. Since he'd almost kissed her, and she'd almost let him. But there was something about James. The memory of his hard, naked body against hers at Esme's wedding. That tawdry, smokin' hot porno memory. Yes, that was something indeed. He'd done incredible things with the cottage, that was for sure. A steady and hard worker, completely uncomplaining about the amount there was to do. But there was something else, something quiet, something a little bit sad, maybe. Today was the first day they'd been apart since he arrived. And let's face it, it wasn't because he deserved a day off, which he absolutely did. It was because if she had to keep seeing him shirtless, her thin resolve not to climb him like a tree might crumble after all. Just then, the bells rang out an alarm as the door was jerked open, and there he was, Dan Jacobs, her customer du jour.
That's her, he said,
his face florid. Is there a problem? Parker said. Holy crap, was that a cop with him? It was. Dan pointed.
She's the one who sold me the drugs.
What? She yelped, getting an answering yelp from Beauty. I did not.
Ma'am, you have the right to remain silent, the cop began.
What? Why? What did I do? The hairy clone jammed his fists on his hips.
You sold me a marijuana plant, for my mother, no less.
Chapter 15. I didn't know it was marijuana, Parker protested for the 5th time, as the cop led her inside the police station.
You probably don't want to say anything till your lawyer gets here, the cop said.
His nameplate said Bottoms. Are you related to Billy Bottoms? Parker asked, her voice a little tremulous. Because, hell, she was handcuffed, and she was being processed. Holy halos, they were pressing her fingers into ink for fingerprinting.
He's my father, the cop replied. I'm young Billy.
She took the wipe he offered and cleaned her hands. He's nice, your dad. Please let that show that I'm a good person.
Hey, hold this number and look up.
Why? Are you taking a mugshot? I don't need... The bulb flashed. Her mugshot had been taken. The cop put the cuffs back on. This is horrifying, the female holy rollers whimpered. What's happened to you? And led her across the room to the curious stare of the secretary, a middle-aged woman who was talking on the phone. Listen, Billy.
I go by young Billy, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, young Billy, I'm a mother. I would never sell drugs, I swear.
Well, you sold a marijuana plant, sweetheart. I'd say that's selling drugs, mother or not. It's a little hard to believe you don't know what pot looks like. Haven't you ever seen a Bob Marley t-shirt?
I thought it was bonsai or something.
Yeah? Well, come on down here. Watch your head.
He led her down a set of medieval-looking stone steps into a dank cellar, lit by a flickering fluorescent light.
In you go. You sit tight. No need to worry.
No need to worry? She was in jail. The clanking of a cell door, not a sound she was likely to forget. Little Pup whimpered as the cage slammed closed behind him. Note to self, must not poop on the evil king's yard. Speaking of little pups, "Young Billy," she called. His head appeared around the door.
What is it, sweetheart?
At least he was nice. "My dog's still at the flower shop." Billy frowned.
Anyone you could call to come get her?
Parker thought for a second. "Maggie Beaumont, maybe. She runs the diner."
I know who she is, he said. Sure, I'll swing by, ask her.
Do you have to tell her about this? Is it public record?
It's probably all over town by now.
Great. When can I make my phone call? I get a phone call, right?
We have to process the contents of your purse, then we'll be right in.
He disappeared again. She was alone, in a cell, in a basement, like the place Hannibal Lecter was kept.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
The flat, monotone voice echoed off the stone walls, and Parker jumped, squeaking, hands fluttering. Oh, God, she wasn't alone. That was much worse. Someone was in the cell with her. No, the cell next to her. Parker looked over, her heart convulsing in her chest. A man, a criminal, staring at her through the bars. She looked away, and fast.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
She should not be here. She didn't know it was pot. Oh, and speaking of pot, Lavinia was growing it. Where was she, huh? Being stooped by a hirsute man with hidden talents, and not available to clear up this misunderstanding. Because if anyone should be in jail, it should be Lavinia.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
Why was he chanting that? Like a spell or something? A whimper escaped her throat. She looked around the cell, which was, well, rather spacious, actually, bigger than her bedroom in the cottage. A bunk bed with steel mattresses was on the far side of the cell. A steel toilet with no seat. A steel sink.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
Oh, God. Her son's mother was in jail. The Mirabellis would die. This actually might bring on the heart attack Gianni kept threatening to have. And what if this affected her custody of Nicky? What if he had to live with Ethan all the time? No, that couldn't happen. It was an accident. She didn't know it was pot. Nevertheless, Parker had been processed. Processed? What if this got on the news? What if Nicky saw it? Daughter of convicted Wall Street baron Harry Wells, arrested on drug charges. The coven would be thrilled. Former children's author turns to marijuana. Save the Children would give all the money back. Oh, God. If Harvard could see her now. She, who'd never even had a speeding ticket, who'd never done drugs, never so much as inhaled, and at Harvard, please, there should have been a special award for that, was in jail.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
And another thing. The man in the next cell was batshit crazy, that was clear. Hopefully harmlessly crazy. Then again, he was in jail. Parker swallowed, glancing over again at her companion. His gray hair was matted, and he looked very, very dirty. Dirtier even than Nicky after a day of making meatballs and sauce with Gianni and Marie. He was still staring at her as if she was a Thanksgiving turkey and he was coming off a hunger strike.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward. Hello, you're very pretty.
Oh, dear Jesus.
I love that poem, she said, her voice cracking. Yes, make friends, in case he was thinking about shivving her. Was that the right term? Charge of the Light Brigade, right? Thank you, Miss Porters.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
Young Billy was back with her cell phone.
One call, he said.
Her hands were shaking, she noticed. There, thing one. She hit his number, very, very grateful that she'd saved it.
You've reached James Cahill. Leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
No, 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 no. James, it's Parker. I'm in jail. In Gideon's Cove, next to the town hall. I, seem to have sold a marijuana plant by accident. Could you come here as fast as you can? Thank you so much. Please hurry, James. I really need you to get here. Fast.
She glanced at young Billy.
Okay, I guess that's it. Drive safely, but fast, okay? Bye.
She clicked off. My attorney. Young Billy took the phone back.
All righty then. We'll bring him right in when he gets here. In the meantime, you sit tight. Want a magazine?
Okay,
Parker whispered.
We got Hemming's Motor News or In Style?
In Style, please, she said, feeling her lips quiver. The cop handed her a magazine, soft with age.
Young Billy, is that guy sane?
She nodded toward the Tennyson fan.
Oh, Crazy Dave?
Billy asked. Guess that answered that question.
Well, he's a little off. Hears voices, but he's harmless. We keep him here once in a while. Make sure he eats some dinner. Right, Dave?
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward.
Young Billy laughed.
You bet, buddy.
With that, he left Parker and Crazy Dave alone. Parker looked at the clock across the hull from her cell. She'd been in here 14 minutes. Childbirth had flown by compared with this. She thought of Harry, who was in an actual prison, not just a holding cell where the police officer was as nice as pie. Did he have a roommate? Those kinds of details didn't come up. She'd asked how it was, and his answer was abrupt.
It's prison, Parker. How do you think?
What that meant, she didn't know. Gangs? Homemade tattoos? Probably not, as it was one of those white-collar, minimum security places. But still, prison was prison. Where was James? Why had she insisted that he take today off of all days? Why hadn't he answered his cell phone? God, what if he hadn't taken it? What if it was sitting in his room or on a windowsill? Holy halos, what if he'd gone to Rhode Island for something? It could be hours before he got here. It could be tomorrow. Parker noted that she was hyperventilating. Settle down, she whispered, trying to get her breathing under control.
Dude, chill, said Spike. It's jail. You were just killing your number.
Great. Now he talked like a gang member.
Excuse me, said a voice.
Parker looked up. Crazy Dave had pressed his face against the bars that separated their cells. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his filthy nails were way too long, like a werewolf's.
Yes,
she managed.
I wanted to tell you something.
Oh.
I've been a little bound up lately.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear it.
But that seems to be resolving now. I'll be needing the facilities.
Without turning her head, she glanced at his steel toilet, which was, alas, in full view.
Oh.
But I don't wish to use that one. Can I use yours?
No. Nope. That's your cell, and this is mine, and I don't have a key or anything.
That's fine.
His voice was pleasant, not as if he were about to shank her. Then Crazy Dave pulled down his pants and squatted, and Parker leaped back to the far wall of the cell, grabbed her copy of In Style and buried her face in great dresses from the 2007 Emmys.
"You really are quite pretty," Crazy Dave said, between grunts. "Where the hell was James?"
Chapter 16.
"I'll see you soon," James said into Mary Elizabeth's hair. "Love you."
"I love you too. Why don't you live here?" she asked, smiling up at him. "We could be together all the time." She always asked, and it always sliced him right open, that question.
"Well, I have to work," he said, tucking some of her curly hair behind her ears.
"Work here?"
Her blue eyes were as innocent as the sky.
"You should work here, James."
"I wish I could. I'll see you soon, okay?"
"Bring me a present."
"Don't I always?"
"A big present. I want a present, James."
"You got it."
He kissed her cheek and walked to his truck. Parker had been right. It was good to take a day off. First, he'd gone to see Harry. A hell of a drive, more than 4 hours across the state of Maine, just over the New Hampshire line. His boss had been nicely surprised. He looked fairly awful, though, gray-faced and a little slack. The wages of sobriety, at least at first. They talked for an hour or so, shooting the breeze, talking about the Red Sox and their excellent fielding, sure to collapse when hopes were high, as usual. Harry had some funny stories about some of his fellow inmates, most of whom, like him, were in for white-collar crimes or too many petty misdemeanors. There'd been a ping-pong tournament, movie night. Harry didn't ask about Parker, not directly. About Nicky's trip and the progress on the house, yes, but nothing more. As ever, James had the impression that while Harry loved him like a son, the subject of Parker was off-limits. Then, on the way home, James stopped by to see Mary Elizabeth, which was always a painfully happy occasion. As ever, she was overjoyed to see him. Luckily, she'd had no other visitors today, because God knew that made things awkward. As he left Mary Elizabeth's, James checked his phone. No service, that was right. They were in East Boonies, Maine, after all. Still, it was a beautiful place, and only 40 minutes from his parents. But that was a stop he wouldn't make, though he supposed eventually he'd have to. Once back on the interstate, James's phone chirped. One missed call. Parker. Well, that was kind of nice. Maybe she wanted him to pick something up for dinner, as it was now after 6. Unlikely, but maybe. They'd been in this war of supreme pleasantness since the night he dared to mention St. Ethan. He pulled over and listened to her message. Listened to it again, and a third time. Well, holy crap. He'd better put the pedal to the metal. Unfortunately, he was still an hour and a half away. James couldn't help laughing as he pulled back on the highway. Parker Harrington Wells in a holding cell. He couldn't wait to see it. When he walked into the Gideon's Cove Police Department, it was 8 o'clock. James had been on the phone most of his drive, first with Dewey, then with Lavinia, who was out of town herself, then with Maggie Beaumont, who knew everything. James had called the local judge, set up an arraignment, took care of Parker's bail, and left a message for the prosecutor's office.
"James Cahill," he said to the sergeant on duty. "Attorney for Parker Wells."
As Officer Dewitt led him down the stone stairs to the holding cell, James could hear Parker crying? His heart lurched. But no, not crying. Singing? And my God, that smell.
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward," someone, a man, chanted.
All in the Valley of Death rode the 600, Parker answered back.
"Forward, the Light Brigade!" the man shouted triumphantly.
She was lying on the steel bunk, an old magazine with a picture of Cameron Diaz covering her face. "Into the Valley of Death rode the 600, she said. Definitely a panicky edge to her voice.
"Your attorney's here," Officer DeWitt said,
unlocking the door. Parker jerked upright, hitting her head on the top bunk.
James!
She hurtled across the cell, and before he knew it, she was in his arms, hugging him hard. And though she smelled a little dank from her time in the basement, it was sure better than that other smell. And man, he hadn't felt anything this good in years, her hair silky against his cheek, her body pressed against his.
"Parker, always lovely to see you," he murmured, hugging her back.
James, oh James, thank God you're here, she blurted into his shoulder. That man over there, he pooped on the floor, and holy halos, there was so much of it. He hasn't stopped chanting that horrible poem for hours, and if I don't stop reciting Charge of the Light Brigade, I'm going to kill myself.
"I'm afraid you have to stay overnight," James said.
She pulled back, eyes wide with horror.
"Just kidding," he said, grinning. "You're free to go."
Those beautiful eyes narrowed.
You're a horrible man.
"Hey, I'm not the drug dealer here."
My cousin is growing pot in her greenhouse, Parker said. That's another thing. Pot, James.
"More on that later," he said,
taking her hand and leading her up the stone stairs.
"Let's get you home." "Thanks, officer."
"You're welcome," he said, sitting at his desk and picking up a newspaper.
Yes, thanks for nothing, Parker echoed. What happened to young Billy? He would have come down here and cleaned up that mess, I bet. I only called for you 1,000 or so times.
"You know how many drunks we get bellowing for us all the time?" the cop said,
turning a page of the newspaper.
"A lot."
I'm not a drunk. I should never have been in here. I thought it was a fern.
"Right."
It looked like a fern.
The officer rolled his eyes. Parker turned to James.
It looked like a fern, James, or a miniature Japanese maple tree. It was actually quite pretty. And since I'm not a drug dealer, and in fact made it all the way to the ripe old age of 35 without ever having smoked marijuana or even a cigarette, I can tell you I had no idea what it was.
"And yet a 99-year-old lady in the nursing home ID'd it immediately," the cop said.
So maybe she's a pot smoker. I'm not, Parker snapped.
"Okay, settle down, honey," James said.
At the term of endearment, she glanced at him sharply. Then she took a deep breath and flicked the cop's newspaper.
Thank you so much for your hospitality, officer, she said. Have a wonderful day.
"You're that rich chick, aren't you?" he said,
finally looking up.
"The one whose father is in jail?"
"Yes."
"Runs in the family, I see."
She straightened into princess posture and tilted her head slightly.
"And inbreeding must run in yours."
"Okay, Parker, let's go," James said. "Don't get into more trouble."
He took her hand more firmly this time and led her out into the cool, clear night.
"We need to get Beauty," Parker said. "She's at Maggie's. At least, I think she is. Young Billy Bottoms."
"I already picked her up. She's in the truck."
James held the door for Parker, and at the sight of her dog, she seemed to melt a little.
"Hi, honey,"
she murmured, burying her face in the dog's neck, same as she'd done to him.
"So, jail," he said. "I guess you can cross that off your bucket list."
"Yes, that and amputating a toe, just for fun."
He glanced at her as he backed out and headed past the diner.
"You okay?"
"Peachy."
"That hug was nice," he said mildly.
She didn't answer for a minute, though her cheeks flushed slightly.
"Did you have to arraign me, or whatever? Put up a bail?" she asked.
"Yep."
"I'll pay you back."
He sighed, emphatically.
"Any word from Lavinia?" she asked, looking out the window.
"I talked to her. Says she wants to grow medical marijuana, fully intended to get a license one of these days. Doesn't seem really concerned about prosecution. She said she slept with the DA back in the 70s.
"Beautiful. So what happens next?"
James glanced at her profile.
"There'll be a hearing. You'll tell the judge that you didn't intend to sell an illegal substance. Maybe a fine, some community service. I wouldn't worry about it. Lavinia will have to give her plants to a licensed marijuana grower."
He was already going through a mental Rolodex to see if he had any friends from law school practicing in Maine who might be able to do him a favor. They were home within minutes. Parker jumped out of the truck, Beauty on her heels. The dog had been friendly enough when James had picked her up at Maggie's house, where she'd been rolling around on the floor with Maggie's much bigger yellow lab. But now that Parker was back, he was once again persona non grata.
"I'll make you something to eat," James offered.
"That's okay. I have to call Nicky," she said. "I haven't talked to him all day."
"You gonna tell him what happened?"
She gave him an odd look. "No, James. He's 5.
"Right.
Stupid question. But first, a shower. I thought Crazy Dave was going to throw poop at me, like the gorillas do at the zoo." She shuddered, gave him a grin, and disappeared into the bathroom. A second later, the door popped open, and for one ridiculous, wonderful instant, he thought she was about to invite him in. "Thank you, James, for the bail and whatever else you had to do, and for getting Beauty."
"You're welcome," he said.
Another smile, and she closed the door, leaving him standing there. A half-hour later, Parker was down on the dock, though it was now fully dark, laughing on the phone as she told Mr. and Mrs. Paragon about her day in the clink, no doubt. Her hair was about the only thing he could see now. It had brightened in the sunlight. She'd been working outside, hacking the long grass, digging up the scrubby bushes that overhung the stairs to the water. She hadn't complained once since getting the news, hadn't blinked at the back-breaking work. She really hadn't even complained too much about spending 6 hours in a cell. Harry would be proud of her, James thought. Or he should be. Why Harry could barely tolerate his only child was a mystery. James had seen that unique look of hers leveled at Harry so many times, that jaded, knowing look, the same one she'd given James himself so often, though less lately. But sometimes, when she was looking at Harry, James was almost sure he'd seen something else. A flash of hope, regret, sorrow. Then again, he knew jack about relationships and people, and certainly nothing about fathers and daughters. But if he ever did have a daughter, unlikely, but still, a look like that would kill him. Her laughter rang out against the shushing of the waves against the rocky shore. Damn Ethan Mirabelli. Parker would smile at James, thank him. Oh, yes, she was wicked polite, but she would never let him in her inner circle. He couldn't blame her, not really. He wasn't good with kids. His father liked to tell him he didn't take life seriously enough, disgusted that he hadn't done more. More what, he wasn't sure. More penance, probably. He'd done well enough in college and law school, but it wasn't as if he was brilliant. Once, a professor had written a comment on one of James's papers. Well written, but lacking substance. Kind of struck a chord. Then James took a boring desk job for the money, and now he was unemployed. James finished his beer and went to the stove. Took some bread, cut a hole the size of a 50-cent piece in each slice, added some olive oil to the pan, then the bread. Cracked an egg. Toad in the hole. Comfort food for the woman who'd been in prison, whether she wanted his comfort or not. As he approached the dock, he could hear her talking. A story, actually. He paused before stepping onto the creaky wooden dock, not wanting her to know he was there. Mickey never forgot what it was like to be left out, she was saying. From that day on, he shared all the calls with Wensley, and in time, Wensley became a great fire truck too, same as Mickey, and the two were great friends. Mickey was a legend, and all the children of New York knew his story, and whenever he went racing through the city, little kids and their parents, grown-ups going to work, rich people and poor people, police officers and tourists, all would stop and watch as the bravest fire truck there ever was went out to do the job he loved so well. The end. She paused. You still awake, sweetheart? Nikki? I love you, honey. There was a pause. Hey, Ethan. Guess he was pretty worn out. Okay. You guys have a great day tomorrow. No, I won't. I'm a model citizen from now on. She laughed. Good night, buddy. Give Lucy a smooch from me. She clicked off and stroked Beauty's cheek. The dog was lying with her head on Parker's lap and gave a little wag. James stepped onto the dock and Parker looked up. Hey.
Hi. Thought you might be hungry, he said, setting the plate down next to her.
I'm starving, actually. Thank you, James. It smells great. What is it?
Toad in the hole.
I've never had that before.
Get out of town.
Nope, it's the sad truth. She smiled and took a bite. Goes great with the Sauvignon Blanc I stole from Harry's wine cellar. Want some?
No, I'm good.
He sat next to her, though the rocking of the dock was a little unsettling. Beauty moved closer to Parker's chair, though not to the other side. Progress.
So, was that the tail end of Mickey the fire engine I overheard?
She looked up sharply. Yes. How'd you know that? He shrugged.
Harry asked me to double-check Greyhurst one more time. I found a box in the attic. It's in the house somewhere. I meant to give it to you before. Anyway, it's got some of your papers from college. Mickey the fire engine, too.
He glanced at her, shrugged.
I couldn't help myself.
Did you also read my essay on the significance of language in The Sound and the Fury?
Passed on that one. Too many big words.
She went back to her toad. Mickey was my first manuscript, she said. Couldn't sell it to save my life. That copy is the last one. I burned all the others, along with the rejection letters.
I thought it was great, he said.
Did you? Her voice was wry.
Mm-hmm. Even got choked up a little.
Really? James grinned.
Well, there were fire trucks involved. Doesn't every boy love fire trucks?
Not if you work in publishing, apparently.
How's the writing coming along? He asked.
She sighed. I haven't hit on the right idea yet. Guess the holy rollers burned me out a little bit. They were quiet for a few minutes. The sky was completely clear, and the stars so brilliant they looked almost like a thin veil of clouds. Taking care not to move too quickly or to look at her, James reached down and stroked Beauty's head. The dog allowed it. Taking that as a sign, he decided to go for it.
Can I ask you a personal question, Parker?
How is it that a Harvard grad can't recognize marijuana? She said, offering the last bite of Toad in the Hole to her dog, who took it delicately.
Why don't you and Harry get along?
She didn't move for a second, just let Beauty lick her fingers. Then she poured herself a little more wine and looked up at the sky, sighed. He could smell her soap from here. I don't know, Thing One, she said quietly. Maybe he wanted a son.
Do you think that's it?
Another pause. No. She cleared her throat. So, I guess I owe you a real answer, huh? Since you bailed me out and chose to spend your summer up here, working like an ox.
You don't owe me anything.
No, I do. I do. She shifted in her seat and looked at him, then back out at the water. A loon called from past Douglas Point. Okay, here's the deal. When I was little, I worshipped Harry. I mean, what little girl doesn't love her dad?
I guess they all do.
Parker took a sip of wine and petted her dog, her hand very close to James's, though she didn't appear to notice. It was hard not to. He had the whole package, looks, charm, brilliance. If Harry had you in his sights, you felt like the most amazing, interesting person in the world. James grunted. True enough. And, I don't know, It was a long time ago, but he seemed to adore me, too. I used to—" She broke off for a second, not choked up as much as lost in a memory. "I used to go running into Wells Financial, and his whole staff would treat me like a princess. And it didn't matter if he was on the phone or in a meeting. He'd tell whoever it was that his daughter was here and kick them out. Or he'd introduce me, pull me onto his lap, and then keep talking, like I was smart enough to understand."
"So what changed?" he asked.
"The summer I was 10, I caught him in bed with my babysitter." James flinched.
"Oh, shit."
"Indeed." She stroked Beauty's ear, not looking at him.
"I'm sorry, Parker."
She didn't say anything for a minute. "Keep that to yourself, okay? Nobody else knows. Well, my mother, and the babysitter, but she was paid off." She finished her wine. "It's been a long day. Thank you for everything, James." She stood up, and he lurched to his feet, blocking her path.
"Is that it?" he asked.
She tilted her head. "What more should there be?"
"I don't know, Parker. You drop an announcement like that and then hike off to bed?"
She didn't answer, just looked at him, her brows drawn together.
"I've known you for years,"
he heard himself say, with a sinking sense of dread.
"Shut up, idiot." "We slept together once. You could talk to me, Parker. We could be friends."
"Yeah, chicks loved when you begged. How about if he went ahead and handed her his balls and said, 'Do what you will'?" Any second she was going to smother a laugh or roll her eyes or call him Thing One and... She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek, her lips a soft, sweet press, her summery dress swishing against his arm. "Thank you, James," she said, her voice softer now. Then she stepped around him, Beauty scuttling past as well, and went up the stairs to the house. Chapter 17. Parker lay awake for a long, long time, Beauty a silky ball of warmth at her side. James didn't come in for a good hour, and she was glad. She couldn't figure him out. He'd spent years attached to her father, like a remora attaches to a shark. She knew he was here under Harry's command and on Harry's payroll, because while her father might not love her, she was his only child, and he'd damn well keep tabs on her. She didn't appreciate James's little digs about Ethan, and she didn't appreciate that sleepy, hot, knowing look he sometimes got around her. The "I slept with you" look. He'd ingratiated himself to Harry, so that Harry couldn't even visit his grandson without his sycophant tag-along. That's what she used to think, anyway. But for the past 10 days, James had been a prince. No getting over that. When she'd seen him there, outside her cell, her heart had leaped. And not only because he was getting her away from the excrement king, either. It was because she felt something for him. Something beyond garden variety cougar lust. Maybe. As for his offer of friendship, well, hell. She thought for 1 second that she was going to cry. Because though she was pretty good at sounding cavalier and worldly, the fact remained that one doesn't tell another person about the day one's childhood died in abrupt death without feeling it. She hadn't thought about Lila for a long, long time. It was during what would be her last childhood summer at Greyhurst, though she didn't know that yet. Lila wasn't a real nanny. Parker was 10, after all. No, Lila was a Mackerly girl who'd just finished college and came every day to keep Parker company, take her to tennis lessons or swimming in the ocean. Parker liked her a lot. Lila didn't read magazines or talk to her friends on the phone or pump Parker for details on how much money her family had, like most of Parker's babysitters. She was 22, but treated Parker like an equal. Even when they were drawing fairies and unicorns, Lila seemed to think Parker was cool. She was always up for a swim, no matter how cold the water was. And she'd make fun snacks, too, the kind that Althea would have never allowed. S'mores and raw cookie dough and orange macaroni and cheese that, fascinatingly, came from a box. Sometimes Lila would complain about her college boyfriend to Parker, and Parker would be almost breathless with the coolness, the adultness of the conversation. No one talked to her like that. Her cousins had become a closed circle, and her mom was prickly this summer. And Daddy, things were different with him these days, too. Lately, he'd been distracted, less interested in hearing about school trips and grades. Her parents had been arguing a lot lately, so Parker had tried to be at her best, smart, charming, cheerful, then find something else to do. 10 going on 30, her father liked to say, and she knew it was a compliment. At any rate, that particular day was hot and clear, the best of a New England summer, a hearty breeze off the water, and the sun baking the air. Althea had gone into Boston for the day to do some shopping. Harry was working in the house. Parker and Lila had been making sandcastles on the beach, with moats and tunnels and turrets and everything, and Lila had seemed just as interested as Parker. But after an hour or so, Lila had to go to the bathroom. As long as she was in the house, she said she'd make them a snack, too. Root beer floats, maybe. Parker would be okay on her own, right? She wouldn't go in the water.
Of course not, Parker said. I'm not an idiot. Plus, I can swim better than you. I know, Lila answered fondly. But I had to say it. Back in 10.
Parker added some seaweed to a turret. Daddy would appreciate how much time they'd spent on this little fiefdom. She'd only recently learned that word, and she was going to use it, because he always loved when she used words that most grown-ups didn't know. Yes, this fiefdom would win back his approval, most deaf, which would be nice after yesterday. Harry had come to her swimming lesson the day before, and they were teaching diving off the high platform. All the other kids had done it, but when it was Parker's turn, she froze quite unexpectedly. The water looked so far away, so shallow. How long would it take to hit the water? What if she flubbed the dive? Her legs began to shake.
"Come on, Parker," her dad called,
his voice already tinged with irritation. Even so, she couldn't move, picturing the crack of her back as she slammed the water, sinking to the bottom, paralyzed, dying, blood floating in a cloud. Just do it, she whispered to herself. Go. Jump. She couldn't even climb down the ladder herself. One of the teachers had to come up and go down first, his arms gripping the bars around her, his voice kind and reassuring, telling her it happened to him too, his first time. Didn't matter. Her father was peeved. She'd stared out the window all the way home, so he wouldn't see her tears, listening to a heated lecture on being brave, taking chances, how his valuable time had been wasted. Well, today was a new day. She'd make him forget her cowardice with a few smart words. He always loved that kind of thing. She sat back in the sand. Maybe, if he wasn't irritated anymore, they might watch a movie or take a sail. Not to be disloyal to her mom, but it was always fun when Althea was away on a shopping trip. Harry traveled a lot, so time alone with him was precious. Fiefdom, she said, so she wouldn't forget. The seaweed flag looked great. She stuck a few more seashells on the side. Perfect. A fiddler crab for the moat, and the thing was really a work of art. However, Parker had sand in her bathing suit, and that did not feel very good. Though she wasn't supposed to go in the water alone, she wasn't going to sit there with a lump in her suit either. She glanced up at the house. No sign of Lila, and went to the water's edge. It was high tide, but the water was calm and flat. No big waves today. She went in up to her waist and pulled out the edge of her suit. Much better. Then she went back to shore and waited a little more. The crab wasn't happy. Would it die if she left it there? She didn't want to kill anything. She might become a vegetarian, in fact, having recently learned where veal came from. Where was Lila? She'd been gone so long that Parker had to pee now, too. With a sigh, grown-ups, so irresponsible, she went up the 42 stairs that led from the beach to Greyhurst's backyard. Across the thick, lush carpet of grass, onto the hot slate patio, into the kitchen. No sign of Lila. Parker used the loo. She'd come across that word in an Agatha Christie novel, and it sounded vastly superior to bathroom, or, as Althea said, little girl's room. Another word to drop in front of her father. Greyhurst was huge, but to Parker it was an old friend. Her grandfather had died 3 years ago, but Parker would try to summon his ghost once in a while, feeling equal parts melancholy for Granddad and terror in case she succeeded. Right now, the house was quiet, dead quiet, like in that movie Demon Seed that Lila had let her watch, where it got really quiet right before all the killing. Feeling the abrupt need to find someone, Parker went to her father's study. Empty. She headed upstairs. Maybe Lila was sick, or maybe she wanted to use one of the fancier bathrooms. Besides, Parker wanted to change. Having a soggy bottom was getting yucky. The thought dawned that maybe Lila was stealing something. They'd fired 2 people this year for stealing. Parker's heart sank. The last thing she wanted was to lose Lila. She made a deal with herself. If Lila was stealing, she'd tell her to put it back, and she wouldn't tell on her or anything. As Parker got to the wing that held the family bedrooms, she heard a noise. A grunt or something, as if someone was sick. There it was again. "Daddy?" Parker whispered. She knew her father was rich and important. Would someone try to kidnap him? Had they already knocked Lila out? This would explain why there were no root beer floats, why Parker had been left out on the beach for longer than 10 minutes. Both parents were very strict about her being left alone by the water. She tiptoed down the hallway, past her own room, which had just been redecorated and was, in her father's words, the prettiest room for the prettiest girl, awash in shades of pale green with light pink trim. Another sound. She wasn't about to stop for dry clothes, not when her father might be hurt or tied up. She'd be brave and save him. She'd need a weapon or something, though, like a knife or a gun. Her father kept guns in his study. One of them used to belong to Teddy Roosevelt. Should she get it? Parker's mouth was sticky and dry, terror nailing her to the floor. Something bad was happening in that room. She knew it. She didn't want to see it, though. But her father was in that room, and if she went downstairs for the gun, she might miss the chance to save him. "Don't be so chicken," she told herself. She'd been a chicken yesterday on the high dive. This time, no. She'd be brave and smart. She'd peek, and then, if there were bad guys, she'd run really fast and quietly and call the police, and then she'd get TR's gun, and she'd hold the bad guys off until the police came, and her father would be amazed at her courage, and it